Hello, 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 everyone. Here we are again. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the Royal Influencers Organization. It's Ramona Rogers here, and I am excited, everybody, about what is to come. Here we are, the second virtual event in the Royal Influencers Organization with a phenomenal lineup of elite speakers from all over the world, literally all over the world. Wow, wow, wow. I am here to let you guys know that you guys are in for a treat. When I tell you that just the title of this event speaks volumes for exactly what you can expect and exactly what you are going to get, and every single one of these speakers, every single one of these speakers, a guru in their own right, a variety of ages, a variety of backgrounds, a variety of experience levels and success, more importantly, as well as a variety of leadership acumen, as well as business acumen that you guys are going to be able to receive from each and every one of them, a wealth of knowledge, skill, experience as well in their lane of genius. So just to name a few, because it would take a lot longer than necessary to really share with you every single speaker, but just day one. For example, we have Araya McGarry coming up soon, and she is an Emmy Award winner, professional speaker. And let me say this, if anyone is needing a speaker, a professionally paid speaker, she is definitely open for speaking engagements as well. And the energy that she brings every single time that she speaks, and she has not missed. She has not missed. We had five of the Royal Influencer Organization events last year in 2023, totaling 100 speakers total. And we are now off to a phenomenal start. The event that we just held, Kingdom Entrepreneur, Mindset Reset, that was an event that took place about 3 weeks ago. Everybody showed up. And I mean, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, over-delivering on the value. And it was one for the books. It was epic. We had people from Canada watching and commenting in the chat. Right now, we are also streaming. We're streaming on LinkedIn right now. We're also streaming on, I'm sitting here looking at the check marks. We're also streaming on Facebook right now, on my Facebook profile right now. We are also streaming on Queendompreneur TV, my YouTube channel as well. We're streaming there also. I just wanted to definitely thank each and every one of you for taking time out of your busy lives, your busy schedules, to invest in yourself, to put yourself in proximity, because there is power in proximity to all of these phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal leaders that you are getting ready to be exposed to all of their knowledge, their skills, their expertise, their experiences that have shaped who they have become and who they are still becoming, right? Because everyone knows that success is progressive. It's not like you just set a goal, you show up, you do a little work, and you get some results, and now you call it, I've arrived, or you say I've arrived and you call it success. No, for every level that you reach, there's another level beyond that you always want to strive for. And it's going to take you honing in on a variety of skills. But the two main skills that we're talking about this week, these 2 days, will be your influence and the power of influence, for one, and two, leadership, your leadership. And let me just say this, speaking of leadership, because the hardest person that you will ever lead is first yourself. And that is exactly what you're going to get today. Mastering. We're talking about mastering. We're sharing mastering leadership and impact. The impact that leadership actually has when you really hone in on first mastering you. And what happens is you build that leadership muscle through repetition, because repetition is the mother of skill, right? So by you just showing up every single day, by you overcoming your trials, your triumphs in your business, as well as in your personal life, because it's in both areas that you really need to focus, not just one, not just the business. You can't be a wreck in your personal life and then have a flourishing, phenomenal, highly successful business. Now, can you still have success? Yes, you can still have success, but you will have much more success, and it will be so much easier to gain and acquire the success that you deserve when you focus on both your professional and personal development together. And what I have coordinated here is a lineup of speakers like Julius Weems coming up next after Araya McGarry, who I already said is the CEO of, maybe I didn't say that she was the CEO of Get Celebritized as well. She has a flourishing podcast, reaching thousands of people. She also have Limelight television network. And if you're interested in doing a show, which you should be, to expand your influence and your reach as well, and broaden your engagement and followers and things of that nature as well, you should definitely seek her out, because she will definitely, she's well equipped, and she will definitely prepare you very well for presenting and showing up. Showing you how to show up in the media through Limelight television network, as well as how to show up, create your podcast, first of all, how to create it to monetize, second of all, and again, how to show up and over deliver on value, just like she is getting ready to do right now in just a couple of minutes. So I definitely just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Araya McGarry, I see her backstage and ready to go as usual, showing up early to take care of business and to over deliver to each and every one of you that will either watching right now, because I know that there's many people watching on the live streams, everywhere that we're live streaming, but some of you may be watching it later on the replays. But nevertheless, come with note paper, get comfortable, take your seat, make sure that you put questions in the chat as well. We would definitely love some engagement as well. I know it's early for some people. Their day is just getting started. And I know that some people are multitasking. Many people are multitasking as well. And that is perfectly okay. But you don't want to miss every single one of these speakers, like Julius Weems, who was the prior PayPal executive, and now he is one of the leaders in Think Energy. And he also was an executive with Disney as well. And he watched he was invited by David Evans of Pig TV Network, and he watched our last event. And I was invited into one of their leadership Zoom meetings. And he definitely commented that it was pretty phenomenal to sit back and watch what we are doing, and how each one of the speakers showed up with bells on, showed up ready and eager to over deliver the value that you guys are receiving. So you definitely don't want to take it for granted. And we also have Jose Elizondo of Fast Lane Tools. He was traveling the last event. He was intricate. He was intricate in me relaunching. He was intricate in this launch of Royal Influencers Organization, and he is also one of our ambassadors and sponsors as well. Fastlane Tools. You have to have tools, ladies and gentlemen. You have to have your tools and your resources and your processes, as well as your systems in place. He is an AI enthusiast, and I say expert. He can get you the right bot that can go out and get customers for you and bring them into your business as well. And guess what? Anything that you create, you also want to make sure that it's accessible to people with disabilities. And therefore, we have another sponsor who is Blindside Connections. Dylan Taylor is a sponsor of Royal Influencers Organization as well, because he believed and he knows, because he lives with a vision impairment himself, that if you as a business owner and an entrepreneur do not make sure that your landing pages and your websites and anything that you create, your products and your services, are not accessible to those people who have disabilities, they cannot access your product. And guess what you're doing? As a business owner and an entrepreneur, you're leaving money on the table. The last thing that you want to do is leave money on the table. When your products and services are not made accessible to those people with disabilities, guess what? They have trillions, with a T, of dollars, spending power that they would like to spend, but they can't when your websites and your landing pages and your events and your event marketing materials are not made accessible to people with disabilities. So another thing that I want to definitely share with you guys is there's a live event coming soon. A great collaboration and partnership is happening with myself and Araya McGarry, as well as now myself and another phenomenal surprise speaker who is coming. He is the father of a celebrity. He will be closing us out with an interview with me today. And he has also offered in Philadelphia on the 52nd floor of the Pyramid Club, a 300 to 500 venue, a 300 to 500 count venue. He is in the fashion industry. He has dressed the likes of Eddie Murphy, Katy Perry, and I have now partnered with him as well to be his public relations person, as well as to help him and assist him with kicking off his speaking career and getting a lot more exposure, as well as his very first book, The Tailor-Made Man, that I will be supporting him with as well. He's going to be here to tell you all about his celebrity daughter, as well as all of the celebrities that he has dressed professionally, as well as his business, as well as other ventures that he is embarking on that he has brought me into the fold to support him in and with. So with that said, I am not going to share any more about that. I'm going to say that all of you should definitely just take your seat and pop in and out. I know that you're going to be busy, but definitely don't miss this value that we have coming for you today. We also have Dr. Tangi Brewer is back. She came with major energy last conference, and it was her first debut Royal Influencers Organization conference. But Stylish and Fit LLC is back in the house as well. You will get her a little bit later around lunchtime. And then we also have Megan DiMartino. She is back as well, another ambassador of the Royal Influencers Organization. I am just blessed beyond measure. If you're wondering how did this happen, it was just God. It was just God, just showing up and serving, showing up and over-delivering a value. And that is how you build influence, by the way. That is exactly why, and what really sparked the title of the Reigning Influence, Mastering Leadership and Impact. And that's exactly what you're going to get today. You're going to watch these masterful influencers, and you're going to pick up those nuggets, watch how they deliver, watch how they show up, listen to how they give you value, listen to their heart. Because with every single one of them, I know for a fact that that's exactly what you're getting ready to hear as well while they are speaking, their heart to serve. And that's exactly what they're here to do. So with that said, if we have any other surprise guests, yours truly will be doing a segment or two, maybe closing out for sure with the interview with our special guest. And then right before that, I will be doing a segment as well on exactly what is influence. How do you get it? How do you create it? And how do you use it effectively? Because some people think of influencers as the dancing people that jump onto social media and they're bouncing around and dancing and screaming and yelling and doing something funny and silly and crazy. But guess what? If you are just influencing one person, and every single one of us do have an influence over one person, it could be in your community, it could be in your church home or family, it could be in your family. And if you're a mother, guess what? Happy belated Mother's Day. And guess what? You are an influencer over them as well. Now, you're not responsible for the young adults that go on their own separate lane and way. No, we all want the absolute best, and we all have done the absolute best. And they too have to go out and find themselves, right? And figure it out. But just know, it doesn't come with parenting. And this is for all of the mothers out there. Parenting does not come with a manual. And guess what? We're going to love them regardless and unconditionally anyway. And we're going to give them grace and space and allow them to figure it out and find themselves as well. Hopefully they find themselves today on the Royal Influencers Organization event. So with that said, with no further ado, I want to thank all of my sponsors yet one more time. We have Fastlane Tools, and we have Blindside Connections, and we also have the Wardrobe Clinic as sponsors of the Royal Influencers Organization. And it is with absolute pleasure that I again introduce to you, because I want to give her every second, and I want to give you every second that she deserves to share the value that she's bringing with each and every one of you as well. And again, if you're out there watching right now, or you are going to be watching the replays, now I'm going to let play for the rest of this week as well. And if you want a copy of the replays, go ahead and on IG, on the back channel of IG, a few people did this for the last conference as well. Go ahead and DM me the word replay, and then I will definitely get you the replay for $37. So you will get the replays for a small $37 for 13 phenomenal, highly influential, highly powerful, successful individuals that are doing absolutely phenomenal things in the marketplace. So with that said, Araya McGarry is a phenomenal speaker, powerful speaker. I would have her speak at the top Fortune 500 companies. For those of you over on LinkedIn, you are in for a treat. Don't miss all of these phenomenal speakers. So this one is special. She holds a special place in my heart. I absolutely love her to pieces. And she is a phenomenal queen in her own right. She is also a phenomenal entrepreneur. She is a phenomenal builder of business as well. She does not come short with the business ideas, that's for sure. So anything and everything that she does, jump in it, because you're definitely going to get the reward. So with that said, she's also an Emmy Award winner, past Emmy Award winner, and now an Emmy Award winner judge as well. Not only is she a CEO, but she's a phenomenal mother of two beautiful daughters as well, and just a phenomenal human being. So with no further ado, I am going to bring Araya McGarry up to the stage. So Araya McGarry is here. Woo!
What a way to start a Monday. Oh my gosh.
I was like, what was I thinking on Monday? Oh my goodness. But I know why now, because I have a live event. I will be flying out later in the week. And I just needed that little buffer in between to prepare for travel.
And how are you doing this again? I mean, you just did a phenomenal one, last month? Now you're bringing all these cool people again together this month. And you and I have to have lunch this month. Not another month go by without meeting each other in person. I feel like I've known you all my life.
I know, right? Isn't it amazing? Absolutely amazing. And tomorrow we have stars Tina Wilson. We also have Muhammad Talks, 15-year-old motivational speaker phenomenon. Oh my God. Highly influential, all the way from Algeria, highly sought out speaker, flying all over the world with his mother, speaking on large stages. He is here tomorrow, opening us up as well. Bobby Vincent did a phenomenal job last with the leadership legacy kit that he offered the guest, and he is also a confidence coach. Bobby Vincent will be here. David Evans is coming back on later today and tomorrow as well. Jackie Brannigan. Brannigan looks like BWC, Breakfast with Champions, which is where you are one of the phenomenal speakers and moderators as well. But we have a good group of Breakfast with Champions speakers and moderators that are here that will be spreading the wealth and knowledge. And we have Merlin Clark coming and Megan DiMartino on both days. And if you would like to come back, you're always welcome to come back as well.
Oh, tomorrow. Anything you need from me. I'll put the link down where everybody can see all this. I know you have like a landing page or someplace where they can see this itinerary.
Yes. Absolutely. And Christina will definitely take care of it. Absolutely. That's Christina will also be collecting all of your offers for everybody. And we will definitely be doing just that. Putting it inside of a landing page, and everybody will be able to get the offers. And that way everybody will receive it, because sometimes they're listening and taking notes. And then when you come in with the offer, they forget to write it down. But follow everybody. Follow all of these phenomenal speakers. You will find them on social media everywhere. LinkedIn, Facebook, IG, they are everywhere. Reach out to them in their back channel, and ask them about their offer as well, and take them up on that offer. So with that said, I am going to get out of your way, Araya McGarry, and let you do what you do best.
Oh, never get out of my way. Ramona, you do say though that you were here. Thank God for God. God is so amazing, doing amazing things. But I have to give you a little bit of kudos, which will lead into what I'm going to say for the next few minutes. Is you're here and you're leading, you're doing all these wonderful things. God is so good. But you took the initiative, Ramona, to make the decision to step into what you knew God had called you to do. And that action step's really important. And you also decided to show up, feel the fear, do it anyway. And because how many people have that inside them to say, gosh, I wish I could, I'd love to do this. And they never take the initiative to do this. And you have. So yes, God's given you all the blessings and all the inclination and the gifts to do it, but He can't do anything unless you put your hand to do. Proverbs 16:3. Put your hand to do, and God will bless it. So I have to give you kudos for doing the work, that 4-letter word.
Thank you. Thank you. And likewise, love right back to you. So I'm going to get out of your way and let you do what you do.
All right. See you back in a few minutes.
I'll come back up in a few minutes.
All right, I got you.
Okay.
And that leads us right into, ladies and gentlemen, exactly what I'm going to talk about. I'm Araya McGarry. I'm absolutely so honored to be here yet again. Would never miss the Royal Influencers events with the amazing Ramona and all my amazing friends and colleagues that you're about to see throughout these next 2 days. I'm honored and privileged to be a part of this community, to share the stages with these phenomenal men and women. I don't take that lightly, to be sharing the stage with all of them. They are just phenomenal people, like Ramona said, and get to know all of us. We'd love for you to step into our DMs, slide into our DMs, and we want to get to know y'all. So it's really, really exciting. And I'm here again. And the reason why I said that to Ramona as well, to lay the groundwork. I love being first this time, which is so cool. I don't think I've ever been the first one to just kind of open it up. And today I worked out with our schedules for me to open this up. And when I open up any event, I like to reiterate that I am known around the world as the voice of hope speaker. I shouldn't even be able to talk. They took out my vocal cord nerve when I had cancer in 1999, and they guaranteed me I'd never speak above a faint whisper ever again. It would be impossible because they removed the left thoracic nerve to my vocal cord. So I start out with that because everything you see me do, all the stages you see me speak on, winning this Emmy Award for having a talk show, being a TEDx speaker, all happened. Every award you see here all happened after 1999 when they said I would never speak again. And God threw me into the world of speaking for a living and for inspiration, my Living Legacy Summits. Everything I shouldn't be able to do is what God had called me to do. But it was kind of like made sure that He got all the glory because I'm not supposed to be able to do it. But I had to do what I just told Ramona to do. Put one foot in front of the other and say, okay, I know I'm called to speak. I knew I was called for this because, I was a trained actress. I love being on stages. Speaking and entertaining and teaching was my life. So just because they take out my vocal cord nerve doesn't mean my dreams are going to stop. And I want to give you all hope too. Don't think about for one more second all the reasons why you shouldn't be able to do what you know inside your heart you were called to do. And we're going to be talking about leadership and impact in just a second. But I need to lay that groundwork for you because nothing's going to happen unless you give in to those exciting butterflies inside your soul and your spirit that say, I know I'm meant to do something bigger. I know I'm meant to do this. What is this? And stopping yourself and being your own worst enemy, saying, I'm too old, or I'm not supposed to do this. There's already so many people doing it. Or who am I to step into leadership? Who am I to think I'm the next Mel Robbins, Maria Folio, Ramona Rogers, Araya McGarry, Stars Tina, all the people. Who are you not to? God is no respecter of person. We are all leaders. And here in front of you today, for the mere fact we have decided to, we've stepped into our fear, felt the fear, and did it anyway. If you think any one of us wasn't afraid the first time we decided to take action on what we knew we were called to do, you'd be mistaken. You think I wasn't scared to death when I decided to do a talk show on my own? Back in the days, this is 10 years ago, when I had just gone, been through chemo, I was overweight, and just the steroid had put 30 pounds on me, and you think, you don't do TV in that condition. My voice sounded like a chicken. It sounded horrible. And here I am knowing that I want to do a talk show and spotlight good people. Who am I to do that? I'm not a size 2. Certainly wasn't 21 years old or 31 years old. I was in my 40s. But I knew I was called to do it. And I didn't worry about all the how and all the people that might be doing it better and probably are doing it better. I stepped into what I knew I was called to do and let the cards fall where they may. And I always pray, God, if this is the right path, show me. Open the doors. Let the paths be clear. Let me know, give me some green lights. Not that you're not going to have obstacles, but give me some green lights so I know I need to keep going. And if it's not, close the door, slam it, shut it, don't let me walk through. But I always kind of give it a whirl. So with that, what is a leader? I want to make sure I get to this point because I want you to stop looking at everybody else, because that's what social media has done to all of us, that we can have access to seeing everybody do everything and a million times what we think better, right? They've got better videographers. They got better editing. Oh my gosh, look at all that fancy stuff. Look at them. They're in the Caribbean. They're over here. Stop and focus on what you have to give to the world, the legacy you need to be living, and lead in your dreams. Okay, so this next 2 days with Ramona and these amazing speakers are all going to be talking about leadership and the impact of leadership. And I want to give you all right now the permission to feel the fear, do it anyway, level up, because we're all human. None of us are any type of alien super being that just arrived. And of course, we can be up here speaking to you because we're something special. We're all something special. And the only thing that makes us up here is because, again, you're going to see some of these characteristics I'm going to read off to you, and we have taken them to heart and put them into action, and you can too. Make no mistake, and you are not too old. You are not too anything. You're exactly what you need to be today to step into your greatness, to step into leadership in your niche. And you don't have to step into like 9 steps ahead. Leadership can be just taking a little step forward into leading a little bit more today, and then a little more tomorrow, and then a little more. I mean, I didn't just start here. I started with a dream and a vision. I wanted to tell good stories about good people. Can I do a television show? I knew I was a trained actress. I knew I had that going for me, but I'd never produced my own show, never mind created my own show. So took a little baby step. Let me try. Let me see. Okay, so with that, let me just tell you, I'm going to personalize this in a second, but leadership, why not you? And if not you, then who? You all, if you're listening, I know you've got a business. I know you've got a dream in your heart. So you're good at something, whether you're a realtor, massage therapist, in health and fitness, in mortgage or finance, or chiropractor, beautician, esthetician, hairstylist, whatever it is you do, you're good at something. So start feeling the confidence about leading in something that you love, okay? Did you know everybody should lead? You know, mothers lead. Speaking about Mother's Day yesterday, mothers lead. It's the biggest job in the world, to lead a human. Leading, yeah, mothership is leadership. Even just saying it's bedtime, or no, you can't have, you can't watch that TV show, or yes, you can have this, and yes, believe in your dreams. You're giving them the positive, pouring into them, telling them what they can and can't do. You're guiding humans. There's no bigger leadership role than that. And let's go a step further. Fathers. Father's Day is coming up. Fathers are leaders. Same thing. Pouring life and dreams into your kids is the biggest leadership. So if you can do that, you're a leader. Let's put this into your business. If you're a big sister or a big brother, you're a leader. If you're a grandmother or grandfather, you're a leader. And the most important job in the world is that family. If you're a best friend, or if you're an aunt or an uncle, you're a leader. If you've ever given advice to somebody younger or in a newer place than you, that's leadership. And I would challenge anybody listening to me right now to say they have never given a piece of advice to somebody that needed it. That's leadership. So can we all relate to leadership? Doesn't have to be this big, scary thing that I have to be president. Start smaller and just know you're going to work your way up to leading more, leading bigger, get into the big pool, get into the big pond, get into the ocean, because you want to feel the fear and do it anyway. Now I'm going to give you some good characteristics of a leader. And then before my time is over in the next 10 minutes, I'm going to just bring it home. I'm going to land the plane and bring it back to, again, a little bit human to it, a little human side of it, because we're all human. All right, some good characteristics of a leader. If you're wondering, oh my gosh, I could never be a leader. They're just all so amazing. You are too. Here's some characteristics to think about that make a leader. It's not necessarily somebody that has a PhD or a master's degree or anything in particular. It's more of the heart, and it's definitely some bravery muscles to say, I want to. Why are some movie stars movie stars? It's not always, half the time, it's not because they're more talented than somebody. It's stick-to-itiveness, having the guts to keep going and opening those doors and pounding those pavements. Most people give up. Many talented people, we don't know their names. They're not household names because they either had to give up or it wasn't working out or life took them in a different direction. Okay, so number one, a good characteristic of a good leader is visionary. You got to envision. You have to be able to envision for others. So if you feel like leading in your industry, again, whatever industry you're in, if you're a good visionary and you can envision what's to be and more and future and sprinkle that on the people around you, that's a great characteristic to have for a leader. As you'll notice, all of us are really good visionaries. We say we want to do an event, and we do, and we envision the results we can get for the people that show up. But it can be as simple as, like I said, parenting is leadership. You can visualize the future for your kids because you want better for them. You want more for them, and you pour it into them. All right, what about your business? If you're a server at a restaurant and you can visualize how great this special is going to be for someone at the table who says, I love fish. What's good on the menu? And you visualize, you help them be a visionary on the beautiful fish special you have going on today. And you sell that special to them because you know it would fit into their need today. They're feeling like fish. You've got the product that is the fish plate, and you know what it entails. You've got it, and you help them visualize how it's going to be, how good it's going to be, and what a great decision will be to order the special, the fish on the menu today. I mean, we can bring leadership all the way down to the most minutest, simplest decisions, things you do today. Okay, so it's not this big scary thing. Before you know it, you're leading. Okay, another very important characteristic for leaders is integrity. Doing things that have integrity is so important. So you're not becoming a leader because you want to become rich and famous. That's not the reason to be into leadership. Think about teachers. Teachers are leaders, but you don't go into teaching to be rich and famous. That's the heart of a servant, but you know you're meant to lead children or high school kids or college or whatever you're teaching. If you feel called to be a teacher, that's a calling. And yes, you can become very wealthy being, the professors, whatever else you do, whatever level you go into teaching other things, other people, other masteries. But you don't get into teaching for the money. You do it because you have this calling and then it's nurturing. You want to teach. Teaching is leading. Oh, are we done already? I see Christina coming on. Oh, let's see. We got another box. I'm sure they'll take care of that. There we go. And to have integrity. All right. So you can do this if you're a visionary, if you can envision, and if you have integrity, two good qualities. All right. Nowhere in here am I saying you need a master's degree. Another one is empathy, the understanding to feel for people. And here's a really good example. If you can really help people, and again, think about whether it's your best friend, people around you, and when they come to you with a problem, you can think of something like you understand how they feel. I felt the same way, or I know somebody who felt that same way. If you can't relate to the situation, and you know what we found, what I found when that happened to me, or do you know what my friend found when that happened to her? And you can give solution. That's empathy, where you're not dragging them down, saying, "Oh," and wallowing in all of the despair. You're saying, "I understand how you feel." If you've experienced that same experience, you're able to say, I felt the same way when that happened to me. And you know what I found that worked? Finding a solution, sharing a solution. That's leadership. Now, if somebody comes to you with a problem and you've never experienced this, you don't lie and say, I know how you feel. When you don't, you simply say, I understand how you feel, Ramona. I had a girlfriend who went through the same thing, very similar to this. And you know what she found helped her through that? That's a leader. That's honesty, integrity, empathy, all wrapped up into one. Feel, felt, found. If you feel that that's something you really resonate with, you're a leader already. And then you can step into leadership in your business. Another thing is resilience. Have resilience. Leaders don't quit. Quitters don't lead. There's your hashtag for the day. Leaders don't quit and quitters don't lead. Good communication skills. Here's one of my favorites. Decisiveness. Decide to be a leader and step into your greatness. Decide. If you don't decide to lead and lead with impact and make a difference, whether it's just in your community, in your neighborhood, in your business, in your state, in your region, in your country, in the world, whatever you choose, it will never happen. We can't decide for you. And when you decide, you've got to take action. Step into it. And you are taking action by being here these 2 days for this event and showing up and constantly following Ramona and all of us, or some of us, or a few of us, but you're following Ramona for sure. You wouldn't be here. That's making a decision. Now take it up a notch. After these 2 days, take it up a notch. You can do this. Another thing is you're accountable. You know how to be accountable for yourself, your time, your business, and help others be accountable. That's a great characteristic of a leader, as well as being inspirational. Now, you do not have to be an inspirational speaker, but by living by example, you're inspiring others. By making good decisions at times, we don't make them all the time, you're inspirational. Because people do what you do, not what you say anyway. So if you can be inspirational by walking the walk, walking the talk, you can be a leader. Okay? That is what it takes to influence. And let me just take this back as I'm wrapping up in my next 4 or 5 minutes. I want to really give you the hope. That's my point right now. That's my passion right now, to kick off these next 2 days for you, because you're going to learn a lot. You're going to get a boatload of great information. You're going to get so many to-dos, and you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater, and you can't do it all at once. So I just want to kick off this event by giving you hope that you can, and to not be looking at all of us as, wow, they're so great. Look at these leaders. I want you to say, you can be so great. You can be the next leader. Why not you on these stages? Why not you do the work, build the credibility, build yourself on these stages? Why not you? I'm going to give you just a quick story to wrap things up. When I started leading, when I was 11-year-old, I started my own dog walking business. I didn't choose to be a leader, but I wanted to walk dogs. So I did. And I started walking dogs at 11 years old. Believe it or not, that's a leadership position. I had my own business at 11. Why not? Didn't have to. I was in New York City. Okay. Another big leadership decision I made, I was in my 20s. I had never done direct sales before. Many of you know I did Mary Kay many years, almost 20 years. But, I didn't like sales. I didn't like women. I didn't like makeup. Made perfect sense. Let's do Mary Kay. It didn't make sense. But I knew there was a free car in there. I knew I could earn money. I knew I could learn what it took. And I needed something in my life, and I needed a car. I needed stability. I needed more finances. So I figured I could do this. I could learn. But the point is, when I showed up to those meetings, brand new, my late 20s, green beyond belief, hadn't accomplished anything really, really big yet. I mean, it was like I hadn't been in business, never owned my own business, always worked. I was an actress. I did soap operas. I walked dogs. I had my own little dog work business. I did bartending and waitressing, all the stuff. I was a good worker. I knew I could be trained. But I stepped into this crazy business of direct sales where you don't get paid. You pay yourself. You got to go out and sell something before you get paid, right? I wasn't used to that. I was used to working for hours, getting paid. So long story short, I want you to know that when I showed up to that meeting, that first meeting, all I knew is the woman in front of me, my director who drove that pink Cadillac, said, if I can teach you, can you learn? And I said, yes. She goes, hang on to my skirt and I will take you with me. That's leadership. She was where I wanted to be. So I hung on to somebody who was where I wanted to be. Wasn't hanging on to somebody who was next to me or trying to get there. Hang on to somebody who's where you want to be. Rule 1. Now I'm going to become a leader, but I wasn't at that moment. I felt the fear and did it anyway. Nobody in that Mary Kay unit ever won a free car, and they've been together 10 years. I had no experience, didn't like makeup, barely wore makeup, didn't even like women. I was in show business. Women weren't fun people at that time. Here I am, the most unlikely person to succeed and move into leadership in the direct selling industry, or never mind win a car. And in 1 year, I won that free company car. Do you know why? I showed up every single week, no matter what. I sat in the front of the room, no matter what. I did everything she told me to do, no matter what. And during that time, I was being abused by an abusive husband. Got a black eye. I was screamed at every single day. But I made it to those meetings and I showed up Because if you show up, you go up. If you go up, then you can lead. I became that woman that told me, if I can teach you, can you learn? Hang on to my skirt. In 1 year, I moved into management. The following year, I moved up into the top, one of the top positions. Still green, still just learning. And I was able to use that free car as a getaway car from a domestic abuse relationship. Money buys you choices. Leadership buys you choices as well. But I want you to feel the fear and do it anyway. You're looking at Araya McGarry 35 years later, 40 years later. And you may be at that chapter 1, feeling fear, wanting, can I? Who am I to step into it? Who are you not to? We were all there. Everybody you're about to see, we've all had day 1. So don't compare your day 1 with our day 982. Okay? We're all human. Oprah's got nothing on any of us, except she chose and she worked hard, and she has the bruises on her knees and kept on going. The Tyler Perrys, the Steven Spielbergs, all, they have the talent, but make no mistake, it takes work. Now, some people can say overnight success, oh, they won American Idol, they won this. That's 1, not an easy thing to do. But 2, to stay at the top, to stay as an influence, takes that tenacity, that integrity, that keep on stick-to-itiveness. Leaders don't quit, and quitters don't lead. If you learn nothing else, that's closing.
That nugget right there. I wrote that down. I have a whole page of notes here, as I knew I would receive from you. Over deliver. That was phenomenal.
I hope I give everybody hope.
I know.
The beginning.
Exactly. That was awesome. That was an awesome kickoff and touchdown. However, visionary. In order to be a visionary, you must be able to envision. Envision. Speaking of which, we have a phenomenal visionary coming right up in just a couple of minutes as well. And wow. What a strong start this is going to be. Powerful. And I also love that you gave them the nuggets. These are just a couple of nuggets, guys. Feel, felt, found. Leaders are resilient. They build that resilient muscle. Every single day you show up, you become stronger and stronger and stronger and more powerful, more confident. And it builds everything. It builds character as well. It builds everything that you have grown through as well. Leaders, I love the point that you made when you mentioned Oprah Winfrey's and things of that nature, the skint up knees, because if you think about it, they all have gone through trials and tribulations to get where they are. Many of us see them right now at their pinnacle level, which is the highest level of success. And we think, oh, we could never do it. Right. Absolutely, you can.
That's why I love biographies.
There's another
biographies.
Yes. There's another Oprah.
Because we're all human. There's no inhuman super person. They're all human. And there isn't anybody at any level of success that you can't, read their biography or learn more about them to see how they skinned their knees and they kept on going. That's what my Get Celebritized show is all about too. My podcast about showing people that are successful and what almost stopped them, but didn't. That's what makes the difference.
Oh, I love that. So follow Araya McGarry on all social media sites as well. Another thing that I loved so much, all of it actually, show up to go up.
Amen.
Love that. That's a mantra.
That's how I started. I knew I could show up.
And
they're doing that. If they're listening, they're already showing up. So they've already accomplished something that it takes to be a leader.
That's a win. And then the last big nugget before we bring on the next phenomenal speaker. The last big nugget was, you said, find someone who have what it is that you want. Hang out with someone who is where you want to be. And that is also what I would highly encourage every single one of you to do. The smart, that I think that's Christina moving me down and you up. But with that said, I definitely wanted to say I learned this from a phenomenal leader. In fact, in an MLM business, when I decided to give up the golden handcuffs, meaning of corporate America, over something plus years of corporate America, building someone else's dreams, right?
Right.
Where I decided to build my own. I was in an MLM business, and I worked with the top 5 leaders, the top 10 leaders on the leaderboard. The top 5 of them, the CEO of this company brought them in, and we were under their leadership. And I am forever grateful. And then it was right, COVID hit, and we were right in the middle of COVID. And at home, that's where the businesses shifted from being out belly to belly, face to face, to online. And I was not as powerful and strong as you might see or think and observe now online. I had to grow. I had to learn. I had to research.
Now look at you. Don't tell me you're not online.
I started right where everybody else might be or is today. So it was me showing up every day and building that resilience muscle with building an online presence. And here we are, voila, you start attracting your tribe and your people who see you and resonate with you. And that's what I want to highly encourage. Find that person who has what it is that you want. They used to say that in just about every training. Find the person who has what it is that you want, and you connect with them, you reach out to them, you follow them. And this is one last little nugget. And we are right on the minute right now. And I'm going to take you down and thank you, Araya. I cannot wait for this live event that's coming up. Many of these speakers I will invite to speak at the live event as well, coming up in Atlanta, Georgia. And I know that you said you have a venue already set up and ready to go, or a location in the area.
Lunch next week. We got to talk.
Yes, we will for sure. And then and then the other gentleman, CEO, he offered the peer. He has a 50-second floor. I just partnered with him as well. He'll be speaking a little bit later, and he already texted and said, "I'm watching." He has a celebrity daughter as well. He's dressed the likes of, I told you already, he dressed the likes of Eddie Murphy and Katy Perry, and he's watching right now as well. So thank you so much for popping on. But he has the 52nd floor of the Pyramid Club building that seats 300 to 500. And he said, I want to bring all of your people. Bring your people, and let's do an event, and let's merge entrepreneurship.
Is that here in Atlanta?
That would be in Philadelphia, but he said he'll come to Atlanta as well. So, and he said, pick the cities and we'll do a tour and things of that nature. So just want to put that out there for God and everybody. This is what happens when you just show up.
Speak about, you bring about.
Absolutely. So thank you so much, Araya McGarry, an ambassador, by the way, everybody. Guess what, guys? She's an Emmy Award winner and an Emmy judge. She didn't mention that. I noticed it. That's how humble she is. However, she also has a show on Atlanta Alive, everybody. You coming down to Atlanta? Connect with her, DM her, and say that you know Ramona, or you've spoken in the Royal Influencers Organization event, and she will more than likely already have heard your name or have watched you speak, and she will be more than happy to get you a spot on Atlanta Alive. So with that said, or work out a way to do so.
Yeah, we'll see what we can do.
Absolutely. So thank you so much again, Araya McGarry.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Talk to you a little bit later. So with that said, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to not hold this gentleman any longer because I know how busy he has to be. So Mr. Julius K. Weems III is on his way up the stage. But before he comes up, I just want to let you guys know that you guys are in for a treat. Talk about a visionary, talk about leadership, talk about impact. He has definitely forged a trail of impact. And he is definitely a visionary leader as well. And he's coming to share with you guys some opportunities and some wonderful things that he has going on right now as well. But he actually has worked as an executive in some phenomenal companies like PayPal, as well as Disney. And right now he's a leader as well with Think Energy also. And he's actually building. And that's something that I actually see him as a builder. He is a builder. He builds businesses, he builds teams. He's a builder. And that's what leaders do as well, right? Leaders build. And that's one of the major phases of a business. As a matter of fact, you launch it. First, you have the idea planted, the seed, right, Julius? And then you launch, and then you build, and then you scale that thing to the sky, right?
Ramona, I want to first just say this is incredible what you're doing. And I got to I want to give you your roses now because this is just an incredible community. And I got to listen to Araya, and she was incredible to kick off the day. And so thank you for having me. And, I always call it start, scale, and soar. And we're going to talk about that because
I love it.
I love it. Soaring right now. You are soaring with this community. So thank you for having me. I'm excited to be here,
Oh,
and I'm
thank
excited
you.
to speak to your audience. It's super.
Absolute pleasure. And I'm going to get out of your way, and we can read a bio, but they can't get it any better than from the source, right? I don't even want to read anything else. I've said enough, and I'm going to get out of your way and let you do what you do best. So thank you so much again for being here. Absolute pleasure. Thank you for the encouraging words as well. I don't take them for granted, and so appreciate them. So thank you again, and I'm going to get out of your way.
No,
Have
thank
at
you.
it.
It's an honor.
Okay.
Everybody, for this community, I just want to give all honor to God because He has truly allowed a kid from Baltimore to do some incredible things. Born and raised in Baltimore City in a small area called Murphy Homes. It's a Baltimore project in Lexington Terrace. But I am humbled to speak. I get to speak on stages around the world. I've gotten to work with some incredible executives for companies. But my heartbeat is really clear. It is, how do we make sure that as a leader, as an entrepreneur, we are bridging the gap? And I'm talking about the gap that it takes that's happening with the transition we have. I was listening to Kathy Wood, billion dollar investor, and she was talking about the three things that matter. And the three things that matter right now, and I want you all to listen now, is that the shift in artificial intelligence it matters. It matters if we like it or not. Number two, blockchain. It matters if we understand it or not. And number three, renewable energy. Those three things are as important as the invention of the telephone, the invention of the automobile, and the invention of flight. That is what they were compared to. The impact will be that big. And so my name is Julius Weems. I'm the CEO of We Achieve Global Solutions. And I have been in the IT space for 30 years, but it has transitioned, and that journey was so exciting. After going to Morgan State University, I actually took some friends out and ended up landing an internship at the time it was ABC Interactive, and then ABC was purchased by Disney, and I got to work on some incredible projects, Monday Night Football, Indy Racing, as a game developer. And fast forward, learned business and scale that business, and then went off to build a company where we did consulting, and I learned so much in that journey. When you're building a business, especially as a young entrepreneur, I was 21 years old. Then I learned so much about who I was as a leader, who I was as somebody who leading other people that are trusting in you. And that company, we grew and ended up selling parts of that business, and then we ended up fast forward, starting a company where my goal was really simple: is how could I support large organizations to move faster? And I got to work with PayPal and Google and the a previous White House administration with the Social Security Administration. And my whole goal was, how do we allow organizations, businesses to deliver to the customer as quick as possible? Because no matter what business you're in, I don't care if it's a traditional business, I don't care if it's network marketing, I don't care what it is that you have to deliver to a customer. But billion-dollar companies struggle with this as well. And I gained a reputation as somebody who would go into companies such as PayPal, such as Google, such as eBay, and could actually help look at all parts of the business. That includes the technology, the people, and the process. And as I was doing that, I got to learn and meet so many great people. But inside of big companies are individuals. They're individuals with dreams and desires, and people that have been with the companies. Many times we think when someone has a dream job that they're happy, but I got to meet executives and people in these companies that wanted to start their own business, and they were like, Julius, how do I leave the security of being at a Fortune 10 to build my own business? And so I got to listen to people. And then I saw a lot of entrepreneurs. I would always, my passion has always been speaking into the lives of entrepreneurs, how to go from, I call it start, scale, and soar, right? Start zero to $250,000. Start scale is 250 to about 4 million, and then soar 4 million and above. And so I would help companies in my free time when I had it, what is to really help them understand what does your business need to look like. Served on a couple of different investment groups and launches, and me and my wife invested in different businesses. But what I realized was fundamentally we had a lot of businesses that entrepreneurs, founders that didn't understand how to launch their business for success. And so that became my passion. And while working at the Fortune 10 companies, and even today, I support chief information officers for a couple of Fortune 10 companies. And as I work with them, I learn a lot about what's happening when I look at the business that's just starting and I look at the business that's over $1 billion. There's some fundamental things that I've learned that we need to pay attention to in 2024, and I'm going to really give this to you today. Number one is that we all continue to hear about what AI is, and we all continue to hear the chat GPTs and all the different tools. But I really want you to understand there's layers to everything, and there's layers to what artificial intelligence is going to bring to every business and every entrepreneur. I have created a program that shows entrepreneurs how to leverage over $100,000 in productivity into your business using AI. Now, many people say, "Well, Julius, I use ChatGPT to write my emails and my social media posts," but I want you all to know there's 1,000 times more. I'm talking about customer acquisition. I'm talking about HR plans. I'm talking about marketing strategy, sales strategy. And what I'm realizing is that people have seen the very top layer of what AI can offer, but have not dug down and dug deep. And so I've created a platform that will help entrepreneurs imagine this, a business that doesn't have $100,000, but giving them $100,000 in productivity. And that is I'm going to talk a little bit about that. And then the second thing I talked about as far as the next 10 years, I talked about blockchain, AI, and renewable energy. And I want you to, and I share these with everyone because we all should be looking forward. I think as an entrepreneur, as a leader, you have a responsibility to pay attention of what's ahead of you and not what's behind you. So AI is going to change the growth trajectory of every business in the country that uses it. And I want you to all to understand that AI is your partner. At WAG Solutions, what I help big companies understand and small ones is the fact that AI is a partner. It is not a solution. Because artificial intelligence with human intelligence is the power, and that is a gift, right? That's the gift that I teach a lot of big companies and small. Is that many of you on here have years and decades of experience, and now many times we think of our Gen X's and our millennials when it comes to innovation and tech in some areas. But I want you to understand is that some of you have had incredible professional careers. Your human intelligence, your human experience, partner with AI is $1 million business. I want to say that again. Your human intelligence with AI, that partnership is your $1 million business. So you may be sitting there like, oh, I want to launch a business, or I'm launching a business, or I'm in a business, but it can't scale. It's not, when I say scale, I'm talking about driving revenue, right? Because we must look at the details of our business. And when we make AI a partner, we guarantee that our business is going to be more productive. The challenge is that many of us don't know how to do that yet. We don't know how to bring AI into the business. And so with that, what I've done is, I talk about my lovely wife, and I want to just share that, I have made a decision before the pandemic. I actually was traveling. I would leave home to many of my client sites. I would leave Sunday night. I would come back on Thursday, and we made a drastic shift right before the pandemic. We made the decision that we were officially going to focus on true financial independence in order to have options. We wanted to travel the world. Before the pandemic, we homeschooled our 9-year-old, and we wanted to travel the world with him. And so therefore, we needed to shift how we looked at business, we looked at wealth, and how we looked at structure. And so we have been in the Maryland area for a very long time. And then we love being at the beach. And so we love being in New York. We love being in Florida at the beach. And so what we realized was that we needed to shift, and AI was the foundation of that. I also want you all to understand is that as entrepreneurs and as leaders, you must have a portfolio. And that's what I want you to understand AI allows you to do. And so one of the areas that we stepped into, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit about, is the area of renewable energy. And some of you are saying, well, what does AI have to do with renewable energy? And, remember the 3 things that I said are going to shape the next 10 years? Blockchain, AI, and renewable energy. One of the things I look at, and I've learned over the years, one of my mentors, she used to say to me, she would say, Julius, what is an hour of your time worth? And being young, I was 21 years old at the time. what I realize is that most people don't understand the value of their time. We think it's about consulting hours. Some of you say, "Hey, to work with me for an hour is $10,000." There's a person that says it's worth 100, and some say it's worth 250,000. What me and my wife realize is that the hour of your time can be worth $1 million or 2 million or 5 million. The key is that have you built a business that you have the freedom to control what you do with that time? And that is the shift that's happening as we speak in my life, really, because it's no longer about money. It's about how do I, one, help build other businesses and help them be both independent and scale. And number two is it becomes about true freedom and flexibility because we have the tools today to achieve that. So I want you all to write this down if you're here listening. Each and every one of you, each and every person on the call has the ability to have a business that functions without them. And some of you are like, that's a bold statement. But we are in a time where we weren't in this time 10 years ago. We weren't in this time 20 years ago. We were not in this time. But we're in a time with AI, automation, blockchain, and energy that we now have businesses that you may not know how. I know some of you are like, well, I don't know how to do. You may not know how. But we are in a time where we truly can build financial independence. And so I'm going to share with you one of the businesses in our portfolio that we are super excited about because it has never happened in U.S. history. It is the first time, and it is a business that me and my wife are looking at, and we're saying, that is interesting, but we also see that it will grow to be billions of dollars. And so I want to talk about renewable energy for a minute. I am a energy advisor for a company called Think Energy. And I want you to understand that what I'm going to share with you, many people think, oh, I understand that. And I want to say you don't. And that's a big statement because what's happened over the last 2 years has been phenomenal. We have people that live, we're looking at now over 8 billion people on the planet. We're looking at 700 million in the US. And we look at the idea of what energy is. And many of us think it's about renewable energy is about solar panels. Well, here's the thing is that 90% of people will never be able to get solar or renewable energy to their home because they live in an apartment, they live in a condo. We have people that have been involved in energy by having people knock on their door and sign up and have bad experiences. But I want you to understand this. I want you to write this down for me. I want you to write down community solar. Community solar is a federal program that was released during the Inflation Reduction Act during the current administration. And the Inflation Reduction Act, many of us are impacted. It actually gave funds to many communities to help support those communities in growing. And we had many things happen, billions of dollars spent to help. How do we solve one key problem? Is how do we get more Americans on renewable energy? Because that is so important right now because we're at war around the world. So our ability to get to oil is harder. Every car manufacturer in the United States must have an electric car by the year 2030. And so we're going to have people plugging up at home. And then the idea that we're just in a time where a push for renewables across the United States is critical for our long-term support of our environment. And so what we have is the ability now, and many people don't even know this is happening, that every single American over the next 5 years will be able to get renewable energy to their apartment, their home, the home they rent, and they will be able to do it without a solar panel. And I'm not going to go into great detail right now, but I want you to all understand is that there are moments in time where things are happening. And what I'm telling entrepreneurs is that you just have to pay attention. It's going to be a multi-billion-dollar push in the renewable energy space. And, that push is going to allow average everyday people to do things that they never imagined. We actually are helping churches with many members get, a discount on energy for 20 years. Imagine that, I'm from Baltimore. I was like, man, my mother was a pastor. I come from a family of 9 pastors. If all of their churches could guarantee to their members that they could get a discount for 20 years and it wouldn't cost them anything, and what a blessing that would be. But also for people that are right now looking at, we're still dealing with inflation and other things. What does that do for my business owners who are doing other businesses? If we could build a a recurring income stream for you for $1,000 to $10,000 a month. What does that mean for you? And so that's my second piece. AI, renewable energy. I am super excited about that industry. For the next 10 to 20 years, it's going to change lives. And the last thing is blockchain. When we talk about blockchain and I talk, many of you have watched what blockchain is and not. But right now, did you all know that almost every one of your large banks are actually have a blockchain initiative? It is the most secure way to protect our information, to protect our contracts, to protect everything we do. Blockchain, the technology, surprisingly, many people don't know that it came from Bitcoin. Most people don't know that blockchain technology came from Bitcoin. But people don't want to say the word Bitcoin. So you have big companies, even some of my clients in New York on Wall Street, have major blockchain initiatives, and they don't want, nobody wants to say, hey, the heartbeat of where this came from was Bitcoin. The security protocol for Bitcoin is blockchain. And so today we see that around the globe, blockchain initiatives are exploding, and we can all play and be a part of that as well. And so those are the three things. As I want to make sure I stay close to my time. And one of the things that I want to just share as I get ready to close out, is this idea of what does it take to be successful? I want to go back to start, scale, and soar. As an entrepreneur, you must look at how do you take what you do and create a portfolio. My portfolio is based around what the future is going to bring. And my clients, as a digital transformation expert, I'm always helping my clients understand one thing, is that you have to be looking forward. Your staff is going to be younger. Your company and the needs of your business are going to be changed. And with AI, we're going to have change every day. For new entrepreneurs, here's what I'm going to say to you. Brand new business, if you have a brand new idea, literally today, you can start a business, an idea, and you are going to be able to take that idea and have more information about if that idea is viable than any entrepreneur before you. We have never, AI is allowing us to vet the idea. You can actually look at the financials around the idea. You can even get data on the historical information about the idea. For my new entrepreneurs, master AI. It is the greatest tool, especially if you're trying to get investment. As we invest in companies, I expect companies to come to me understanding what's happening. And to my entrepreneurs who are in the middle, you got $1 million business, you're trying to scale it, make AI your partner in a way you've never had before. It will allow you to grow, build, and just scale at levels that we've never seen. And so I'm excited, for being a part of this journey today. And what I want to encourage everybody to always know is that, remember, your business is on a clear foundation. The ability to start, scale, and soar, and use AI, use blockchain, and remember, renewable energy these are the three futures of where we're going in this industry. And so thank you, everybody. To get in touch with me, I think that'll, to get in touch with me, you can reach me at jweems@waglobalsolutions.com. I'm on LinkedIn. You can also reach us in our digital footprint at hub.wegenwealthhub.com for really working on how to help you get started. For all of my entrepreneurs out there, AI and automation is the power. And so thank you so much for this time. Ramona, I think I'm coming back to you, but I look forward to working with all of you.
Wow. Oh my goodness. That was far beyond what I expected. Oh my goodness. As I knew you would, you have over delivered. So Julius, I have a page of notes.
Okay.
Again, I'm a note taker. Right. And note takers are the money makers, right?
Yes, they are. Every day.
I absolutely love. We have Jose Elizondo coming right up behind you. He is also very heavily in AI technology, bots, and all kinds of things that will go out and get customers and bring them to you and train the bots, which I'm sure you know, being an AI expert yourself. I absolutely love that. I said all of that to say that nugget that you dropped, because there's so many people still a little apprehensive about AI, right? In fact, when AI first just took off here and just went wild, I think 100 million users in the first month or day or whatever it was.
Yes, better than any of our other platforms that we've seen. Yes,
exactly. So it was Jose Elizondo that would come into my rooms on Clubhouse and just hang out and listen in. And he's really started supporting the launch of of Royal Influences Organization when I went through the rebranding.
Okay.
And he is doing phenomenal as well. His family has a builder background and things of that nature. If you go to his feed, you'll see he's waiting for his cyber truck, the Tesla bulletproof cyber truck. And
yes, I was one of the first orders too, Jose. All right, I put my $100 down 4 years ago. I just saw a guy who picked his up. So yes. Jose,
wow.
Yes.
And he does his lives now in his custom cyber Tesla,
Nice.
the vehicle, the truck, the vehicle, or the small truck, or whatever it is. However, great friend. I call him and he answers on the first ring. He helps me, answers any questions I might have. And I'm also in his community as well, and he is in mine. He's a sponsor. Fast Lane Tools is what he does. He's a sponsor as well of Rio. He stayed up endless hours. He stayed up. Endless hours he stayed up. I'm going to bring him up as well because he's the next speaker anyway, and I'll take you down.
How are you, Jose?
This is Jose Elizondo.
Hi, Mona. Hey, Julius. Awesome speech on that. Definitely a lot of insights. Really appreciate it.
I saw you scribbling your notes while he was speaking. I saw you backstage, and I said, "Oh, Jose is in it to win it." So just to cover a couple of nuggets, though, AI is a partner. If people who are afraid of using innovative technology, just think about this: you never ever want to be the dinosaur in your business. Look at Blockbuster, gone. Toys R Us, gone. Sears and Roebuck, gone, because they refuse to stay on the cutting edge of technology and change with the market.
Yes,
the market is cyclical, right?
It is.
It's always moving.
Always moving. And here's the thing: is that I don't want to discredit the amount of years of experience all of you bring. Like, some of you have been doing what you do for 10, 20, 30 years, and putting that together with AI, human intelligence with artificial intelligence, is a power. That's a superpower. And many people have a superpower. And my goal is to make sure that everybody understands that partnership is what will blow their business out the water.
Wow. There you go, guys. You got the blueprint. He gave you several blueprints, as a matter of fact. The scale and soar. Start, scale, and soar.
Yes.
Oh, game changer. Game changer. If you ever want 3 words of how to lead and make impact, that's it. He just gave you the blueprint. Now you have to reach out to him, connect with him, get into his community, and get into his business. And I also absolutely love that in 5 years, another huge nugget in common community. Sorry, community solar. Let's not forget that nugget as well. Community solar. Everybody will be able to get access to solar energy without panels within the next 5 years. Yes. So that was huge. And I love that you touched on those door knockers that have now turned a lot of people off. And you know what I mean? That whole thing, the HOA mess where that won't allow. They won't have a choice soon. How about that?
And we've started, there's 14 states. We got another 30 states that are in legislation right now. But everybody, get on community solar, guys. You get 20 years. It's nothing to buy. But the federal government's driving it.
But this is the big bomb. This is the big nugget. This is the big boulder. Tell them how little it will cost them to get in.
Look. So here's the thing: is that I'm going to be really clear, guys. It's so amazing. And my dad was old school, so he says to be a customer, it's free. If you want to build a business, it's $59 for a year.
Wow.
And people always say, look, I've spent $30,000 to start my first company. Here's what I want you all to understand: is that sometimes you don't have to understand everything to start running. Speed over strategy. And I want you all to know is that definitely let's connect. Let me share with you what's happening. And we have an incredible journey. And Ramona, thank you for just allowing me to share.
You're welcome.
And Jose, I will check you out.
And thank your beautiful wife and your son. Congratulations on him being a star already.
Yes, child actor, Lion King.
Child actor. Oh my goodness.
Dancer.
Phenomenal. Phenomenal. So go take a look at his beautiful family. Go take a look at the beautiful things that they are doing, and take a look at his history and all of the phenomenal things that he's already been able to accomplish with PayPal, Google as well. And I believe it was one other, Google and PayPal as well as Disney.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
Think Energy, and now Think Energy,
Yes.
which I am also a partner with.
Yes. And
Julius
I'm so excited.
as
We'll be
well. Yes.
in your live. Actually, I will be in Atlanta this week, so I look forward to taking you to lunch.
Absolutely. Oh, well, thank you so much. And I definitely take you up on that offer. So thank you again. I know
Thank
how
you,
busy
Alex.
you are, Mr. Julius K. Weaves the third, everybody came in and blew it out of the park. So thank you again. And I'm going to take you down so that you can get back to business. And a pleasure to have you. Thank you again. All right. Wow. 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 What a kickoff, Jose.
Definitely awesome speakers. Just such great value, such great information they're giving so far. This is totally amazing.
Absolutely. And we have David Evans coming up shortly as well, right? Shortly after you or right behind you, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
We also have, yes, in fact, he is. And he's backstage already waiting. So at the end of yours, I'll bring him up and we'll chop it up a little bit as well. And maybe both of you can share some value with each other and connect with each other as well. Maybe you integrating AI, showing him how he can go out and get ready to pay customers to build his channels out to more stations. He has big goals where he wants to actually add stations and things of that nature. So he's taking donations, everybody. So if you want to donate to Pick TV Network and maybe get some, go look at the promo on my story that he created for this event as well. All of you are in it. So if you're a speaker and you're listening, all of you are in that promo. So go and take a look at that promo. However, right now we have one of my sponsors and ambassadors of Royal Influencers Organization, somebody that we know, like, trust, and love, and you will as well. He is such a true servant leader. Speaking of leadership and impact, he is now also helping launch, scale, and build mega businesses with a lot of mega business owners through integrating AI technology through Fastlane Tools, who he is the founder of, inside of their business. And it is as simple as maybe even getting a bot. Let me tell you, there's this other little tool right now that I have to turn my phone down, Jose, because of the event. I have to turn my volume down on my phone because just as because of all of the posts that I made for all of the speakers in the last few days or so, my phone is just pinging away at this technology that you have that I have integrated, which is the lead connector. It literally it's a lead connector that every single comment on your back channel gets captured. All of the information gets captured in the lead connector that he has integrated into his business. And then he just gave me another tool, brand new, and he's always elevating. And I absolutely love that. That's what the Royal Influencers Organization is all about, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. It's empowering others, elevating as well. And it's excellence. It's being and striving for excellence in everything that you do. When you show up, it's not just showing up haphazard. No, absolutely not. It's showing up ready. It's showing up equipped with all of the necessary tools that you need to thrive, not just survive, but thrive in your business. So, Jose Elizondo, I'm not going to take up any more of your time. I'm going to get out of your way and let you do what you do best and tell everyone everything that you have going on, what you're building, what you're creating. So you not only started out coming over as an immigrant building homes with your family, spec homes, I think. Was it spec homes?
Drywall. We started in drywall.
And now your brothers still have the business and you stepped out on your own. The unicorn stepped out on his own to do his own thing and build his own dream. So I absolutely love it. So tell everybody a little bit about that part of your background as well. Great friend of mine. He was on the phone with us in our very first event last year when I was supporting another business. And Jose had connected with us coming into our rooms every day. He watched me scale something, right? Jose was just watching in the distance and he kept coming in and listening and watching. And I was actually hired to support another business owner. And he said, I have this idea. And he gave me the idea. He said, I ran it by this person and that person, and they didn't see the vision. They didn't think it would work. And I said, well, I see the vision and I think it will work. In fact, let me say this to every leader out there. Something else that Julius Weems added was every leader has a responsibility to be able to look forward, 100%. To be able to visualize the possibilities of where your business can be. Every business idea, another great leader, another great coach and mentor of mine, John Lee, the UK Wealth Dragon. I'm one of the original UK Wealth Dragon squad master moderators, which you saw me in those rooms as well, moderating for John Lee out of the UK. He also mentioned that, and that was very enlightening to me. That's something I've always believed as well. But you watched me launch something, and you watched it scale. You watched us build it, and you watched us scale. And before long, we had 1,500 people coming through the room, and averaging 1,000 people coming to the room a day. And it was creating just this. It was
that's the power of consistency.
The momentum and how quick it just like a rocket. And I was just like, I said, go. He said, what do I do now? I said, it's time to go. We have to do an event. And that first event, that NIA event, just another phenomenal event. And I just, after I helped him build, launch, and scale it, I just stepped away and just let him have it. And then I launched Rio. So, and then Jose was right there with us 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning, getting the emails out and troubleshooting and problem solving, and never asked for a thing. And we called him and he would be there. We were struggling and half asleep on Zoom, working things out. He was right there. And so with that, he is now grandfathered in as one of the sponsors and the ambassadors of Rio. So thank you, and thank you again. So with that said, a pleasure, absolute pleasure. And he has a great team. I actually had started my rebranding process, and he did some of that with Claudia. She was phenomenal. Oh my gosh, that rebranding session that I had with her, she's definitely a visionary as well. And she writes scripts for movies, as a matter of fact.
Yes.
Just to let you know. So it's not who you know, but it's also who they know. So we're all just one relationship away, and you're just one of those relationships that I'm grateful for. So thank you, and thank you, Jose Elizondo, Fastlane Tools in the house. So with that said, I'm going to go ahead and get out of your way and let you do what you do. We have some time built in because it's you, it's David Evans, and then right behind that, it's me. So I'll give you guys extra minutes, as much as you need as well. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and give it back over to you. But we just have to be done by 1 o'clock or 1:20. Nope, 1 o'clock. So I'm going to get out of your way and let you do what you do. Okay. So over to you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Definitely so much. And such great points that you spoke on when it comes to that, when it comes to leadership, that consistency of showing up. And so I'll kind of backtrack a little bit, tell you guys a little bit about my story, and then we'll dive into all those different points of when leadership made such an important role in that. You know, when I first started, I came to the US just with a backpack. I was working in construction. I started out at $40 a day. It was just, I had to do what I needed to do. I know I wanted a better life for myself. I know I wanted to work and create something, but I was just working in drywall. And that's what I knew. But I always had a little thing for computers, for thinking outside, for seeing other things. But I wanted to start working. So when I did that, I started a friend of mine opening up a great opportunity for me to come and help organize his company. And this is where I started realizing a little bit that I kind of want to always have things organized and systematized. As I listen to people put things together, it's a way of how can we make this more efficient at going. And so that's exactly what I did. I got to build help him build his company, grow big in that, until the point where I got to actually take over the company and buy him out. And it was just such an amazing experience. I thought I was at the top of the world and, growing in this. And then, 2008 happened. I wasn't prepared. I was new to business. I was growing, and it just took me completely by surprise. This is something that I had a few builders and a few things that went under, and it was just a big blow that I couldn't really take. I wasn't prepared. I overextended myself. I thought growth was amazing, and I didn't realize that there's this expansion and contraction in all businesses at the time. And so when I grew to that size, it got the best of me, and it caused me to start completely over. And this is a failure that I thought I wasn't proud of. I was like, oh my God, how could I fail? I was on top of the world. I thought I was living the American dream to get everything I wanted. And, just like that, one day to the next, it caused me to have to start over, to start working again from the beginning, and just putting in all those extra hours, putting in that extra time, working 70 plus hours a week and that. And in this time, I had started my family. I had my second daughter, and they were staying with my in-laws growing. As I was working all these hours, doing all this stuff, I thought, okay, I could build, I could grow, but it's just that constant grind. And a lot of you can relate. I mean, we're in that situation now for most of us, and growing. And one of the times I came home, I reached out my arms to my daughter, and I was like, "Mika, come to daddy." I would work 3 weeks on, and then come and visit the family. And when I came home and I reached out my arms, she got scared and she ran to my father-in-law at the time. And as nice and awesome as that connection that they built was, it it crushed something inside me. I was like, this isn't worth it. All this work, all this stuff that we do, there's got to be a better way. I became a stranger to my own daughters, and that was just something that I couldn't have. And so I had to work I called my brother, I called everybody. I'm like, hey, I need help. I need to do this, and I need to figure something out. I need to be with my family. And this time I realized that, giving up all our time for money just isn't the answer. No matter how we calculate the numbers, no matter what you're making and doing this, that's not the answer. There have to be a better way. So I started learning to push myself to one level more. And this is a part to do with leadership. It's how you look at things, how you step out of it instead of letting things crush you and debilitate you in that side, is to see if there's another opportunity. I started working harder in that. Then my brother-in-law opened up another opportunity in the trucking side of stuff and started looking at all other aspects. Sometimes it just takes that pause, that awareness to look around and go, what else is working? What am I missing? Sometimes we get so caught up in the grind and go that we don't stop and pause and realize, what's around us, what resources we have, what connections we have, what abilities. And I started realizing one thing, that also that all these experts, all these people that are growing have, amazing skills, but what were they doing that was one step above that we were? They were just showing up one more time. They were stepping out one more thing. So I said, I have to keep going. I have to keep striving. I was able to come to the trucking world in Texas and start working on that. And I realized again that I fell into that loop of giving my time for money, waiting to get unloaded, waiting to get created, and all this stuff. So I started reaching out to companies. I started educating myself more on what I need to do. And I started into marketing. I started pushing myself into this side of things. As I grew this, and as I started going and helping marketing for restaurants and then auto dealers and things that I knew, then I realized that tools are a big part of it. Tools make a big difference in creating stuff. And especially into the marketing side, I started getting excited because I got to start meeting these influencers, meeting these celebrities, meeting these amazing people that strive and do things and I was like, well, what is it that they do more than I do, that makes them shine so much? I thought it was always like, oh, they're so amazing. And Aria shared on this. There's someone who's out there who's a superhuman, who's getting all this stuff done, who's having all these things happen, who's creating all these things. And then I realized that they had a team behind them. They had a lot of people that supported them. They had a system in place. They had some software. They had a tool. They had something that actually helped them shine as well as they did. And so I started learning, how can I create that? How can I start building apps? How can I start pushing myself more into all these different steps? And this is where I realized that, tools make the biggest difference. That's one of the reasons I created Fastlane Tools, is that whenever I was in construction, I would work and I had the right tool, the right skill saw, the right anything. It made things so much easier. It made, having the right tool for the right job just simplifies everything. So I said, okay, let's get the right tools to be able to grow. Let's get the right tools to be able to create something, because I was kept rising and falling and then rise again and fall again. And I realized that those were my habits. This is something that was habitual, that I kept sometimes self-sabotaging even. That was a big thing. And something that I had to learn, because being a true leader is standing and facing the grind, is facing, the objections, the challenges, the difference of stuff, and realizing that you have to work through it, not run around it, not go away from it, but, really, really work through it. And so I said, no matter what, I'm going to stand there strong and figure this out. I'm going to start adding things, creating a team, getting the right tools, getting the right stuff to create this. Everywhere I went, they showed up in an amazing way. Everybody showed up, and then you'd get their emails, and then you'd get their teachings, and then you'd get their landing pages, and you get all the stuff that they have built, and this takes time. But I realized that it really gets to magnify their expertise. And I started doing that itself. How can we magnify everybody's expertise in a way that they can now get some of their time back? Because again, that was one of my biggest whys. I never wanted to be able to give up 100% my time again, so I could actually spend time with my daughters. and spend time, with my family, with the things that I value the most. And so doing that, I really focused on building, gathering all the right tools, gathering all the right things so I could have that resource. I took a bunch of notes. I always kept my phone with a bunch of little notes and extra copy paste links and different things that would really help you, make that difference. And then I realized that, hey, I could start putting these together to help people, monetize their expertise, to step up as a leader, to step up as an influencer. And that's a big thing that I see today. Everybody wants to have this influence. They want to have to be able to grow and expand, and a big part of that goes with being okay with being uncomfortable with, your true selves. You see how much leadership plays a role in influence as people share their vulnerable stories, their failures, their parts, their downtimes, their different things. This is how you identify your tribe because, you find people that are like-minded, like you, people that actually grow and have faced those challenges in the same way. So, as you're stepping up to lead, I always like to break things into acronyms, break things down, and STEP is just one of those acronyms. You want to really plan your next move. That's the step. That's the strategize part of things. Steps. The first one is strategize, and that's plan the next move. How are you going to do one little step more, one thing that goes beyond that, that's going to make it look like you're an amazing rock star, like you're going to show up in an awesome way. The T is take action. One of the big things that you've seen right here, and we heard of them talking with Ramona, is she took action. She gathered all these amazing influencers. She gathered all these amazing speakers, and she's just taken action. It doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to be, but you have to show up. That consistency of taking action is a big part. Then you could evaluate. You get to evaluate all the things that are working that aren't. That's the E and step. Evaluate what's working, what's not. You could pivot, you could change. Because being a leader means that you're going to pivot and adapt. You're not going to run away from it. You're going to actually stop, and pivot and adapt. And and then the P is progress. Measuring that progress, moving one step further. What else can you do? And this is one thing that I always like to ask whenever it is. What's one more thing you can do to step out and make it seem like you're the rock star? What's one more thing that you could add? It can be, your logo into it. Now you're doing branding. You're taking one more step. It can be this amazing QR code right here where I actually are going to give you guys some of the biggest tips, 6 tips on leadership and on the mistakes people make and how to use smart fixes to fix them. And it's an assessment you could do. You just got to scan there. You could go into an opt-in where it'll say 6 tips at the top right corner and at the bottom of the page. You get them. And you could opt in. That's one thing more that you do to show up in a place like this in an opportunity. They say luck is when preparedness meets opportunity. And so you want to always do one more thing that's going to really help you, rise to that level, step out of that comfort. One more thing that's going to help you stand out from what everybody else is doing. And so I think, using the right tools, creating the things. This is another simple example of when you have great tools, you have great things. You could hear about an event and then in a few days and put everything together and have amazing offers out for people. You could actually show off your expertise. You could show off a little bit of the speeches you do and things like that. And so these are all just little things that you could do to really grow. We heard Julius talk about AI and what an impact that is making. That is a big part of it. Nowadays, it's so easy to leverage these tools, to leverage the right tools to really enhance your business. When it comes to AI, you could look like a rock star. You could grab most AIs right now and you could say, hey, look, there's a celebrity or somebody I want to meet. Help me create a little 30-second elevator pitch so I could go talk to them. Give me some speaking topics based off of their expertise and their accomplishments and how that aligns with what you do. Identifying your brand voice, your unique selling proposition, those things are all things that AI could really assist you. And one of the things that I spoke about a bit is how you monetize your expertise. Using AI now, think of being able to organize all your thoughts, all your expertise, all those years of trials and tribulation, all this experience that you heard me share, how to actually put that insights together for other people to maximize. That's a simple way that AI can really help you grow. Whenever it comes to even analyzing the contracts, seeing these great opportunities and stepping one step ahead, of how that's going to go. Some of the 3 major things that are going to make be a difference in growing forward is the competition with AI. We hear all this loss of jobs, and there's going to be 90-something thousand people that are lost out of a job. 85,000 people that are going to lose their job in 2025, but 97,000 people are going to be new jobs are going to be created. That's a big difference of how things are going. And these are people who are leveraging AI, who are being assisted by these possibilities, and now they're growing. So you're going to see increasing competition. Another big thing is to organize your thoughts and also always deliver. You know, a great leader always delivers. He shows up. He's there consistently. Is going to be privacy and regulation. We're hearing a lot of that come in, and you having all your stuff in order, having your right things. That's number two of the biggest changes that I see happening. And one of the third ones is keeping up with technology. You know, another Forbes had another article that actually said that if you fall behind 1 year in your business without leveraging these tools, it's like you're falling behind 10. We hear how AI could help respond to using automation. You can now help respond to reviews. You can now actually respond to messaging. You can have bots, as Ramona was saying. Yes, you can have bots have the conversations. They could become your coach. We created a thriving community where we're actually able to analyze your habits, the goals you set, the new things that you're focusing on, and what you're willing to do, and it actually customizes a specialized message for each individual to really push themselves out of their comfort zone and help them grow forward. So there's, a lot of times, this is one last thing, is a lot of times we spend thinking about it and brainstorming and all that stuff, and that's 90 to 95% of all these things. That's actually a form of procrastination. And we don't realize that that is actually happening because we're like, oh, this would be a great idea. And this, instead of doing what a leader does, like what Ramona did, is take action, put something together, call that resource, call that friend, call that option and tell them, hey, let's put something together and let's figure out how this is going to go. Who do you know that could help on this? Who do you know that can collaborate on this? Because as we're hearing these new technologies, especially with the solar stuff, with all this, it's all about collaboration. It's all about how are we going to leverage and help other people grow and expand on that. And I think that's just one of the biggest part of it. So thank you so much, Ramona. This is, excited about talking, and then always we could just dive in forever.
Oh my goodness.
Appreciate it.
Wow, yes. Wow. Jose Elizondo in the house, dropping major gems, and gave you an acronym, ladies and gentlemen, to make it really, really easy to remember the value that he actually shared here. I love that you shared your story. That's that vulnerable part that some people are afraid to be vulnerable and share their story, those little struggles and those little pitfalls and those little road bumps on the journey. But that is where those are the growth zones, right? You don't want to, the worst thing that you can do is be comfortable, meaning everything's going well and you're so comfortable, right?
Oh, well, here's the simple thing. When is the last time you heard, oh, I was so comfortable, I had this epiphany and I grew into something? It just doesn't happen. Normally it's through the struggles, it's through the grind, it's through, hey, I don't want this to ever happen to somebody else. Let's make sure that this is taken care of.
Absolutely. So I absolutely love that part of your story. And that is what builds character as well. When you can grow through, not go through, but grow through the challenges, the issues. I think challenge is that my favorite word, by the way. I always share it. If you guys have been in my clubhouse rooms, challenge is that my favorite word. You start with the first three letters of the word challenge, CHA, the last three letters of the word challenge, NGE, built right into the word challenge is change. Challenge is stretching us, getting us to do something different, think differently, move differently, operate differently, both in our personal life and our business life, because you have to do both. You need to really focus on personal development and business development, because whatever's going on in your personal life will show up in your business. Whatever's going on in your business will show up in your personal life, right?
I'm really glad you brought that up, because that's one thing that we always show, and we always fall back to the level of our habits. I think James Clear put that great in the Atomic Habits. If you don't rise to the level of, if you don't implement systems, you will fall to the level of your habits.
Oh, whoa. Stop right there. Stop right there. You have to back that one up. So if you do not implement systems in your business, you will fall to the level
of your habits. I'm probably not doing that exactly, but that is 100%. That's the reason why, I use that as a hack. I use that as a way that, hey, if I put all this in place, I can't fail. If I tell everybody to go right here, I can't fail, because that will build their curiosity.
That was beautiful.
If they want a free business assessment,
awesome. I was just going to ask you about your QR code that is on the screen with you Talk about systems, by the way. That's one of the beautiful things that just having a conversation with Jose, I walk away stretched. I walk away expanded. I don't walk away from just a conversation with Jose. And let me tell you, he's never rushing. He's never rushing you off of the phone. He takes his time and he listens. He waits to hear whatever it is that the customer needs. And he's always a true servant leader. And trust me, it's paying off. It's paying off huge. So if that is not enough example, and if I want to let you read this comment on the screen right now. I'm going to shout all of them out. As a matter of fact, we have Natalie Swanberg saying, good evening from Sweden. We are watching from YouTube from our office and we may have to collaborate soon. All the way from Sweden, ladies and gentlemen. So if you're ever wondering, and it's never about quantity for me as it is about quality anyway. The people that are meant to come will come. Now, Natalie Swanberg can tell you, I don't know who she is and she doesn't know who I am. So, and she doesn't know who Jose Elizondo is, right? But when you show up, simply showing up. So I absolutely love your STEP acronym, by the way. Just want to reiterate that before we bring up the next speaker. It's plan your next move. STEP, the acronym is STEP. The S is strategize. The T is take action. Massive, by the way, massive faith-filled action. Do it scared, do it hard, do it tired, do it anyway. Just do it, right? And then tell me again what the E is.
The E in that is evaluate. You have to evaluate what actually happened. When you take action, you're going to get all these different results. Pivoting is a big part of that.
Oh my gosh. Pivoting. How do I know when to pivot? How do I know how to pivot? How do I know where to pivot? Right?
Have something to measure.
You are always evaluating. You take the action, you stop, pause, evaluate. What is it that I need to do next? Did that work? If it did, double down. Do more of what works, less of what doesn't.
Repeat successful actions.
Feed your goals. Starve your distractions. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. And then
progress.
Yes. And then
one step further. Make sure you're taking it one step further. P is progress. One step. It's always baby steps for big leaps.
Oh my God, baby steps for big leaps. I absolutely love that. We also have, I'm going to call out all of these phenomenal people hanging out in our chat. Marika James, I see you. Thank you so much. At 11:59, she said, hello, everyone. The conference is doing amazing. Good job, Ramona and Christina. Christina Baca, by the way, is my administrative assistant of Rio and another ambassador, and she's working in the backdrop. You probably saw her screen pop up a couple of times. She was having a little tech issue that she has resolved. She popped out, came back in, and it looks like she has popped out right now, so she may not even have heard. But there is someone that left a message. Marika James, I don't know who you are, but thank you for being here. So appreciate you spending time with us today on this Monday afternoon. And then Marika also made another comment and said, very good insights. And then Andrew Leong. Hello, David Evans is the next speaker, so that's why I just brought you up while I read these comments. Andrew Liang. He also has fire emojis in the chat. He also said, watching and supporting my Clubhouse friends. Thank you so much, Andrew, for being here. Holly Yin also said, woohoo, she is celebrating because she is excited, obviously, about being in the proximity to power. All of these phenomenal speakers showing up and just adding value, sharing their story. Your story will be used for his glory. So whatever you've gone through, however you got where you are, however long you've been there, anything and everything that you've learned along the way is value to someone else. So with that said, thank you, and thank you. I won't take up any more of your time. I know how busy you are, Jose. So if you want to get in touch with Jose, go ahead and take a screenshot of his QR code right there in the corner. He doesn't even have to waste time adding anything, saying anything. He just points. Don't you just love it?
Yep. You guys get a free business assessment there, so we could really see how you could scale, how you could grow using systems, automations, AI.
There you go. Free business.
Give your leadership tips also there.
And some leadership tips. Way to do it. Thank you again so much, Jose Elizondo.
Appreciate it.
Absolute pleasure to have you always. Thank you so much. And I'm going to go ahead and put you down. And then we have David Evans of Pin TV Network here, ready to over deliver as well. So I am not okay. You spoke in your first Rio conference. Tell us a little bit about what that experience was like. You're already a speaker. You have a whole network already. And I just want to say thank you for the spotlight interview last month, as well as I want to say thank you for your yes and coming on of the Rio event. And David just never ceased he does not leave out the encouragement. He's always giving encouraging words. He's always wanted to be part, and it pays off because he's omnipresent. He's everywhere, right? So with that said, David Evans of Pick TV Network, thank you.
Listen, I want to thank you, Ramona, for just being so wonderful. You're an angel. You know, you help so many people. Happy belated Mother's Day to everybody watching around the world. Ramona is a gift. I think we was chatting till like 3 o'clock in the morning, getting things together for this event. So she put the work in. Pick TV Network is your network on Roku, where you can come on and showcase your television favorite shows. Thank you, Coach Evan, for popping in. All of
my two favorite people. You are my favorite as well. Thank you so much. Coach E is in the house. Thank you. I wanted to put that up on the screen while you were speaking. My apologies. So everybody knows who you are that's here, but other than the people that's visiting from LinkedIn, from Facebook or YouTube, they're watching. And you saw the comment. Sweden, Natalie Swanberg from Sweden said, we're watching from YouTube from our office. So I just want you to know there are people out there that we don't know and that we may not ever know. But I tell you this, if you want to get exposure on a television network for a business, for your business, or start your own show, you've always dreamed of it. Starting your own show. Pick TV Network is right here. Listen to him. Follow him on all social media sites as well. Get this value that he's getting ready to drop of just how to do that. And as soon as he's wrapping up, I'm going to be popping back on, and I'm going to go ahead and let us hear from him. And then we will hear from another phenomenal speaker coming up right at 1 o'clock. And that is Dr. Tangi Brewer, who came in with the powerful energy of stylish and fit. Last conference was her first debut on the Rio stage, and she has been welcomed back. She's a popular hit as well with me, as well as on Clubhouse also. So with that said, I'm going to get out of your way, David Evans, and I'm going to let you do what you do.
Wow. Thank you, Ramona, once again. I want to thank. It's a blessing. It's a blessing to be here. I want to thank all of our royal listeners around the world who coming on, all the speakers. You guys are amazing. And I'm excited again to come on and talk about leadership. I think one of the greatest blessings in the world is to live in Washington, D.C. Yeah, we're up in the nation's capital. I've been here all my life. And I watched the presidents. I watched how our city works. And being in Washington, D.C., also a former worker at the United States Housing and Development, HUD, rather, United States of Housing and Urban Development. I've seen a lot, going downtown every day into the world. Hey, Miss Spinks from California, around the world, and how this city works. If you understand how the nation's capital works, you can really see how leaders be in positions. We have a lot of money in politics in my city. But let's talk about leaders today. There's 3 types of leaders I want you guys to remember. And first of all, the first type of leader is the leader who makes something out of nothing. That's for me. I can see something and I can see, wow, you see trees, but in a forest, but I see furniture. I see a way we can make all of these trees into something beautiful, tables. I can see that wood. That's people who can see something out of nothing. I can go to a place in open space and see a mall. That's my vision, to see something out of nothing. But the second type of leader is to take something and give it structure. So even though I may have a vision to see a mall at this particular open space, I need some structure. I need somebody to come in and say, and we need an architect. We need to bring in these people who develop companies and how to develop this division. So you need people around you who can take something and give it structure. That's like Julius right here, who's my business advisor, and also Coach Evans. And then you need the third type of leader is the person who takes structure and maintain it. You got to have that maintenance, the follow-up persons. When you buy a car, when we brought our first Mercedes, and sometimes when you buy those, you get excited about driving off with that S Mercedes or that big, beautiful car. But then there comes maintenance. You got to come back and get the oil change. You got to come back and get the brakes fixed. You got to come back and go through this every so many thousand miles, get services. So those are the leaders that I surround myself with. Those who make something, see something out of nothing, then take something and give it structure, and then take structure and maintain it. You got to have people who understand that type of vision. Also, I want to talk about lead. First of all, when we say leaders are people who learn how to listen. You would never be a great leader if you don't know how to listen. Hear that quietness? It's a time when we understand that God gave us 2 eyes to hear more, 2 ears to hear more, 2 eyes to see more, and 1 mouth to speak less. So I learned how to listen. In structure and Pick TV network, our television network around the world now, we literally have a television network on Roku. And then we're going to talk about how you guys can watch us right now in barbershops, nail salons, beauty parlors, restaurants, churches, clubs, all over the world. Watch our television network. Then I want to talk about leaders learning how to empower. You have to learn how to empower others. And then the A is adaptability. And then D, drive. That's just lead. Because I want to just deal with leaders for a minute as we talk about this vision of leaders today. So listening is very, very important. The Bible says, study to be quiet. It's a beautiful thing when you can walk in the room and everybody waiting to hear you speak, like E.F. Hutton, because they know you don't waste words. And I understand, because I'll be 62 next Monday. This time will be my birthday. And I learned how to listen more. I learned how to go to big events and just be quiet. I learned big settings and be quiet, around people and be quiet, because I'm studying an environment. I'm listening more. And the older you get, the more cautious of your words. You don't want to waste words because you don't want to waste your time. You don't have time to waste on words, when you get older. So I'm in a place to be that leader who comes in to listen. You study to listen. And that's what I learned in being a leader, is to be a good listener. When I'm listening, I'm studying, and the whole time what's going on around me, what's being said, how I can optimize this opportunity in this environment, how I can be an active listener, how I can understand what somebody else is saying, what are their feelings, what are their emotions of people around me. I looked at President Barack Obama when he was in certain meetings around people. To be the president of the United States in my city and understand how he has to be in settings where people are listening to him around the world. And he has a staff. He doesn't just do everything. He has a staff of people that he listened to. So this is one of the beautiful points about being a leader, is being a good listener. The other is empowering. I love the fact that when you are a good leader, you have to learn to empower others around you, empowering your team. I learned in Pick TV Network, we have 24 managers. Miss Spinks is on right now from California, the Lady of Wisdom, Mississippi, Dr. Shirley McGrew, Alabama. We have Michelle Cox, Atlanta, Georgia. We have Patty, New York. We have people who I empowered, Washington, D.C. My wife is also leading with me. And you have empowering people around you is a beautiful thing. I just had a brand new person who's probably looking at us right now, a queen from Richmond, Virginia. She's one of our managers. So I learned to empower others. Empowering people doesn't lessen me. It doesn't mean that I'm losing anything. I'm gaining. When people come and say, I want to be a part of Pick TV Network, how can I help you? And I say, you know what? I need a manager in Canada. And Burke says, yes, me and my wife, we would love to be a manager with Pick TV Network. And he said, I'm 70 years old. I said, doesn't matter. Age doesn't matter. That means you have experience. So him and his wife, Burke and his wife, are my leaders in Toronto, Canada. I love making other people feel special and be a part of what we're doing. This is one of the gifts that I have. You know, if you want to go somewhere fast, go by yourself. If you want to take your time and get there and go get there right, you take a team with you. Or is it the other way around? Take a team with you. Go if you want to go far, take a team. There you go. If you want to go fast, go by yourself. I want to build with a team. So I love to empower people. That's lead. Adaptability. You know, when you adapting, you understand changes. We just talked about, Julius talked about ChatGPT, AI, Saurus, which is another way you can turn your text into a short video presentation. What's going on in technology? Being able to adapt the changes in the community, the changes in the world, the changes in my city happen right now, the changes on Capitol Hill, the changing of the guards. There's changes taking place, and we have to adapt to change. And this is one of the beautiful things I've done with Pick TV Network. We're not a traditional television network where you got to come into a studio, be hooked up with a director, producer, makeup team. You got to be in this process of a studio. No, we use technology today where you can come on and use your phone, your laptop, your computer, and come on television. We stream around the world on Roku, which is the #1 streaming device in the world. We on in Brazil, Argentina, Texas. We on in California. We on, in 20 countries around the world. Pick TV Network. So, adapting. We in 2024, going into 2025, 2026. So I've learned to adapt. I learned to be that leader who understands being into the television world now, that we can literally bring people on like you who watching me right now, and you can come on our business channel, you can come on our sports channel, you can come on our fitness channel, you can come on our food channel, you can come on our Pick TV Network, our movie channel. We have all these channels on TV, our travel channel, and we showcase you guys who can come on and do what you do around the world, just like we're doing right now. Ramona's been on my television on Pick TV Network. She's done a spotlight interview. Julius been on. We're working with him on the energies part, Think Energy. So what I love about Pick TV Network, we are already in the world of television where you can come on anywhere around the world with your phone, with your laptop, with your computer. And Miss Spinks, who's watching me right now, she's one of my business leaders who works with the book channel on Pick TV Network. She's doing an amazing thing. I'm in DC, she's in California, and we still can combine and be on the same screen. You know, this is the beautiful thing in technology. Yeah. So let's go to the last part in lead. Leaders that lead, they drive. You gotta have that drive. If you're gonna be a leader, you gotta have that drive. That drive is so important. When you drive, you have the accountability. I learned to have accountability people around me. I have a team that I listen to. I received a text this morning from Lisa, who's watching right now from California. She's my business manager. She said, Dr. Evans, I see something with our network that we can improve on. We got movies, but we're going to bring some other stuff. And I have a film director. She said this to me in the text, film director in California, who's going to help us even more. So I said, great. She wants to drive. Why should I keep the car in park when she wants to drive? Why should I put the car in reverse and go backwards when she wants to help me drive? And I told Lisa, thank you. You know, I need you. I need you. Yes, I do. So when you have that drive, some people can go, they can help you get there faster if you can just understand what they're trying to do. So when you have that drive, leaders have a clear expectation of what we're trying to do together collectively. And that positive feedback helps so much when you learn to understand the team wants to win. We want to win. I've never seen a football team when the quarterback throws the ball, receiver catches it in the end zone and scores a touchdown, they get mad. I've never seen a team when it's 2 seconds to go and the person shoots the ball, boom, whether it's Kobe who arrests his soul and makes that point, and the buzzer goes off, the game is over, the team is mad. No, we are excited. The city is excited. Everybody's excited because we just won. And we have to realize a lot of times when our win is in each other. When you win, I win. We win together. I have another one, leaders. So E is in encourage. We have to encourage people. You know, when I'm around people, I'm always encouraging somebody. I encourage Ramona. I encourage people around me all the time. I'm not the greatest person in the room. If you're the greatest person in the room, get another room. You always have to encourage people around you. Everybody needs some encouragement. Just coming off of Mother's Day, I just text 20, 30, 40 people who are mothers. I know my time is up. Some people coming on the screen. My time may be up. I mean, we're going to come back tomorrow.
No, that you are not at all leaving right now. You're not done yet. So that was an accident. You go right ahead. Go right ahead. Thank you so much, David. Go right ahead. We have a few more minutes before the next comes up anyway. And I'll come up and ask you a few questions, but go ahead and finish. If you have more finish, feel free. So thank you so much. Go right ahead.
So when I'm talking about leaders today, and we're speaking on the letters leaders, and my wife really helped me do some of this stuff, y'all. I really give a shout out to Coach Evans. That's why she makes me look good. My wife always makes me look good, you know. So we have leaders, and we taking the L means listen, E means empower, A means adapt, drive means D means to drive, E encourage, the R is reward. Reward your team. When somebody do something great, as a leader, you have to award them. Reward your team. Say something beautiful about them. Everybody likes that encouragement. Everybody likes to be motivated, inspired. And as a leader, when they hear you say it, man, it's like a birthday. It's like Christmas. It's like they have $1 million when they see you say something beautiful. So I always like to reward my team, you know, giving elevations to Lady Spinks, who's watching me right now. We talk. She's in California. I'm in D.C. She's my manager out there. You know, when I go to California, she takes me around the stars. We got a big event coming up in July. She's teaching me how to cook lasagna. We have a lot of fun, you know. So I always reward people around me. Queen, who's watching me right now, one of my leaders. I always make my team feel special. They're my family. They make me look good, and I reward them. You know, so we always understand when you have a team around you who's working. People have been working with me for almost 4 years, rocking with me for 4 years with Pick TV Network as we grow together. So that's leaders, and I'm going to take a couple of questions before we go. One of my spaces, if you ever call me on 240-423-9820, you're going to hear this. Hello, you're David Evans. I'm sorry I didn't answer your phone call at this time, but please leave your name and message, and I will get back with you as soon as possible. Then you'll hear this at the last part of my voicemail on my answering service. Remember, proper preparation prevents poor performance. Plan your work and work your plan. Always remember, you have to prepare. And as a leader, you always put yourself in a position where I'm growing. That's why when we had this presentation today, look at Coach Evans. You see, she put that together. She gonna say that. She helped me put this together. And Julius, I love you. Proper preparation. I'm learning. That's why in this session, I was in here 30 minutes earlier. When I got up this morning, I said, I got to do this presentation for Ramona. We worked on this because proper preparation prevents poor performance. Plan your work your plan. Be around people who want to help you win. Be around leaders who want to stretch you. That's what Julius does all the time. He talks to me. Who was on earlier, talk every day. Be around people who want to help you get better, not bitter. Be around people who understand, I see something in you. I see something in your vision. With Pick TV Network, I have a television network, folks. You see Oprah, you see Tyler Perry, you see Steve Harvey, you see all these folk on television, NBC, ABC, CBS, ESPN. I have a television. I'm the president, founder of Pick TV Network. But I can't do it by myself. Yes, we have all these channels, all these shows, all these programs on TV, and I help people come on from all over the world, but I can't do it by myself. I need people around me to understand as we grow this vision. I cannot look at the lady's face. You know, I gotta stop laughing. My wife said, "Be serious," so I gotta be serious. I can't laugh that much. In order to be a leader, you have to know. Yeah. So I want everybody to understand when you in a leadership position, people don't want you to have excuses. You have to eliminate the excuses. It's like a basketball player at the finals. When you come on that court, they don't care when your leg hurt, your back hurt. You need to get Bengay. No, they paid to see you perform. You're $1 million basketball player. That means you have to put the time in. And when you're a leader, that's what people want to see. They want to see you lead. I don't have time to really get into one of the greatest leaders of all time, who was Moses in the Bible. But Moses, God said, "I want you to tell Pharaoh, let my people go." Moses said, I can't even speak right. God said, "I ain't tell you that." He said,
I love it. I love it.
I know I got
Thank you, Dr. Evans, for that phenomenal segment, as well as thank you, Coach E, for helping him to prepare so that I have never, ever seen you show up and not be prepared, put it that way, in your room, from your rooms on Clubhouse to even on the experience that you give people that you invite and that are brought on to your network of Pick TV. On your feed, you see nothing but excellence and preparation. And make no mistake about it. It shows itself, right? You don't even have to say I'm showing up prepared. People will know that this is a true servant leader, and this is a person, a leader that is truly prepared to succeed, prepared to build, prepared to scale, prepared to grow. And that is what it is all about. Ladies and gentlemen, what you're seeing is example after example after example. I was just posting screenshots. I have screenshots of Julius. I even posted on my IG. And we have, Marla Jean saying, "Christina, let's do this. You can do this. Let's go, Christina." And we also have Bob J. Yes, come on, Christina. Thank you, everybody. And we also have a whole host of other comments. Mrs. Spinks right now is, in order to be a leader, you have to know the definition of lead. Absolutely. Absolutely. And something else that I want to add as well is something that you talked about in the very beginning of your speech as well. You said, and I want to point this out for everybody out there listening in the broader listening audience, whether you're here on Facebook watching, or whether you're on LinkedIn watching, or whether you're on YouTube watching, or whether you will watch this live, or whether you're in an office like the young lady from Sweden. She said, "We're watching on YouTube and I'm watching from my office." So I have been on, let me say this. You never know, by the way, who's watching. Let's just say that. Mm-hmm. And in one of my other events, it wasn't even my event. I was a co-host in that event, and I was brought on to scale it. A young lady, Jennifer Maharaj, it was a motivation and healing. And inside the pandemic, she is living with Parkinson's disease and only in her mid-30s. So she was diagnosed pretty early. And she wanted to start something or do something to get out of this headspace that she was in isolation. So she said, "I want to do a healing and motivational summit." So she grabbed 15 of her closest friends, pre-recorded it and aired it, posted it, and just let it play on her YouTube channel. And she said, "I think I can do more. I want to do more." So she connected with a friend of ours, a mutual friend of ours on Clubhouse. He said, "I know just the person you should connect with." He suggested me. When they came to me, I'm like, wait, what? What do you mean? He said, "No, I've been listening to you forever. The days that you have been speaking of, sometimes I was just sitting in the audience, and I received so much, for one, inspiration, motivation, and encouragement during a time that I needed it most." That's exactly what her mission is for creating this healing and motivational summit. She wants it bigger. She wants to scale it, but she's not sure she can do it, and she can't do it by herself. So I connected with her, got on a Zoom. He introduced us, and I said, okay. I said, well, I have to think about it, but tell me what you got. And she shared it with me, and I saw that it was possible. And that is exactly what I did. And we grew that next event was 77 speakers.
Wow.
Lamar Cheston of Law and Order. Grace Holden, the speaker brand, $1 million speaker from Texas, was there and supported. I spoke, and there was another gentleman, the great love motivator from the UK. He spoke, and he sounds like T, the hip hop preacher. And he also he has a cross between TD Jakes and the hip hop preacher. He showed up and did phenomenal. Some people spoke for the first time. I saw that they needed a little encouragement and support. I encouraged them. And now I'm getting ready to be on a live stage with Mary Kim Farkas, who was there. I brought her on my podcast. She told her powerful, phenomenal story. And she was shaking. She was shaking, trembling. Her voice was trembling. She was wringing her hands. And she showed up and now she showed up for herself, telling her story for the first time ever. I saw the potential. I heard how powerful of a story it was, and I knew it would change lives. And I said, from now on, anywhere that you get a microphone and you have the opportunity, you have an audience, never miss that opportunity to tell your story. And from that day, the gentleman, Gresham Allen from Clubhouse, who resembles the hip hop preacher, has now from that event been on stages with his idol, E.T., Eric Thomas, the hip hop preacher. He's now graced stages. From that event, he came and over-delivered. He received a donation that day, a life-changing donation that day, and he had just lost his sister and had almost lost his life to COVID. This is in the pandemic, everybody. And then Mary Kim Farkas, that same young lady that was scared her voice was shaking, tears started streaming, and she was wringing her hands. I got her, pulled her aside, gave her some encouraging words, and then brought her onto my podcast, which you can see on Queen Entrepreneurial Talks. It's phenomenal story it is. It'll change anybody's life or impact anybody's life. And that's what this is all about, right? Leadership and impact. So what I'm giving you is more examples of exactly what you just heard from David Evans of PIC TV Network's acronym of lead. And there you go. Go to watchpictv.com. Follow him also on all social media sites. And if you guys are out there watching on LinkedIn, on YouTube, I see your comments while we're speaking flowing, and I decided to take a little pause and definitely highlight a few of you. So thank you. If you're in, we have a speaker from Ireland, by the way, to the young lady in Sweden. We have a great friend of mine, Jackie Brannigan, will be speaking tomorrow, and she is your neighbor in Ireland. And Jackie Brannigan comes on at 1:00 p.m. So you will get the same opportunity. I will still be live streaming it right here, just the way I'm doing it today on Facebook, Instagram. I'm sorry, IG. Well, I would have did it on Instagram, but it was only for an hour. So you would have got a couple of speakers, but you wouldn't have really got the full experience. So I only wanted to support those platforms that's going to support us for the entire event, right? So we have David Evans again tomorrow. Julius Weems is welcome to come back. We have a slot. I keep these little slots open as well. We have another slot at 125 to 145. I'll reach out to him, let him know. We have Merlin Clark, phenomenal leader in her own right. She's actually a John Maxwell leadership consultant, as well as she also teaches the DISC assessment, DISC assessment as well. She is a phenomenal, well-trained, well-versed leader. Victoria Baca, so proud, my beautiful niece. Do your fight, Christina. Victoria Baca is here as well. Thank you. Christina Baca is my right-hand wing woman. One single-handedly behind the scenes, having some technical difficulties today. She is fighting with StreamYard, I believe. So I definitely told her, whatever you do, just don't put your finger on the add to stage button, whatever you do. So with that said, and let me tell you, that's for various reasons also. But so what happens if that camera's open and you're not ready? So that's exactly why I say, whatever you do, don't push that, do not push that button to add or remove from stage while you're fighting with StreamYard. And then we also have Tina Wilson, stars Tina tomorrow. And we have Mohammed Talks, a 15-year-old motivational speaker, author already. I had him, I was on his podcast, actually. He has an exploding exploding podcast. He is on huge stages all over the world, globally. He is from Algeria, and he's only 15 years old. And I was on his podcast 3 years ago when he was only 12 or 13. And I'm just watching him blow up. I believe he's at 70,000, close to 70,000 followers by himself. He's a content creator as well, and he is on IG with almost 70,000 followers alone on IG. That's not including Facebook. That's not including all of the other platforms. So when I tell you we have some phenomenal people lined up for you guys, you are in for a treat. So be here, listen in, come with pen and paper, take notes, because I definitely do, because note takers are the money makers, right? You will only retain 15% of what you hear because of distractions, right? That's why it's important to not have them during conferences or events. So you will only retain 15% of what you hear. And when you write things down, that goes up from 15 to 80%.
Mm-hmm.
That's how powerful writing things down, taking it out of here and putting it on paper changes the game. Same exact thing with your goals, by the way. You don't just want to speak your goals as well, right? David Evans, you want to write them down.
Yeah.
For one, it changes the commitment, and it takes it from just a wish that you're speaking to actually becoming something real, a goal, something that you have committed to, not just speaking it and thinking it, but now taking it seriously and really committing to making it happen. And sometimes what will happen is you will start finding that the universe will connect with you, conspire with you, and it will start bringing you to the right people, putting you in the right places, putting you in the right events, connecting you to the right people as well. We also have Ron Wilsh.
Yeah.
Is sitting backstage right now watching. He was listening to you, and I was chatting with him a little bit earlier as well. And he will be coming on right at 3, but he's been watching and listening to some of the speakers. And he has a celebrity daughter as well, and who's married to a celebrity as well. And I have partnered with him also on this new ventures, a couple of new ventures that he wants. He has dressed some phenomenal celebrities. I said it when I opened this morning. He has dressed some phenomenal celebrities such as Eddie Murphy, such as Katy Perry, and a whole host of others as well. So such as Louis Farrakhan, and things of that nature. And he wants to now scale, connect, collaborate, and build and scale his presence and his business and do some phenomenal things. So we have this idea of connecting in entrepreneurship and business ownership with fashion. And he wants to show men. And I know he's very proud to sit here and watch you and Julius and the way that you guys are carrying yourself and presenting yourself, because that's what he said. He said, I have this love for wanting to show men how to show up and clean, and how to show up polished and things of that nature as well. So follow him as well. He has a business called the Wardrobe Clinic, and he is also on IG as well as Facebook and all of those places that you can find him as well. And now Natalia Swanberg just put a comment in the chat. What is a brilliant child? Not just that I heard Christina has a disability. She needs to come to us, to our global headquarters in Sweden. Wow, phenomenal. Absolutely. So with that said, thank you so much, Natalia, for the offer. Christina is definitely backstage. So thank you, and thank you. So with that said, so David Jones, I have a couple of questions for you. So your phone number, for one, is on the screen. So if people want to know, how can I start a show? What is it that I need? You already shared with them that all you need to be is wherever you are, because now with modern technology, all you need is a cell phone. Yes, your cell phone. I did a Pick TV network spotlight interview from home in Atlanta. David Evans is in his home studio there in Washington, D.C., and we did a Pick TV network interview. That's how simple it is, ladies and gentlemen. So David Evans of Pick TV, thank you.
Yeah, I can't wait, Ramona, to come back tomorrow. And so I'm so proud of you, Ramona. We've been rocking for almost 2 years now. You put something together that the world is going to see. All these amazing speakers. I don't know anybody who putting all of these speakers together at one time around the world, and she using technology. And Pick TV Network, we are a television network. We're not just a social media app. We're not just like, you know, a Facebook, YouTube link, but we're television. That means people can watch you in barbershops, nail salons, beauty parlors, restaurants, churches, Airbnbs. People literally watch us all over the world. Me and my wife was in California in Beverly Hills chilling down by the water. And when I walked over to the bar, I really don't drink. I just got over there to get, you know, I'm a man of the cloth. I don't drink, y'all, but I went to the bar to get me a pina colada, a non-alcoholic strawberry daiquiri. And there was a television, and they had Roku, and I asked, can they put on Pick TV Network? So people around at the Beverly was watching our network in California. So we are literally everywhere. Everywhere there's a Roku TV, that's 80 million people, folks. Roku.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. All you got to do is go on Google and put Roku subscribers. 80 million. It's the number one streaming network in the world. Where Roku products are everywhere.
80 million followers.
80
Wow.
Roku. Not that's how we can brag on the numbers, because we have Roku pushing this. Televisions have Roku, streaming sticks have Roku. Everybody out there has Roku now, so we can bring you guys on. This is the key right here, Ramona. I can't wait till tomorrow. I know you got somebody else. My time is up.
Well, no worries at all. I definitely just wanted to give you your time. I so appreciate all of your support. For one, you actually introduced me to Julius Weems, who was the second speaker of the day. We started out with PowerPoint, and it is going absolutely phenomenal still. And Julius Weems was phenomenal, as I knew he would be. And he is an executive with PayPal and Disney and Google, and now with Think Energy, giving people the sauce on solar energy and what the new solar energy is going to look like. In 5 years, everybody will be able to get solar energy without having panels on their home. And it was you who introduced me to him, and I'm thankful for that. And you also put me on a couple of leadership calls to get to know him and see what he does a little bit better. And I now too have partnered up with him and you with Think Energy as well. So trust me, I know value when I see it. I know value when I see it. So that's definitely something that I feel as is a gift from God, that he has graced me with that gift of seeing value in people. Also, I always look for the good first before I look for anything else, in people, in things, in places, you name it. And that's something that leaders do as well. Speaking of leadership and impact, we have a ton of other leaders coming as well to grace you with their presence. And we have another backstage. Bakari Jumbar is here as well, backstage also. And an absolute pleasure to have him join us. Another great, phenomenal young man. He has been in other events with me as well. I've heard what he's done. Phenomenal gentleman in the financial space as well, who has retired himself and his wife already as well, through financial literacy and discipline and consistency. So it's a combined effort. And Ron Welsh, if you are available, I know your camera was open a little bit earlier. If you open your camera, I'll bring you up and introduce you to David Evans. Maybe you're just in listening mode while you're making some of those other phenomenal suits. But if you open your camera, I will bring you up and introduce you to everybody. I know that I told everybody that I will be interviewing you later. He is the father of Eve, the rapper. This is really Eve's father, who reached out to me, came into one of my rooms and reached out to me to connect, partner, and we have done that. So it's to build and help scale. We plan on taking this live. He loved what we are doing here in Rio, Royal Influence Organization. And he said, let's bring him to Philadelphia. He said, I am on the 52nd floor of the Pyramid Club. And he has a space there. And he also has access to a 300 to 500 capacity venue that we could use. And he said, let's do this. Let's go live and let's do this live and let's combine and connect entrepreneurship, business ownership with fashion, because he has dressed some of the phenomenal men and women in suits, tailor-made clothing. And that is his passion and dream as well. So with that said, thank you again, David Evans. And Bakari Jumbar, if you're ready, thumbs up. In fact, stay there, David Evans. I'm going to if you give me a thumbs up, Bakari, you ready to go? Great. I don't want to catch you off guard and bring you up when you're not prepared and ready. So here we go. Here we go. Woo! Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you guys just giving us your time. I do not take your time for granted. Time is that precious commodity. And Ron Wilsh has opened his camera. So guess what? I'm getting ready to just make this a little party. How about that?
Oh,
So
yeah, let's do it. Let's go, Brother David.
We got DC in the house. You know, if you in DC, man, Ruth Chris on me. If you like steaks, man, let's go to the steakhouse. And I can cook too. If you really like some home cooking, Ramon's gonna find out.
Well,
I will be there. I will be in Maryland for a live event, is what he means. This coming Friday, Saturday. I'll be there Friday, and then Saturday is the live event. So
Party for my birthday. She's gonna party with me for my birthday, y'all.
I will be co-hosting an event. So I just wanted to bring some of my friends, guys. I am just, when I see this, and I think back 4 years ago, when I was just leaving corporate America, over 20 plus years, I was a regional manager, highly successful, ran the top market, regional manager in the Southeast region, and generated in 2 years we built that store from 50 stores to 200 and generated 96 million for that business, for that company. And through that, what you guys are hearing and what you guys are seeing, they required us to build these skills that you guys are witnessing right now. And when I tell you, when you put yourself in proximity to power, proximity has power, guys. Just from showing up, you guys see people from Sweden sitting here. I'm reading the comments. I will continue to put comments here as well. Billy Hoyer, Billy here with the CEO of Canva. Oh, love this. Thanks to Christina and Ramona for this. With the hit of reality. Wow. Bingo. There you go. That is what I'm talking about. You're sitting here with Eve, the rapper. You're sitting here with her father on stage right now. She's also married to a celebrity who is Max Cooper. You may or may not have heard of him as well, a billionaire. He's made billionaire status at some point in his career and life with what his expertise. And then and Ron Wilsh, he and I talked for a couple of hours the other day, building this next level that he wants to take the wardrobe clinic and his passion for what he wants to do with men and for men and young boys, giving them a view. And I know he's so proud of what he's looking at right now, of the phenomenal, polished, professional men that I brought onto my platform. So Ron, say hello to everybody.
Hello. Listen, I want to say I'm loving everything I heard. Listen, good stuff. Rona, you have been chosen. You have been chosen to draw men and women unto you and put the word in their ear. We got to organize. We got to plan. We got to give and learn the beauty of service. And what I heard today is men and women that's ready to serve. Because the beauty of service is your real paycheck. You know that, right?
Absolutely.
It's not the dollar bill of dead presidents.
Yes.
It's your service.
Yes.
So, Rona, listen, you're my gal. You're my team leader. Listen, you're my team leader. Listen, this is the first podcast and meeting live with Rona, my business consultant, my advisor for my new book called Tailor-Made Man. I'm so honored to have this woman on my team, right? And she gives me her honest opinion about where I'm at, my brand, my website, my presence. And she gave me some very good advice the other day. She said, Ron, I know you might like to drink your wine, but when you're on my show, you're going to calm down and just give me your passion. Give me your story. I
would have never shared that publicly.
I said, Rona, I'm an artist. I must have my wines. But I will not have my wines before your show. How about that?
Oh my goodness. Guys, I have to be honest. Okay? with my clients, they don't know what they're in for, but let me tell you this, I get results. I have a little 19-year-old mentee who's in the background running this whole thing by herself, single-handed.
Well, let's give her a shout out. Where's she at?
We
Give her a
have
great round of applause. Great round of applause.
Christina Baca. You'll
Good
see
job.
on my feed. You'll see her flyer. I give her flowers now. You'll see
Yeah.
for her birthday. You'll see a whole post that belongs to her and everything. But let me tell you this, guys. We have a general in the house right here on stage with us as well. Bakari Jumbar has done his true service in the military. So thank you for your service, sir, first and foremost. And he has now retired himself, and his wife, his family, is now completely financially free. So he is here to share that value with each and every one of us. And I cannot wait for you guys to hear from this gentleman. I was on stages with him as well, other stages with him. He was in that same conference that I shared with you guys that I came in to build it. And he spoke there as well. And I know that you guys are in for another treat. More nuggets to add to what you already have. I have pages of notes here, guys. Note takers are the money makers, and I don't play around with my notes. I take my notes. So when you don't see me on stage, trust me, I'm nearby and I'm right here taking those nuggets as they are dropped. So thank you, and thank you. I just wanted to introduce you to some of these other phenomenal people, Bakari, that I have been able to curate and attract and bring in to the Royal Influencers organization. And every single one of us are influencers, right? Oh, you're quite welcome. And thank you for honoring us with your presence as well. But every single one of us are an influencer, right? In some way, shape, or form. We can be an influencer. We're definitely influencers in our home. We're influencers in our community. It could be your church family. It could be your business, wherever. You can just influence one person and that makes you an influencer. Sometimes we tend to get it confused with the dance. You have to show up on social media and dance and get people to laugh. And no, you can show up and just add value and influence someone to change something about how they move and how they think and how they're running their business, or to even start a business. They had this little seed or this dream to start a business even. And because they decided to give some time to get into this proximity to all of these powerful people, they now have the ability to know what it takes and to get the value that they need to just go out and do it. Do it scared, do it hard, do it anyway. And when you make those mistakes, you are not failing, because those little mistakes are the lessons that you're going to need.
That's right.
To get you to the next level. It's what builds that resilience muscle, right? And I'm sure that every single one of you will agree that it wasn't easy. And you had to do what was necessary to get the job done.
Yeah.
So, Bakari,
listen, real quick, I'm going to give you a little touch of what you just said, Rona. Back to you. What you just said is you build brain cells to overcome your obstacles. As entrepreneurs, we build brain cells. Our mistakes is building brain cells.
yes.
You got to learn from your mistakes.
Yes.
Negative is good for the positive. You can't build an atom, or an atom can't be formed unless you have negative and the positive.
Yes.
So both of them give them energy, right? So you could be a positive, but you gotta hate. You gotta love some haters. You gotta have a few haters, because haters gives you the motivation, right?
Yes.
And plus, haters need a good example of what is a positive. So by you being a positive person in front of haters, well, they never saw a positive person before. I
invite them. I invite them all. If you know a hater, give them a link and bring them. We'll transform them in this house anyway. How about that?
Listen, I love to be seen amongst doubters.
Yes.
Doubters. That's my job, is to convert doubters that God is real.
To believe.
And they can do what they will in their mind. Their brain cells got to be developed. Be like children who don't know that to be civilized is to be culturally reformed, educated, and have a skill, like an actual skill, what you can do. Like if it's just building a little mud house, that's your skill, but that's your legacy of what you build in human beings. But listen, I'm gonna fall back. I'm gonna go back onto the poster and let y'all talk and get ready for my turn.
Absolutely.
Because I could talk, but I want to say to my brother with the network, I love what you do. And listen, we need that, Build your own. Bill Cosby went after CBS or NBC, one of those shows, and they destroyed them. I said, Bill, the worst thing you could do is try to buy somebody else's property. Build your own network.
Awesome. Awesome.
And then we as a people put our money together so we can build our own satellite. We need to have our own satellite in space.
Well, thank you.
You know,
Thank you so
so
much, Ron.
I'll be back.
Yes. I'm going to put you back down. You can still listen. Stay back. And
Yeah.
David, we're going to both get, all of us are going to get out of Bakari's way and let Bakari do what Bakari does best. So thank you, and thank you again, David Evans and Ron Wilsh. Thank you, and thank you again. So with that said, Bakari, thank you for saying yes. Thank you for being here. Thank you for giving up your time. And with that said, I'm going to get out of the way, tell everybody who you are and what it is that you do, and over deliver as you always will on the value. So thank you, and thank you. And I hope you didn't mind that little pause break to just introduce you to a lot of other phenomenal gentlemen that has graced us with their presence as well.
Sure, no problem. I'm Bakari Jumbo. I am the CEO of Sky Legacy Financial Services, LLC. Synergetic Property Solutions LLC, and a Kebalon Lifestyle LLC. My beautiful wife, Amani Jumbo, she is the executive director of all the above businesses. And we thank you so much, Ramona, for inviting us to be able to come on and to serve. And I'm grateful to be here with you all on today. My background, I come from Rochester, New York, where I was born and raised in the inner city there. And I left there at the age of 18 years old, going on 19 years old. Prior to me leaving my city, unfortunately, I was involved in the street life and I lost a lot of friends there. And I was very fortunate to have elders to be able to speak into my life to tell me that there is a better way. And I'm so grateful that I took heed to the wise counsel, and it had blessed my life ever since I took heed to wise counsel. So that being said, information helped to bring about transformation in my life, the implementation of that information. And with that being said, that's the reason why I'm so into information, because again, the correct information and the implementation of it will transform your life in the positive way. And me coming from being on welfare when I was a young person, I know what it is to go to the corner store to get credit at the corner store. I'm still young myself. You know, I'm 47 years old. I'll be 48 years old in August of this year. However, I know what it is to experience lack in my life. And when I was younger, I never seen myself staying on the welfare system. I never seen me in poverty. Okay, I never accepted poverty. Okay, so today I just want to encourage you to have a mindset of positivity, okay, because we live the way that we think. And I'm going to get to the wealth aspect. However, I want to give you the backdrop first, because many people want to get to the money. But what I recognize is if you don't have the right mindset, when you get the money, unfortunately, you'll be right back in the same position that you were in prior to you becoming wealthy, because you didn't have the mindset to marry with the wealth. Okay. And like I always tell people, that there will be no generational wealth in the family if it's not given into the hands of the right heir. Okay. Because if the heir gets a hold of it and they have a bad money management habit, then there will be no wealth to transfer. This is the reason why that mindset is so important, because mindsets influences your habits. Again, we live the way we think. So your thought influences your habits. And if you have the wrong mindset about money, in other words, spend, and you never think about investing, okay, to grow your money. If you never think about having lifetime income, if you just stick with just cash and not cash flow, because there is a difference between income and there's a difference between lifetime income, and there's a difference between having cash and having cash flow. Okay, because if your money is not making you more money, that's not cash flow. You just have cash. Okay. And so I listened to a financial advisor prior to me retiring from the United States Marine Corps. I served for a total of 20 years. Okay. This is a financial advisor had sat down with me and he taught me some financial principles that I implemented and it transformed my life. Okay. So what I want to say is that, and then Ramona, this is no shot at you because I know you said this earlier, that note takers are money makers. Well, the reason why I say that that's not true is because many people, they know what they need to do, but they don't do anything with it. So therefore it can't transform their life. So you have to learn, apply, then you earn. I'm going to say it again. You have to learn, apply, then you earn. I call it the triple E effect. Okay. Education, eradication, education, eradication, and execution. So what you got to do is you got to learn, okay, execute, okay, then you can eradicate poverty in your life. So it's important for you to understand the financial playbook. Okay, it's just like sports. You have to know the rules in order for you to play the game. If you don't know that, if you cross the line before it's time, you know, you're going to continue to go off sides and your team is not going to be too happy. You're not going to win because you don't understand the rules to the game. So when it comes to finances, in order for you to win at finances, you have to be able to understand the rules to the game. Okay. And as we all know, we cannot apply what we don't know. Okay. So I will be honest with you. I will be further along in my life had I known what I know now then. Okay. So I couldn't apply what I didn't know. So therefore, I didn't find out this financial information till I was almost 40 years old. Okay. Imagine if mothers and fathers learned financial information. Okay. They applied it in their lives. They established themselves financially, and then they taught their children to do the same thing. And their children were practitioners of good financial habits. Now you can have educational knowledge and wisdom being passed down that empowers, okay, the family to be able to not only just create wealth, but to sustain it, to grow it, okay, and to pass it on. I said in that order because I call it gain, sustain, grow, and protect. Okay, because you cannot invest money that you don't have. This is the reason why financial habits, good habits, are so important. Because if you spend it up, then what's left for you to invest? And if you save without a purpose to grow your money, you will just spend your money. This is the reason why people don't have anything on tomorrow, because they live frivolously in their today. Okay. So it's imperative for us to get good financial habits. Listen, I wasn't able to retire at the age of 39 years old, okay, by not having good financial habits. Okay, what I did was I minimized my debt and I brought in more income. But guess what, though? The reason why I was able to grow the money is because of the learning, the educational things I needed to know in regards to how to invest my money, not just spend. It's okay to spend. Understand, listen, if you're only a consumer, meaning that's all you do is buy, you will be consumed because you don't have any type of income coming in. Okay, your money is constantly going out, but there's none coming back in. And this is how people end up in excessive debt. They're overspending. You understand? So you have to bring in more income, okay, than you have going out, okay? Because you want your money to outlive you. You don't want to outlive your money. I want you to think about this. Your Social Security. Will your Social Security give you financial security? I'm gonna ask you this again. Will your Social Security provide you financial security? I'm gonna put another question on the table. Your 401k, will it be sufficient enough for you to live off of? Okay, let's play a numbers game. Let's do some numbers here to get you to start thinking, the wheels start spinning here. All right, now I want you to think about this. If you have a total of $500,000 saved up. Okay? And you live a $50,000 lifestyle. Are you with me? Do you know that your money will be gone in a total of 10 years? Yes. Yes. If you have $1 million saved up and you have $100,000 lifestyle, do you know your money will still be gone in 10 years? This is the reason why I continuously encourage people to understand the importance of passive income. You have to compensate for the fact that when you retire, you will not be making as much money as you're making while you're working, which means that your money is going to decrease. So you have to some type of way be able to compensate for the money that you were making when you were working. And you know the reason why a lot of people end up working as elders instead of sipping lemonade in the shade, going on vacations and enjoying their lives in the elder years, because they just thought about their today. They didn't think about their tomorrow. They just thought about the now. They didn't think about their later. So it is imperative for you to start doing the math right now so you won't catch yourself unaware. You have to invest in your future self. And you have to sit down and start looking at the math and start thinking, will this money outlive me? This is the reason why. You want to ensure that you start doing the math right now. Listen, how was I able to retire at the age of 39 years old? Well, let me just tell you this, because so many people today want to always talk about running out there. They want to talk about, oh, I want to be an entrepreneur. Okay, now listen, good friend, let me ask you this. Do you understand that it takes you to scale your business up in order for you to be able to walk away from your job? Listen, if your business does not cover for your personal and business expenses, do not walk off your job. I'm going to say it again. If your business does not cover your personal and your business expenses, okay, then you should not be walking off no job. Because some people, they get caught up in their emotions and feelings about a good idea, and they don't think about reality before they leap. They don't think about what business actually entails, and they listen to all these so-called entrepreneurs. Okay, they're talking about, oh, I made this much money. Well, making and profiting is two different things. You got to learn business jargon. Okay, you have revenue, then you have a profit. The revenue, the money coming in. But after all your business expenses are paid for, what do you have left over? Can that money cover, again, your personal expenses? Okay? And if you don't have enough coming in, okay, then you shouldn't be going out of that job. Right? This is the reason why it's very important for you to really understand business. It's more to business than you making money, because you got to deal with accounting. Okay, you got to deal with your taxes. All right, you got to deal with your expenses. Right, you got to deal with all of these things that go along with business. Okay, so don't leap without looking. Okay, make sure that you tally up the costs literally, all right, before you exit your job, all right, because I'm gonna be the one to tell you, leverage your job. Leverage your job. Okay, work that job, work that business. Once that business start, having consistent income, I would tell you at least a few years. Yes, I'm telling you, at least a few years. All right. When you see that money is coming in consistently and it starts covering your business and your personal expenses, okay, you leverage that job. Okay, you get some other streams of income. I'm telling you from personal experience, our business took a hit, and I promise you, if we did not have other income coming in, the what we say, at least 7 streams. Okay, if we didn't have multiple streams of income coming in, I promise you, we would have been in trouble. We would have been in trouble because our business took a hit. It started getting slow. And so therefore, the other business, the other income had to compensate for that income, because guess what? When you have business debt, okay, and your business is not making enough money, guess who is left to take care of the expense? You. That's right. You. And so this is why being a saver is so important, and not just going to get a Gucci bag or a Louis Vuitton bag and what have you. Because if that bag costs more than what's in your savings, that wasn't a good move. Then listen, I'm gonna say it again. If what you wearing is more than what you have in your bank account, then we need to have a conversation. You can contact me at Meet Bakari John Boy. Again, Meet Bakari John Boy, and let's sit down and let's have a conversation. If you do not have an exiting strategy, entrepreneur, because entrepreneurs, you're enjoying all of that money, you're making all of this money, but have you thought about how are you going to exit? Things that make you go, businessmen and women.
Wow. 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 What a power punch of knowledge, of value. I have all of the notes. It is imperative that you know what you have in your bank account before you go out there and just start becoming a consumer. If you are a consumer, you will be consumed. If you are only a consumer, you will be consumed. And if what you're wearing costs more than what you have in your bank account, OMG, never ever use your job as leverage before you take the leap. And before you take the leap, look to see, where are you leaping, and do I have enough to cover both personal and business expenses before you leap? Wow. 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 I was listening. I heard every word. And let me give you an example of other people that were listening. I'm going to give you this one right here, right on screen. He is very realistic. Me and my children are watching this and learning from Mr. Jambar. They are 19 and 12. We need to know more on this.
Wonderful. I would love
there you go. They're watching. They are watching and listening as well. And he also mentioned that here it is. That's what I tell my daughter, Jolie, all the time, to invest in your future.
Yes.
That's it. There's another gentleman who was, this young lady, Sandy Hernandez. Hello, everyone. We're watching from Ubisoft, from YouTube as well, watching. So there are people out here listening that need this information. And we want to thank you for showing up. Barbara LeBlanc, here is another one who said, watching from France on YouTube. Sorry for our poor English, but I'm enjoying this. Mercy Ramona. Thank you so much, Barbara LeBlanc, for watching from all the way from France as well. So thank you, and thank you to each and every one of you. I see another phenomenal speaker that's coming right up after you. Thank you, and thank you. That I have all of the notes. So tell them again if they need your guidance, your support, they need your coaching, your mentorship, whatever it is that you provide. How can they find you, and where do they get a hold of you?
Yes. Right next to my name, once you remove the comments, it'll show up right there. It's meetbakari.com.
Oh, my God.
And that is my digital business card.
There we go. Right there.
You can put Meet Bakari.
Okay, there you go. Christina, can you put Meet Bakari for us on the banner? Meet Bakari at, go right ahead.
Meet Bakari is just meetbakari.com.
Meetbakari.com. There you go.
That's my digital card, and it has all of my social media outlets and all of my contact information, which consists of my phone number and my email. It's BOCKARI.
It's BOCK, Christina. Thank you so much for that correction. Thank you so much, Christina. Thank you, and thank you again. Wow, Meet Bakari.
Yes, and they could contact me, and they could get a 30-minute free consultation.
30-minute free consultation. There it is, right there with the C, meetbakari.com, 30-minute free consultation. So for all of those out there, Barbara, as well as Tommy Wilson that said, wow, just wow, I'm watching on LinkedIn, and this is awesome. Here is his comment as well, just to give you some feedback.
Thank you.
Let you know that there were people out there whose lives you were impacting. Speaking of leadership and impact.
I give thanks.
Absolutely. We had a young lady from Sweden that was watching a little bit earlier, may still be watching as well. She was in the comments also. So there's people all over the world and the globe. Speaking of which, we have Megan DiMartino, and thank you so much, Bakari. John Bart in the house and over-delivered, as I know you would, and with a lot of making value. So thank you, and thank you again.
You as well.
And thank your lovely wife as well for allowing us. I know that you're retired now. You're retired now. She's like, all right, I don't know about all of this extra work.
No, my wife, she's not. My wife actually is the executive of our businesses. So she actually is running the businesses and what have you. So,
absolutely.
She definitely stays busy.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, and thank you again. That was a powerful segment. And every single word of it resonated. So thank you again. And that's how you get a hold of him right there. It's meetbakari.com.
Yes, that's it.
30-minute free consultation, everybody. That was some valuable information that everybody can use as well. Send your kids, as a matter of fact. I'm going to connect you with my son, who is on his way out of the military and getting ready to start his business and all that good stuff. I'm going to connect you with him.
Please do.
And let you mentor him into how you did it.
Yes. I would love to mentor him. No problem.
Oh, well, thank you, and thank you again. And I'm going to go ahead and take you down to let you get back to business. And thank you again so much for Christina Baca over-delivering and showing up. We did not get to bed until pretty late last night as well, preparing, sending out links to our speakers and making sure everybody had what they needed and all of the above. And we have another phenomenal friend, for one, business leader for two. I absolutely love what Bakari also shared is, what is your exit plan? You have to have an exit strategy. Well, I call this next young lady, I believe she is an exit strategist because she has exited a few businesses and did it very well, as a matter of fact. And she's in the cosmetic space. She is a guru in the cosmetic world. And I absolutely adore her. I just spoke on one of her events. It was called Legends and Leaders. And I was a speaker there with her, Megan DiMartino. She has exited a few businesses, like I said, and she's always creating. And she has been around. So this is some valuable knowledge and information that you're getting ready to get exposed to. So get your pen and paper out, get ready as well, and be prepared. Anytime that you attend these types of events, be prepared. Come with pen and paper to take down some of these websites, write down some of these offers. And I also just want to take a few minutes to also, when you open your mic, open your camera again, Megan DiMartino. I know you can hear me because you're backstage, but whenever you open your camera, we'll be ready to move on and bring you up. However, I definitely just wanted to say, I want to thank all of the sponsors for the Royal Influencers Organization, which is Blindside Connections, Dylan Taylor. Go to blindsideconnections.com, by the way. Check out all of the phenomenal things. He just became an author as well. Buy his book, support him. And thank you again as well to Blindside Connections for making sure that everybody, he wants to help you too. Make sure that your website, your landing pages, your events, and event marketing materials are accessible to people with disabilities, just like him, who's living with a vision impairment as well. So make sure that when you're creating these websites and these landing pages and things of that nature, that you make sure that they can spend their trillions of dollars that they have in spending power on your products and services that you create. But if you do not, you are missing up to 13% increase in sales for your business. If you do not make sure that your landing pages, your websites, and your event marketing materials are accessible to people with disabilities, you are leaving money on the table. So it's a pleasure and an honor to have Blindside Connections as a sponsor of RIO, Royal Influencers Organization. So with that, he's also an ambassador of Royal Influencers Organization as well. And in the next one, in our next virtual event coming up in June 6th and 7th, everybody, write that down. June 6th and 7th, we have another virtual event coming up. This was our way of kicking off the second quarter. This is our second event. In the last few weeks ago, we had our first of the quarter, and then we have one more scheduled. So with that said, thank you, and thank you to each and every one of you for being here. Thank you to everybody in the chat, dropping major value, saying people from Sweden and all over the place are in the chat. France, and I've been showing you some of them. Can't show you all of them, but I've been showing you some of them that's pertaining to all of the value that they're definitely getting right here. And if you follow me on all social media sites, if you're watching on LinkedIn, follow me there as well. Connect with me there as well. Go into my DM and give me feedback. Give me a video testimonial even. If you're watching on Facebook, give us the same. Give me a video testimonial. Give us a written testimonial. We would definitely appreciate it. I see Megan is popping in and out. So as soon as she establishes her connection, we will definitely have her bring her up. And we also want to make sure that you follow all of the speakers. Follow them on their socials. Look for them and follow them on their socials as well. And make sure, absolute sure, that you show up and register. Go to royalinfluencersorganization.com, subscribe, and you will definitely be privy to all of the new and upcoming ventures that we are on. Many of these phenomenal speakers and elite speakers and leaders, I am collaborating with them. So you will be the first. Those people that are in the community, subscribe to Royal Influencers Organization. If you subscribe, you will be the first to receive all of the different collaborations and things of that nature that we have coming up. And I see Megan has her camera open, so it looks like she's ready to come back up. Thank you so much, Christina. RoyalInfluencersOrganization.com. And that link is also in the bio on all of my social media sites. So if you're on LinkedIn, it's in my bio. Facebook, it's in my bio. YouTube, it's in my bio as well. And go over and subscribe to Queendompreneur TV. You want to watch this? You missed a couple of speakers. You're just jumping in because you're running your business or you're at work. Feel free to subscribe to my YouTube channel, Queendompreneur TV on YouTube. Search my name, or search Queendompreneur TV and subscribe. And you will see now all of the others, and you'll be able to watch the replays. But I'm going to bring my great friend, Megan DiMartino, up. Hello, Megan. Oh, you look beautiful as ever. Thank you so much for gracing us with your presence as usual. And I cannot wait for you to be able to just over-deliver as you always do, with all of your wisdom for one, and the value for two, of how you have built all of these phenomenal businesses, even those that went to exit, and the ones that you're building now, like Novita Spa as well, which just sounds beautiful. And I already know how, oh my gosh. And then you also join also her community, Propel. Propel is excelling and expanding. Propelled expansion. And I was privileged to be amongst the legends and leaders in your last virtual event as well that you held, that went phenomenal. It was awesome to see and hear from all of the thought leaders and all of the other entrepreneurs and business owners, Barbara Majeski and Dr. Tangi Brewer, who also spoke at our last event and speaking at this one as well. So with that said, how are you doing and how have you been? And thank you for your yes.
Well, you know, I just want to highlight this, Ramona, and anyone listening. The gentleman was talking about preparation, starting a business. I just got a new laptop, and I was
likewise
at the bank and so forth, watching the time to get here on time, and so I opened up the app, to be early.
Right,
Okay.
right.
And it's raining here in Texas, which is very strange. We never get rain like this, but regardless. So I come into the clinic and I open up but mind you, I still have my phone, app going,
Awesome.
so I don't miss a beat. And
Okay.
I open up my new computer and go into StreamYard, into your link, and there's no audio. I have no idea.
Oh,
That's
wow.
why you saw that. Okay. So,
Okay, no worries.
no, but I'm sharing this for a reason.
Okay.
Folks, as the gentleman before me, Baccarat, I'm probably not saying his
Bakari.
name. Okay. Say it again.
Bakari.
Bakari.
Bakari. Uh-huh.
Baccarat is crystal. Bakari was elegant.
Yes.
Yeah. But anyhow, I'm sharing this for a reason, is that you have to be prepared for everything and anything, guys. Everything and anything. And
Absolutely.
it's, like plan A, B, and C.
Yes.
There's always that moment in time that you must be prepared for whatever is going to happen. If you say
Absolutely.
yes, you have to be there and be prepared. But, we're all doing so many things. So anyway, with that, Ramona, I just wanted to share that. So I just closed the computer and went back to my phone, and here I am. So
Awesome. That's what entrepreneurs do, right? We make it work.
yes.
Do whatever it takes and whatever is necessary. Absolutely love it. So I'm going to get out of your way and let you do what you do best and inspire and motivate and educate all of these other phenomenal aspiring entrepreneurs as well. So Megan DiMartino, everyone. So thank you, and thank you again. And we'll be right back.
Thank you so much, Ramona. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Megan DiMartino. I'm president, founder of the Novita Group. Novita means new birth, new life, always something new. And that's my promise. I have, just to give you a little short snapshot of me, I'm a New York girl, deep in the heart of Texas, with a creative, serving, mentoring spirit. And I have been creating since I can remember myself. I was the kid that was putting on plays and taking kids on adventures, and the lemonade stand idea of, and other kind of crazy things like that. Yard work, different things. Always an entrepreneur. I was always thinking of ways, not necessarily money motivated, but I truly enjoyed the money, but I was motivated by the creative aspect of it. That's why I say that I am a New York girl, deep in the heart of Texas, because I've lived in Texas now for 37 years, almost the same amount of time that I was in New York prior to coming for a job, which brought me to Texas in 1987. And the reason I took that job, guys, is that if you have a vision and there is a mission with it, nothing is going to stop you. So if you can see it and believe it, you have to take action. And when I was working in Bloomingdale's as in the buying office of cosmetics, I had a moment of just clarity, saying someday I'm going to do this. And what I mean by that is that I went to college for fashion merchandising, and my first career job was in Lord & Taylor in their designer sportswear department. And then I went to Bloomingdale's and was in the cosmetic department. And I was a young gal, and I didn't have the opportunity to meet Estee Lauder, but I saw Estee Lauder and had such a inspiration from her, because she was so real. She was so pleasant. She said hello to everyone, but she was doing all those trunk shows all over the country. And she started that buy X and get, a gift with purchase. She's the one that started that, that Sephora today is so famous for. And so it was her heart and her spirit that just so engaged my vision. And I said, someday I'm going to do this. So I'm not saying she was my mentor, but from afar she was. And so I said, someday I'm going to do this. So I continued in my career in that industry, and then went into the salon wholesale beauty industry. And I worked for two companies. One was Alcon that I mentioned. And I took that job specifically because, and this is back to preparation, because back in the day, and this is now the latter 80s, There was no such thing as Google, to get information. YouTube videos, oh, no, no, no. Podcasts didn't exist. Websites didn't exist. So how did you glean information? You gleaned information from humans, from people that had information. So I took that job. A, I knew I would learn a lot, but B, I was able to hang out with very sophisticated chemists. And I was able to ask them questions upon questions. And so with that, I spent a lot of time with the head chemist, Raymond Bollinger at Alcon. And when I discovered the ingredient glycolic acid from the alpha hydroxy fruit acid family, I knew that this could be that ingredient that I could hang the whole marketing thrust on, the whole essence of this line. So let me explain what I'm saying about that. When you have an idea, you must have that foundation. And that foundation must then catapult the product to fruition. It's easy peasy to say, oh, I want to start something. It's easy to say, I'm going to create something. But you have to have something to create with. So when I read in a marketing report about glycolic acid that Avon, to me, Avon was just the marketing aspect of Avon was just the Avon lady, the catalog. There was no specific product. It was just the Avon lady in the catalog. And so it said, wow, what is this glycolic acid? So I went to the head chemist and asked him about glycolic acid. Now, let me tell you why it interested me, other than that marketing piece that I just shared, was that prior to that, now this is in the late 80s, prior to that, skincare products basically were heavy and emollient-y, very European-y, very non-result oriented, just heavy, just, I'm going to give them kudos to say maybe hydrating, but not active. Didn't do anything. Now here I was going into my 40s and I said, I need something to help me. So I've always been the bellwether of things that I've created. That what I was interested in is, as you hear, what goes on in California goes to New York and then goes to the center of the country. Well, I was always that kind of bellwether test. And if I was interested in it and why, meaning it had to be result oriented. It had to help with tone, texture, color, hydration. So therefore, what I was reading about glycolic acid from the alpha hydroxy fruit acid family, to me, it sounded like, wow, this might be the ingredient to hang my hat on. So I then went to Raymond and said, tell me about this glycolic acid. And he went off into alpha chains, beta chains, and all this, highfalutin information. I said, whoa, talk to me. You're talking to me. And he went, well, how about exfoliation? Exfoliation. Okay, now we're talking. And so I started doing research on that. I'm not going to go into my whole business life story there, but I wanted to share how and the why, because if you don't understand the why of what you're doing, do not do it. Meaning why I wanted to do it was to create something, A, B, something that had results, and C, that I could take to market. By this point, I had worked, I should say, in 2 large companies in the wholesale beauty industry, basically taking the products of the companies I work for to market through salons. So I knew that if I was interested in this, other people would be interested in it, A, and B, I had a distribution network to sell it to. Very important piece. You have to have people to buy your products from. So I knew I could sell the product line that I put together, which ended up being called glycolic. I could then present it to the wholesale beauty distributor buyer that I worked with for many, many years now, over 10, and that they then would potentially I didn't have that true, confidence, I guess, that they all would take it, but I knew some would. And it would give me that launch pad to introduce glycolique to the salon industry. Now, what other interesting, I think, would be for you in piece of information would be that in 1992, when I did this, when I launched this, salons in the United States of America were not doing skincare. What we know, the phenomenon that we know today of day spa, skincare being done in salons was not being done, was not. Because most states, didn't have separate licensing. New York did, California did, Texas did, Florida did as well. But other than that, most did not, meaning separate skincare aesthetic licensing. So I had to sell to the distributor, and I knew, guys, that I then had to sell to the salon to then get their interest to help them introduce skincare in their salon. The good news was, in those days, salons were run by managers or owners, not just booth renting. So I was able to introduce it to the owner of that salon or the manager and help them introduce skincare and services, not just retail, services into their businesses. And so I, as a licensed esthetician, I was able to train them and introduce to them the retail aspect of it. So probably my claim to fame in that dynamic is the fact that I helped the salon industry get into skincare and help them start building. And from there, the phenomenon of the day spa evolved. That's number one. So I built my first brand, Glycolique, built it, and then the lab that manufactured it, made the products, contacted me about 5 years in and said, we cannot believe this very small little line, because it was a 3-step system. That's the other thing I also pioneered, was not only result-oriented skincare, but a system concept. Because I knew, guys, that if I had a big, long line of products, it wouldn't sell. And furthermore, I put the 3 products, the 3-step system, into one overbox. So technically, it was one product. So it made it very simple for the sales consultant who went into the salon to sell the products. So you have to know your market. You have to know your why. Because if you do not know your why you're doing this, it is just not going to work. I knew back in the day, as a creative, as a little girl, creating something that, all sorts of things, that I was always going to be in a creative field. Always knew that. Number 2, when I went into fashion merchandising, I learned not only the creative aspect, but the merchandising marketing aspect, which I enjoy sales a lot. To me, sales is information. Sales is not anything more than solving a problem, serving a need. So you have to know your why, you have to know your market, you have to know how you're going to be selling it into, and know that that product and service is going to solve a problem and serve a need. So you have to have all of those components together. So from that foundation, folks, I started Glycolique, built Glycolique to a 7-figure, as I said, threshold over 7 figures. And then the lab started calling me saying, hey, do you have any interest in selling this? And at first I said no. But then I said to myself that, and this is another kind of sales foundational point, is that it was based on glycolic acid, but now it's the latter 90s, and so many other ingredients were coming into the forefront. And I didn't want to just base the line on glycolic acid. So it gave me a perfect opportunity to sell that line to them. And then I ran it contractually for them for a year. And then in 97, started Novita. So it was a much broader base, so many places to take it to, because I also knew by this point, I was going to start a training center, because again, all of this is a very, very training oriented, because you have to help people succeed. And that's where that leadership piece comes into, as Ramona's speaking about. Influencing is knowing your market and influencing that market, knowing the why of it, and knowing who you're going to sell it to, what you're going to sell, and who you're going to sell it to. You always have to know that it has to solve a problem and serve a need. Otherwise, it's not going to help anyone. So that's that influence piece. And then the leadership piece, I always knew, because I had, by this point, 10 years into, almost 10 years starting this, the first skincare brand, I had done hundreds of trade shows, thousands of workshops and education trainings through the distributors. Also, I had what I called the professional partnering program, helping salons, so internally helping them. And so thousands of those. And so I knew I was going to do a training center so people could start coming to me versus me going to them. And also to start a luxury day and medical spa, because by this point, the medical spa had started. And I actually segued into writing articles for the trade publications and doing keynote speaking in the spa and medical spa conferences, as well as helping docs get into medical spa. It was very, very dark ages, but the point is they started doing laser hair removal predominantly by the mid to latter 90s. And I was helping them do that because I had a skincare line, and they could use the line with their work. And then they were off to the races. And then by this point, though, many other skincare lines were starting to come into the result-oriented market. And it wasn't just Dr. Murad and I. There were still European lines out there, but they were beginning to shift, pivot, as we call it, not even scale, but they were beginning to pivot into result-oriented single products into their European-y, heavy emollient line. And so, but that's why I felt it was wise to sell the line so that I could go back to the drawing board and technically do new, meaning with Novita. I mean, I was always going to be the founder of Glycolique. So I hate to say new and improved, because to me, it's just evolving. I've always liked the word evolve, because one step leads to the next step. And so I evolved Glycolique, so to speak. So it was an expanded line. So new and expansion of it. That's why that word expansion also has always resonated with me, because the Glycolique line was a 3-step system, where Novita is a 3-step system, AM, PM concept. But what's also a piece, and anyone listening to me from all over the world, who's probably from 60 to 30, younger than that, this is just the way it is, but will remember when things weren't system, and system concepts help you focus, meaning it's simplicity. I say it's a simple synergistic system for all skin types, for anyone from 8 to 108 who has skin. So meaning there's aspects to the system, the AM/PM concept, that is was designed for all skin types. And I could go very, detail oriented here about skincare, which I'm not, but what I will reiterate is that these products for anyone from 8 to 108 who has skin. I don't have my glasses on. Got to put my glasses on to see if there's. Yolanda, hello. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you so much for joining Ramona and I. So basically speaking, leadership came into a major forefront in my businesses, and I say plural because when I was doing these from Glycolique to Novita and doing the trade shows, we were doing shows all over the United States, and during a weekend there could have been 2 to 5 shows at one time. So it could have been 2 on both coasts or maybe the Midwest and so forth, and then smaller regional shows. Oh goodness, well, I'm one human being, so I could not be everywhere. So I had to build a team of people that followed the vision, the mission, like I said earlier, of the message that we are helping others start and scale and sustain the business in their business, this business of skincare, of service and retail. So I had to have the A team and the B team ready to rock and roll at a moment's notice. I mean, we had a lot of planning, but the point is that it was a leadership thing because they had to carry that mission on, and I had to be confident that they were able to do that. So I had that A team manager who managed that trade show and were able to take in the mission at hand at any time, whether it was a major show, a small regional show, or a training at the distributor retail location. They were able to do all of that. So when I started my original Novita, and I say original because Ramona referenced that I then started my first Novitas Spa and then evolved it to a medical rejuvenation clinic called the Novitas Spa Medical Rejuvenation Clinic here in the Austin, Texas market in 2005. I had to build another team, very different type of team of estheticians, massage therapists, spa coordinators, people working all synergistically together. But they also had to know the products. They had to know the treatment, meaning they had to have that treatment knowledge. So it was a very robust training of, well, hiring people. So back in the day, because I had done this for so many years now for other people, I have what I call the master's program. And the master's program is where the individual who we hire to work as whatever job, i.e. an esthetician, medical esthetician down the road, because initially we were not a medical spa, but an esthetician, massage therapist. Originally we did nail services, but then we remodeled the location in 2014 when we really kicked off the medical dynamic in 12, and we just needed the space. So, but originally we did do nail services. But anyhow, the master's program was where a person who, they had to have a resume in order for me to spend the time to even talk to them. So if they didn't have a resume, the spa coordinator said, put a resume together and send it. But if they didn't, then of course I never interviewed them. But if they had a resume, I'd pre-interview them on the phone. And then if they sounded on any level intelligent, meaning that they had a background, they were excited to interview, things of that nature that they could, just verbally talk with me, I invited them in for interview. Because again, I very much like to help people and motivate people and encourage people. And so even if I didn't hire them, I'm always trying to help people. So when they were interviewed, and if I chose to hire them, I told them about the master's program, which was that they did not get into the room for at least 6 months. They had to work as a spa coordinator for 6 months. Yes, we paid them hourly, but they had to learn the vision, the mission, the philosophy of the business. They had to show up well. They had to learn how to communicate with individuals. They had to obviously product knowledge and protocols. I mean, they had to learn the protocols as well. So during those 6 months, we trained them with that, but they did not get into the room. That was their price of admission. That's what they wanted, but they had to learn the business. And if you don't know the business, guys, and the gentleman before me was speaking about that, then you will fail. If you don't have a plan, you're planning to fail. So I gave them the plan. I gave them the blueprint. I gave them the structure. And do you know what? From that point till 2020, so 2005 to 20, I had a handful of women that over 5 fingers that worked for me for over 10 years. That worked for me over 10 years. That is unheard of in the spa industry. Why? Because I kept motivating them and training them and teaching them. So leadership is where you listen to people, you educate people, you advise people, and you develop people. And you do that on a daily basis. It's not a one and done. It's a constant in the trenches, but you also take advice, and when I say advice, that's that listening to them. In our weekly meetings, I opened it up to the floor, but daily I would be in the dispensary or wherever in the break room, and I would be speaking to the staff about their ideas, their thoughts, encouraging them with that. So in 2020, when we all took a hiatus in life, I never went dark. My manufacturer and warehouse and shipping in Dallas was closed, but I never went dark. I took in more inventory than normal because we didn't know how long this would be. And as long as people bought online, which we have a shopping cart on our novitasspa.com, as long as FedEx was open, I was open, FedEx was open, I was the shipper. But I started my first podcast during that season and live called Unique Leaders Live. And podcast, you can go to YouTube to this day under Megan DiMartino and find that. We did that for over 2 years. Started that though in March of 20. And one day this guy knocked on my door. Literally, I just finished the just finished the podcast and live. And I opened the door and I said, hello. And I thought he wanted to buy something. And he said, hi, I'm so-and-so. Would you like to sell me your business? So in discussing this with him, guys, it was very clear that he had no interest in the name. He had no interest in the product line. So therefore, the product line, the trade name, which are both Novitas Spa, is federally trademarked. He was not interested in that. And that truly was where the value lies. We had started doing regenerative stem cell in 19. We had been doing that for a year and a couple of months by this point. And it was really doing very well because it started with me. I, according to Western medicine, needed a knee replacement, didn't want surgery, the downtime. I'm a researcher of sorts and looked into it and saw that we could bring it to Novita. I had it myself. And 5 years plus later, I had it in the fall of 18. And 5 years later, I have still a great functioning knee without surgery, without medication, without steroids, without pain. I have a new knee. So back to selling the business. It was an asset purchase. He bought the lease. He bought the beautiful finish out. He bought the expensive equipment. But several of the gals during the first year decided they didn't want to stay with him. Women that I had been with me for 10 plus years. I mentored them again. They started their own businesses. And then in 22, I took this location I'm sitting in right now. I'm in the boutique of the Novita Beauty and Regenerative Wellness Boutique and then clinic. And so in 22, I started this. And then the really 4 gals that had started their own businesses, 3 right away and 1 later. They are all here renting rooms from me. So as I share with people, because the signage outside says Novita, people, and it's very well known in the Austin market, specifically Georgetown, and people say, oh, Novita's back, Novita's back, however you pronounce it, just call us. I don't care what you call us. And so as I give them a tour, we've shrunk the model to change the model. And these young ladies are here with me. So I do my regenerative and vitamin infusion work. We have an infrared sauna. And so we do health and wellness and other, wellness products along with the Novita Spa Clinical products. So I sold the glycolique, and then I sold the spa, the asset purchase of the spa, and have started again. So that's a long and a short of influence and leadership, Ramona.
Oh my goodness, the long and short is an understatement. That was a masterclass, a masterful masterclass on leadership and influence, and the lives that you have impacted along the way. The 4 women now renting a space from you, the gentleman that saw the value in your business and purchased your business, and selling 2 businesses makes you an exit strategist, meaning that is what Bakari just mentioned. He said, you have to have an exit. What is your exit? You see all of these other phenomenal entrepreneurs making it happen, and you don't hear about their exit too often. That's what I think is so unique, different, and valuable about your story that you always share.
Let me share something in line of that, Ramona, is that when I didn't sell the trade name, okay, very important point. When this guy knocked on my door, here is a lockdown. We don't know what's going on. But regardless, they're not only to me, but then what he was saying financially, that really held a lot of value because it also had the product line. So, I knew as I knew, I mean, and I'm not going to go into a long story of it, but that I was not going to sell that because also I knew I was going to continue on with the product line, and I was going to continue on with the regenerative. Okay. And so with that, I knew that foundation would be under the umbrella of Novita. But this is what I want to leave with that. What I want to leave with this. Just today, this morning, I was called last week by someone and said, we'd like to talk to you about buying your business.
Wow. Just today.
Well, the call was last week, spoke preliminarily with them, had a meeting, and then, but the reason I'm sharing it, because we didn't even get into an NDA, because I started it last year. Okay. Wow.
Amazing.
And so it's a large company, but so they have a goal threshold, which I'm not at yet. Okay.
Gotcha.
But the most important piece, guys, is that I knew as I knew from before. So this is how I'm going to say this. You need to know the end before the beginning.
Yes.
So when I started this, Ramona,
that start with the end in mind.
Yes.
That's it.
Okay.
Love it.
Because I knew I had the product line. I knew I had the name. I knew I was going to do regenerative. Okay, great.
Exactly.
But I knew that I was going to start again, knowing that eventually I would sell this. And so what was very exciting to me about this today, or last week's call, and then speaking to them today, was that how did they find us, Ramona? They found us by the URL.
Yes. Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
I mean, they have people combing and looking, and the SEO is important. He mentioned that, meaning you have to have your branding.
Yes.
So it's so basically speaking, that is how they found Novita, wanted, and so again, they said, keep us posted,
Absolutely. Absolutely. And they did not
me
hesitate to reach out and make that contact.
Exactly.
Those are messages. Those are messages and lessons embedded in this phenomenal story. And so many others. The pivoting and when to pivot and all those things that you shared in your story. I was listening. I was actually listening both here on StreamYard and I was listening on YouTube. I ran over to YouTube and checked. We're streaming on YouTube, LinkedIn, and Facebook. And I have a couple of gentlemen even that came into the chat and said that they're watching from LinkedIn also. So there's people all over that is watching this this conference. So people will definitely know who you are and where you are, even more people now. And the more you show up, that's what we were sharing with everybody early on. Just keep showing up.
Amen.
Just keep showing up. When you first opened your first business, was business booming? Was there standing room only?
Oh my gosh, no,
There you
not.
go.
I mean, not none of them. Meaning there are other businesses. You know,
Yes.
I mean,
Yes.
from Glycolite to Novita Spa, Novita Medical. You know, you have to continue that journey. It's just.
Yes.
You hear me say this all the time, Ramona. Start
Uh-huh.
and don't stop. But if you
That's
don't
it.
have a passion, and with your, then the purpose is revealed to you along the way. But if
Absolutely.
you don't have that passion, meaning I knew I was a creative and I was going to create something. It was going to be
Right.
something. So if you
Exactly.
don't have that passion, you're not going to do, because
That's
it takes such muscle to sustain.
Yes.
And so I do want to leave with my Propel program, Ramona, because
Awesome.
basically, guys, that is the overview. But when I sold the business in 20, and in 21, I basically started a program called Propel Your Business and Life Activation Program, because I have been asked over the years, and some of the gals, not just the 4 that rent the rooms, but I'm friends or colleagues, let's just call that, of many that were in that master's program or that I met along the way that I have mentored in their businesses, okay? Meaning outside of Novita. So I knew in 21,
Okay.
Ramona, that it was time for me to put down the tools that are going to help people tangibly to start a
Right.
business, okay?
Wow.
And it's called the Propel Your Business and Life Activation Program. And so
Awesome.
the start module has 5 videos and 5 workbooks based on
Amazing.
my 5 C's. And if you ask any of these gals that have worked with me over the years, any of
Uh-huh.
them, what my 5 C's are, they could tell you. It
Wow.
is clarity, courage, confidence, commitment, and compassion.
I remember them from when I was on your Propel as well.
Right,
Speaker,
exactly.
as featured guests. So I remember them very well.
But you can go to propel.megandimartino.com/info, and it's
Okay.
my link tree, and you can join the Propel community. That's the best
Awesome.
way. It's like what you said about your influencer community. It's the
Yeah.
best way to come aboard, because then you get a daily, little nugget of inspiration from me. Also, the notifications, like you said, you were on the Propel Deep Dive, which is a
Yes.
live and a podcast. And so you were on that, a couple months ago. You
Right.
can go back to YouTube, of course, and see them, and go to all the podcasting platforms, but they're also there on this link tree. You can find them.
Amazing.
Okay.
Amazing.
So therefore the course is there, the community is there, as well as the replays are there. And of course the novitaSpa.com, because
Amazing.
the link to everything. So that's all there.
Tell us again. Propel.megandimartino.
Right. .com
Okay.
/info.
Info. Gotcha. And
Okay.
that is how they can get the 5 courses with
Everything.
Awesome.
Everything. No,
There
it's
we go.
one course based on the 5 C's.
5 C's. There you go. Perfect.
Right. Because
Awesome.
as I said throughout my time with you, speaking to your guests, if you're not
Awesome.
clear, if you don't know that why, if you're not clear,
Right.
you're going to jump from one idea to the next idea, just looking for, that whatever,
Yeah, exactly.
and
Spinning your wheels.
whatever, and the whatever.
I have a
doesn't fit.
great friend that's coming up right after you as well. Before you have to pop off and go back to work. His name is Ron Wilsh, and he is the father of a celebrity. She's a rapper, but she no longer raps because she married Max Cooper, who's a billionaire or has hit billionaire status anyway. And so a celebrity that married a celebrity, and he has his own business as well called the Wardrobe Clinic, and I will be interviewing him shortly right after you're done. And thank you so much for showing up again and gracing us with your presence. And I can listen to you all day. So I cannot wait until we connect in person live at an event, and we're both on stage sharing live stages with you as well. But this gentleman has dressed the likes of Katy Perry and Eddie Murphy and all of those types of people through his fashion and design, through the Wardrobe Clinic in Philadelphia. And he has invited us. He has been watching from afar. He connected with me and said that he wants me to become a partner in his business and help him scale it and get some branding and all of those things, and to also start his book, The Tailor-Made Man, as well. So Ron Wilsh, meet Megan DiMartino, another great friend of mine and professional as well. And you can find him, find him on YouTube. Not YouTube. Find him on Google, and you will see his beautiful family and all of those things as well. So,
wow, Ron.
Hey, Megan.
I would love to.
You did a great job. I want to say you did a great job,
you.
Megan.
Thank you, Ron.
I
mean, we're both, fashion beauty people. So I would love to help you as well. Maybe Ramona and I have a gut feeling, Ron, and she and I have talked about this. We're going to collaborate regardless of stages,
Absolutely.
because we're cut from the same cloth, Ron. And I'm an East Coast girl. I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to get back there.
That's right. Have to make a reason to get back there. But Ron Wilsh is coming up next, and I have my questions sitting here waiting as well to give Ron the opportunity to give us his view now that he has really watched the full day pretty much of all of the phenomenal speakers and things of that nature. So he now has seen me in action also. He's heard me more than seen me in action, but today he got to see me in action as well. Right. So I will definitely, he has invited me to introduce him at a this week, as a matter of fact, to some senators and things of that nature, that he has a couple of things in the works as well, initiatives that he wants to get out and create. And he wants to do his book, The Tailor-Made Man, as well. He believes in a well-dressed man, polished and things of that nature. He wants to help young boys learn early how to show up and present themselves polished and professional as well.
Showing up is so
absolutely, and how to show up, not just show up, how
show up well as well.
Yes, that's it. Show up well. So it's been a pleasure, and thank you, and thank you again. And I cannot wait for what's to come. I'm excited. And we had David Evans. Let me put this up for you. David Evans was listening. Sorry. That was another one that said very awesome. But David Evans was listening and said, "Mom at the Bomb. Can't wait to see you on PIC TV Network." That was him. And then he said this also: we love to have you on PIC TV. That was to you as soon as you started speaking. So people are out there watching. He definitely wants you on PIC TV Network. We have Araya McGarry has popped back in, and she too said woohoo. And Natalia is watching from Sweden. She said earlier she's watching from Sweden, and she said this is going on. This is going amazing. And Lorraine Baca showing up will lead you big. I believe that's Christina Baca's mother as well. My mentee, 19-year-old mentee, running the background today. So with that said, thank you, and thank you again, Megan DiMartino in the house, everybody, for gracing us with your presence. And I just wanted to definitely bring up the next speaker and let you guys meet. And here we are. So everybody will be able to hear this short, quick interview, because it is 2:47. We'll probably go right to 3:10, 3:15. And we're going to just go through these quick questions and let Ron Wilsh share with you who he is and how he became the father of this phenomenal celebrity. So with that said, Ron Wilsh is in the house, everybody. So thank you. So Ron, what is your true observation and feedback on the day? The day you're ending it.
First of all, I'm excited. I'm excited. You know, I gotta go. I had my phone charged up, but the light just came on. I'm gonna go back inside. I came outside to get some sunshine because I like the sun. You look better in the sun. The sun always makes you better, right? But Ramona, I want to say I have made the wisest choice. For the last 4 years, I'm looking for help. Who are my helpers, right?
Oh.
And along came Ramona, my helper, my partner that will help me take it to that next level. I have learned so much today about who you are. Number one, your control, your presence, the level of your voice, your tone of voice. And your questions are so comfortable. And you allow the customer or your guest to spend time and speak without a rush. So,
Absolutely. That's important.
listen. So really, I'm honored to be on this platform. This is my first time on this platform, and I'm not a tech guy, but I'm learning tech. And Rona, you are in the loop when it comes to these tech stuff. And get your brand. Phone charge back. I'll get my put it back on the charger. There we go. I'm back in on charger.
Awesome.
Anyway,
Awesome.
I have learned a lot. I think you have value that a lot of people need, and I'm just glad that I came across and say, hey, I need help, and choosing wisely of who help you.
Yes.
Because if you're in a building stage, you can't have bricklayers who can't lay brick, right? They call themselves a bricklayer. Show me how to lay some brick. I mean, have you built anything in the past? You know, your history tells us who you are today.
Absolutely.
And your history as an author yourself and being in the loop and helping brands build out their companies like Supercuts and places like that. It just says a lot. And
Thank you.
We don't have a lot of time to make mistakes, right?
That's right.
Yes, if you need like the other guests before I came on talked about, you got to have a business plan, right?
Yes.
If you don't know how to build a business plan, find someone who can.
Yes.
Your job is to explain to them your vision.
Yes.
So I'm an artist. I'm an artist by nature. I just come to the conclusion. I like to teach though, but my artists, my gifts, well, some people don't like to say gifts because they don't believe in themselves. They say, my skill. What's your skill? My skill is socializing with people, making people look good in fashion. And I like looking good. I know.
Absolutely.
I was an ugly duck when I was a little boy.
Oh.
I had no girlfriends. No one wanted to date me. Nobody wanted to date Ronald. But then I grew into this strength and this fashion guy. Mm-hmm. And then marrying my beautiful wife, who had an 11-year-old daughter at the time. And that daughter became my daughter. I raised her. I gave her things. I dressed her. I took her to school. And she became this multi-international music and actress.
Wow. So you married her mother, and the her that you're speaking of is Eve, who's a world-renowned rapper. And she doesn't rap anymore. Of course, she doesn't have to, right? She has now married Max Cooper, and they have a beautiful young kid, a boy. I can't remember.
Wild Cooper, Mr. Cooper. I call him Mr. Cooper. He's like a little. He got the longest curly hair, right?
I see it. Beautiful curls.
I said, son, your nickname to me, I'm Pop Pop. Your nickname is Samson. I'm calling you my little Samson.
Up, guys. You guys are getting such a treat right now. I could not make this up. Ron has a big personality, as you all see. He has a huge personality. You just heard it. He married Eve's mother when Eve was only 11 years old. And he came in and started nurturing her as her father, taking her to school, dressing her up and things of that nature. And she is now a grown woman, celebrity, married to a celebrity, Max Cooper, who has hit billionaire status in his own lane and genius. And I see them traveling the world. They're all over the place. I saw, in fact, one of my mentors and coaches, John Lee, was at an event in Dubai a couple of months ago, and they were there, and he took a picture with her and posted it. So him and his assistant took a picture with Eve and posted it. Beautiful red dress, which you probably made for her. So with that said, I definitely just wanted to say, because it looked tailored. Honestly, it did look tailored.
Well, Eve learned a lot about fashion. You know, I met my wife on a fashion runway. I got to tell you this quick story. So you met
your wife? Oh, that's right. You did say your wife is in fashion. She orchestrates fashion shows and things. You did tell me that.
Oh yeah, she was. When I met my wife, she was one of the hottest female models. Well, in Philadelphia. And I met her on the runway because I was doing a fashion show. I was wearing my own tuxedo because I couldn't afford no model. So I had to be the model, right? So I wore my tuxedo.
You made your own tuxedo and you wore it on the runway as a model.
As a model, right?
Wow.
And my wife, who I don't know her name, but she's very beautiful. So she had a wedding dress on. I had my tuxedo on. And we walking down the aisle like we already get married in this fashion show. So I whispered while we was walking. I said, I think we should do this for real. And she said, I don't think so.
You couldn't make it up.
Right? So I said, okay, she don't want me. I'm not chasing. I'm not a chaser. I mean, anyway. So the day go on. I got to tell you the story. So the day goes on, and then I'm leaving. I'm packing my bag to leave, and I see her standing at the door like she's waiting for someone. And as I get close to her, she said, "Huh, here's my number. Give me a call."
Oh,
That was 42 years ago.
Oh, that's what I was just getting. Now I was going to say. Now tell everybody how many years later it is.
Oh yeah, that's 42 years ago.
42 years ago they met.
We've been married for 32 years.
And married 32.
Yeah, coming up May 31st will be 32 years.
Wow. Well, congratulations in advance.
Yeah.
In advance of your 33rd anniversary for one. And Ron, I just want to thank you. Thank you for reaching out a few weeks ago. Thank you for just your vulnerability, your honest, and thank you for all of the encouraging feedback and words that you have shared with me as well. So I have some questions here that you worked on, and you just basically touched on the first one. But you said, well, we're going to talk about becoming. These are some of the chapters in the book also that you want. You talked about being an ugly duckling and not really liking your looks. But of course, we all have everything that we need, and we're all made in his image, right? Perfectly in his image. And we're all children of God, right? We are all the apple of his eye, and he knows our name. He knows our name and everything about us. He made us perfect, right? So
go ahead, preacher.
Ron gassing me up right now. So with that said, what you just described is exactly what leaders do. That entire sequence of events, you showed up at a fashion show in the tuxedo that you made custom to wear it as the model on the runway because you could not afford models at that time. So never despise humble beginnings. When you make the decision to do something, whatever that is, right? Because this is kind of our closing as well. Your interview is kind of wrapped up into our closing because we told everybody it'll be 3:00. But of course, you see now it's going to probably be a little bit longer. So thank you, Kelly Keuchels, for stating that Ramona and Christina is on fire. All of these speakers is on fire today. And it has been just one after another, a phenomenal speaker. But you just gave them a blueprint. When it gets hard, when it gets tough as a business leader, business owner, and another phenomenal entrepreneur just posted something today that really resonated. That was Real Talk Kim. I saw her in I went to a couple of her events. She was at an event local event here in Georgia, where I am. She's from Georgia originally. And it was a women's event. And she is one fire, powerful, on fire right now as well. Always have been. And she's posted something today that said, we don't quit and give up over here, right? You cannot be in the word or a thought leader and not be thoughtful, for one. Two, you cannot be a leader and in the word and then turn around and not know on which day either you're a follower or you're a leader. And this day I'm just going to follow, or this day I'm going to lead. You have to know what you know. For one, who you are. Two, whose you are. So you had the confidence, the gall, the wherewithal to show up where other people would have said, oh, I can't look silly and wearing my own suit. For somebody else has to walk in my suit to represent me. There is nobody that can represent you and your brand and your business like you.
That's right. It's all about you.
Nobody.
Your life is who you are. Your life is your legacy.
That's it. That was big. Your life is your legacy. Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely.
Like if you see me now, right, and you see me on the streets constantly, and then you say, you seen Ron Welch lately? Oh yeah, I saw him. He was well dressed. That man can dress, or that man doing this. It's my brand to look good. Even though today I have on a t-shirt because I'm actually at the workout gym. I love the whirlpool. I believe in fashion and good health. You got to spend time. So Mondays is my day to do the whirlpool, the sauna, a little weight, treadmill,
Awesome.
and get my workout in because I got to keep my slim, figure. I got
to, of course, to represent. And Araya McGarry, who's the Emmy Award winner, she said, "Show up in style with Ron." She said it's going to be exciting to get to know you. So she was the very first speaker of the day and came and dropped the mic and dropped all kinds of major value and bombs. So I'm going to definitely take you up on that offer to do that live event inside on the 52nd floor of the Pyramid Club right there in Philadelphia, and bring all of my speakers and friends. And inside of this 300, we're going to fill the room. 300 to 500 person venue on the 52nd floor of the Pyramid Club. And I'm taking you up on the offer. You said it right here in front of God and everybody. So you're on the hook.
We're going to do a series of these kind of events throughout the country. I think the Pyramid Club is where we want to start. We're going to take on the road because I like your friends, your network, the speakers. We got to package this kind of this medicine. This is a package medicine. And we got to pack up and give each city a dose.
I love that. Package up the medicine and give each city a dose. I love that.
Get it. You need some up close, shake my hand, get this energy.
Yes.
Visionary, do it.
Yes.
Just do it. But
absolutely.
Listen for help.
Absolutely.
You got to find your help. Your help is talking and they watch it, but you got to know how to listen for help. So
wow. Your help is talking, guys. You heard that? Right. Your help is talking, but you have to learn how to listen. Leaders, there was another speaker earlier that said, leaders learn how to listen.
Right.
And I think David Evans even said, I stay quiet. When I'm in the presence of greatness, I stay quiet and I listen, because you never know. I am pausing you because I'm picking up the gems that you're dropping that's woven and threaded all throughout these particular, you're just sharing little nuggets of your experiences, but woven inside of those experiences are valuable pieces of nuggets that you can take value. In other words, that you can take with you, right? And implement. Listen more than you speak. Right. Oh, I can't stress that enough. Some people are so ego-driven that they can't wait to chime in and speak and be heard. Let me tell you something. It is not a competition. Long gone are the days of competition. Compete with yourself. Show up for yourself. Do better today than you did yesterday. Beat your personal best, like the track runners. They aren't competing when they're running. I think it was FloJo that used to wear the one leg and long nails and long hair and makeup and everything on the run. Right. She said, I'm not competing. How have you beat? She said, I'm not running to beat the next runner. I'm running to beat my last best run. So if I won the last one and everybody else was behind me and I beat my last one, I'm leaving everybody else further in the dust. I don't have to even worry about them after a while. And sure enough, she went years beating everybody.
I think the lesson is learning how to give yourself a grade, how to grade yourself. What I did last year, and give yourself an A to F. Is it F? Is it D? I need to improve. Where you need to improve at? I need to improve on networking and talking to people or share my ideas. We have a fear
or improve my attitude.
Of sharing ideas. Like, he's gonna steal my
say that
idea.
again. There you go.
Listen, if you ain't working on your idea, so God's gonna give it to somebody anyway.
Exactly. Oh my goodness. This is what I wanted to bring to you guys. He's off the cuff, guys, by the way. He's off the cuff.
You gotta work on your
The more you listen to Ron, you're gonna get all kinds of nuggets. He's off the cuff. And he said, we have to learn. We have to learn how to share your ideas, because when you share that idea, there's somebody listening that can help you with the idea to bring it to fruition. You're keeping it and trying to do it in your own strength. And Ron just said, by you holding it so tight to your chest, right? Your idea isn't just yours, and it's not just for you anyway. Your idea is really the ones that really get the best reach and that really go the farthest and that really are sustainable and stick around and have the sticking power are the ones that you share, because you're now going to find other people and connect to other people that can help you bring it even further, take it even further, and bring it in front of the right people at the right places and the right times that can help you make it happen.
You know, you're on it. You know, I am blessed. I got Ramona with me. We're going to make this pop. I'm excited. Listen, I'm excited.
So long gone. So long gone are the days of competition. You know what? You know what today is all about?
What?
Collaboration. Those people who can collaborate, like me and Araya McGarrett, doing a live event right here, like me and Ron Wilch. And who cares who wants to be a part and comes along? Those who want to come and destroy will be repelled, because what we're doing and what we're speaking and the way that we're connecting even right now won't feel natural or normal to them. It'll feel odd and awkward to them, right? Or their energy, because energy is everything. Energy does not lie. Energy is never destroyed. It is simply transferred. Energy is transferred. I think you said that a little bit earlier when I introduced you to a couple of the other gentlemen. You said you have to have the negative and the positive. You need a couple of haters too. Well, send that link out to all of the haters, or if you know a hater, send this link out, because there's some major value in here that they can use, that we want to help them too.
That's our mission as intelligent human beings, with people, with artists, with skills and a passion and know their mission. Your mission is to convert the ones who are not on a mission, right?
Yes.
You gotta help them see that they have a purpose in life. Everybody don't see their purpose. They like, oh man, I don't know where I'm going to go. How old are you? I'm 45. You don't know where you're going?
Yeah.
You're 45 years old. You don't know where you're going.
Royal Influencer Organization. Royal Influencer Organization. Our motto, our theme, what we built this on is empowering,
right?
To empower, to elevate, bringing people up from where they are. You're not stuck. You're not a tree.
Right.
So if you feel stuck, that's because you're not putting yourself in the right environments.
Right.
You can't put a shark in a fishbowl and expect it to become and grow into a shark.
Yeah.
Because it's in the wrong environment. Right?
Yeah, I gotta say this before we go any further. I gotta give thanks to my teachers. I had great people around me that helped build me. You know, I had good people. First, my mom. My mother.
On the back of Mother's Day. Yeah. I love it. I said right on the back of Mother's Day, giving honor to your mom.
My mom passed away 22 years ago.
Wow.
But she was my first supporter. She bought me my first sewing machine. I have a picture of me and my mother's North Philadelphia.
Your mother brought you your first sewing machine.
Correct.
Wow.
Industrial sewing machine, not no putt.
Industrial.
Yeah, not
the real one. The real one. You don't have to tell me, the real one from the factory. Yes.
Yeah, so I got to get
my grandmother was a store.
My mom and my teacher, high school teacher, Christopher Rams, who taught me the art and the fundamentals of tailoring. And he just gave me the focus of being patient when it comes to developing your skills. Like we had to do hand stitching over and over and over again. You start with the hand stitching, then you learn how to use the sewing machines. You got various sewing machines you got to spend time on. You got to know how to thread them up. So it needs patience.
Yes.
And I had
another great nugget, everybody, for entrepreneurs and business owners.
Patience.
So many entrepreneurs, a large number of entrepreneurs don't make it. And the reason why is because when they don't see what they're envisioning, or they don't see yet, key word, guys, patience, yet. And yet, when you don't see it happening, you don't see the end result of what you're seeking yet, they quit just before the breakthrough. They quit too soon. So the motto really should be never, ever quit. Keep going. I think Megan DiMartino said that. Never, ever quit. Never give up. You never know. She's already exited 2 businesses. And now, just a week or so ago, someone else approached her and said, hey, I'm interested. But she's not ready yet. She has more goals to accomplish in her business. But she now knows that she's on the right path, on the right track. And now the right people are coming. And the first time that you do anything, it will not be perfect and it will not be great. You will have roads in the bumps in the road. You will have slowdowns. You will have challenges. You will have issues. You will have problems. But you have to keep forging ahead through, around, under those challenges.
I think one of your guests mentioned, I think the brother who talked about finance and never having more money
Bakari,
than
Jabbar.
your overhead is that
Doing phenomenal things.
right.
Financially free.
He
After
mentioned
35.
he mentioned about don't quit your day job trying to start your business. Don't jump off one ship and say, I'm going to full steam ahead in my business. He raised the right point. If you're not making enough money in your business now to maintain your business and your lifestyle, keep the job, right? Keep the job.
Leverage. That's
right?
leverage.
And just call your entrepreneurship a project. Don't call it don't. It's business. Don't take it personal.
Don't make it the main thing yet.
Right.
Nurture it, build it,
right.
structure it.
Practice. But Kenny Gamble from International Records. Kenny Gamble is one of my clients, but in my humble beginnings in Philadelphia. So Kenny gave me some advice. I needed some money, right?
Kenny Gamble.
Kenny Gamble from International Records. Teddy Pendergrass, the OJs.
Yes.
Call him Brother Luke Mine. He started International Records from Philly.
Okay.
All the hits. Teddy Pendergrass, the OJs.
Okay.
Hyman.
Awesome.
On
the list, you're leading us right into the next question.
Yeah,
the next three questions. You're in it right now. I'm just gonna let everybody know. Talk about Eddie Murphy and you. Talk about the other celebrities. Talk about Farrakhan and the Taylor, and then talk and finish your story that you're sharing right now, because that covers all three of the next chapters in your book that we're going to talk about.
Eddie Murphy. Some people call it bragging, but I try to motivate people.
Not at all.
So celebrities call when they looking for quality stuff. So you shouldn't get a phone call from Eddie Murphy unless you're doing some quality stuff, right?
Absolutely.
Katy Perry ain't gonna reach out to you unless you are quality.
Yes.
This is a quality clientele, right?
Two of your clients, by the way, Katy Perry and Eddie Murphy.
But I was practicing my skills, and then my first big client who gave me my big break and my first big orders of suits is Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. The minister started ordering my suits, and he going around the country giving lectures on stop the killing.
And he is clean to the nines every time you see him.
And so Eddie used to, I guess he's probably still do, watch the minister videos. And he was home. He says, who make Minister Farrakhan suits? The man could preach for 3 hours and the suit don't wrinkle.
Looks like it could stand up by itself, yes.
They say this guy named Ron Welch in Philly. So that's when Eddie reached out, his office reached out to me. And then it snowballed, but that gave me the confidence. I'm on the right path. My practice became quality that people of substance will call me. Absolutely. So the minister was my first major client. Then Eddie Murphy became my second biggest client.
Wow.
But the minister had been my client for the last 30 years. So he's been the biggest and the longest client I ever had.
Wow. And he wears a suit everywhere he goes. I've never seen him out of a suit.
But the biggest day of making a suit for the minister was the Million Man March.
I remember that, with all of the men, and they were all required to have suits. Oh, wow.
Yeah. So 2,000 men showed up in Washington, D.C., and I dressed the man for the keynote speech, right?
Exactly. Oh, my.
Wait a minute. I said, wow.
You dressed the keynote speaker. Wow.
I said, wow. Now imagine he say, can I get 50,000 men to get one suit for Ron Welch? He would be the #1 tailor manufacturer in the country.
Wow.
It never happened, but that's my way of thinking.
Yes,
and what's the timing? Timing is everything. This is my time to really build those institutions, those factories in urban America. So I'm doing the program in prisons, my Boys to Bosses program. We'll be teaching
Boys to Bosses program, building
industries and business ownership. Most importantly, designing new product.
Yes.
What are the future products for school uniforms in the next 20 years? What's the future product for uniforms for the police department for next year? I know the military and the government looking for manufacturers who can make things in the States, but the labor force is not there. So just to touch on that, making suits for celebrities and being in this kind of atmosphere is good. But I'm really on a mission for the.
You're showing everybody how thought-provoking you are, and how now you can just imagine our conversations. This is exactly what we're having right now. It's the same type of level of conversation that we have on the phone, and his ideas just are phenomenal of how he can change change the industry. And what we have created is the idea through him coming now and seeing what I do, watching me in in my lane. And he has now said, I said, wow, Ron, I said, imagine this. Imagine I bring Royal Influencer Organization with all of these other little small communities. We bring them together. So we merge entrepreneurship, business ownership. You heard what he just said with Boys to Bosses is introducing them to business early, introducing them to how to show up professionally and well groomed and learning how to show up and show up well and groomed what pristine looks like and how it can just change their attitude overall, even how they walk and their confidence and things of that nature. He said, you said we need that. We older men need to be the example for the younger men and things of that nature. And I said, well, what do you think of merging entrepreneurship and business ownership with fashion and skincare and beauty? And he was like, whoa, let's do it. He said, we can go to the 52nd floor where I have a spot in Philadelphia of the Pyramid Club where there's a 300 to 500 and bring all of your speakers and let's show up and let's do it. I said, oh my gosh, wait until I let them know. And I said, well, you'll get the opportunity to now share with them exactly what we've been talking about and planning because you were going to come today. And thank you for your yes, by the way. We didn't plan this until yesterday. And I said, well, how about you just come and show up and meet everybody and speak to everybody.
Just talk to you.
And he said, I said, we'll do interview style because we're still working on refining everything. We'll do interview style. I'll just ask you a series of questions and we'll talk about it. And that's exactly what we're here doing right now. So talk a little bit about you mentioned the warehouses. Right. You mentioned and you want to create these places where boys even can come in and learn how to even tailor if they choose. They're so creative and there's so many that's just locked onto their cell phones but yet they're still creative, and anything that you put in their hands while their brains are still young and seeking and like a sponge, they will thrive. So I love that. From prisons to independence. Talk about that. Talk about your wife and Eve, and then talk about your son Farad as well. So let's hear about some of that stuff. Talk about the prisons to independence, and that's where we'll be sitting in front of commissioners and things of that nature soon. And I'll be introducing you to them and giving them what your ideas are behind from prisons to independence as well. So talk a little bit about that, and then go right into your wife and Eve, your daughter, and your son Farad.
Yeah, well, first of all, I have a beautiful family. My son, who's 30 years old, who lives in Atlanta. My daughter Eve, we just talked about it. She just came home yesterday. She was in California. She came home to visit, of course, visit me and my wife and her family. But most importantly, my father-in-law, my wife's father is really ill. So
okay.
And
and yesterday was Mother's Day as well.
So and so I got a beautiful family. I'm a lucky guy, but I think God has blessed me because I learned to learn how to give and listen to others. I'm a servant by nature. I love serving.
Yes.
And this is a beautiful thing because my wealth comes from serving. Kenny Gamble, I got to finish the story about Kenny Gamble. Kenny Gamble said to me, he said, Ryan, stop chasing the dollar and perfect your skills, right?
Oh, wow. That's huge. Stop chasing the dollar and perfect your skill. Wow.
Yeah. This was like in 96. He told me this because I was looking for a loan. But anyway, I learned to perfect my skills and perfect my mission. So, and my family sees that. That's why Eve, her drive of being successful, her energy, her passion for being successful in the music and the entertainment world is growing. It's constantly growing. My son constantly growing. My wife constantly doing her fashion shows and organizing people in fashion. And I'm doing my thing. So I feel really good about my position right now. So I'm about to do a deal with the Philadelphia prison. Well, the Philadelphia prison want me back. No, I never was sentenced to jail, but I used to work in the prisons from 85 to 96. I was the youngest shop supervisor, teaching inmates garment construction, making all the M8 blues, the M8 uniforms, and all that stuff. But the city gave me my little seed money to start my business. So that was the point. Also, the guy said, you don't leave your job until your business can afford to pay you. So from 85 to 96, I had my outside shop. I called my shop, was called the Ron Welch Couture in South Philadelphia. But anyway, I just practiced and kept perfecting my skills. And then people start recognizing me. Local newspaper like Philadelphia Tribune wrote a story. Then the Inquirer wrote a story. Then Philadelphia Magazine called me. Well, I ain't gonna say it right now, but yeah, I'm gonna tell you. So when I started making suits for the minister, Philadelphia Magazine, which is a Jewish magazine, they called me the Tailor of Islam, right? So I got titles. I had all kind of titles. And then after that, I used to do the fashion show at the Del East, where me and my wife was the producer. I was one of the designers, but we had like 10 other fashion designers. And the Del East can hold 6,000 to 8,000 people outdoor venue.
Wow.
Outdoor venue. So we used to do that with the city. That was from 94 all the way up to 2001.
Wow.
But when I was doing that, Randall was the mayor of Philadelphia. He called me fashion czar, right? So titles, I learned titles really don't mean anything unless you are carrying or you operating in the function.
Yes.
It's the function of the title, not the title.
Yes, that's it. That's it.
I can't call myself a wardrobe doctor unless I'm doing some surgery on your wardrobe.
That's right. Absolutely. Absolutely. I cannot wait to get my first tailor-made dress or suit from Ron Welch.
Oh, yeah, by the way, the women, the ladies, listen, ladies, all the ladies watching this or listening to us, my real focus is about you. Dressing you.
You hear that?
Not just in a tailor-made suit and a trench coat and slacks, but I want to put you in that beautiful dress, that black dress, right? That when we do our little black tie events and events, I need to. I want you to take it to the next level, like where we supposed to be. And guys, listen, we're gonna put on them black ties. We're gonna have a black tie Friday or something.
Wow.
You gotta have fashion. Appreciate your life. I believe every moment of your life is precious. So enjoy it. Wear the best. Smell the best.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The whole package. The whole package.
I believe.
Oh my gosh.
When you go shopping for food, look your best, please.
Absolutely. There you go. When you go shopping, even look your best.
Yeah, because you never know who's watching you.
Yes. Yes.
Look at her.
And guess what, guys? I showed up. I just showed up, and I showed up as my true, authentic self, and I was delivering value.
Right. Not only that.
And Ron Welch said, "Hey, give me a call."
You know, my biggest fear is that I have to go to the emergency room for any kind of emergency, and I smell and look terrible.
Oh my God! Even in an emergency, you want to look good.
I want to have no.
That was good. That was good. Even in an emergency, you want to look good. I love it.
I want my fingernails clean. I want my teeth brushed. I want to be looking good when they open, like take my clothes off. Oh,
it's those details. It's those details. The details.
It's like he's so immaculate. He's in shit. How old is this man? He's 62 years old. He's 62. Oh my God, his nails clean.
Yes.
Oh my God. So
absolutely.
You never know the emergency, but be ready. Just come to show up. Show up.
Absolutely. Show up. I love it. I love it.
But I'm excited to be in your circle now, and your
thank you. A pleasure to have you in my family.
Listening.
It's a movement. It's a movement, but it's also a family. It's a movement, but it's also a family.
All those who I heard speak, I want to say, good job. We got to keep this thing going. We got to keep the conversation going.
Absolutely.
This is your purpose. This is your mission. You are all captains. Now, where's your lieutenants? You got to build some lieutenants.
Yes, yes.
Then it's
I'm seeking. I haven't made the announcement. I haven't told them, but I'm watching for the leaders. The leaders, and let me tell you what leaders will do. Leaders will rise to the occasion and identify themselves.
Yeah. And the soldiers will fall right in line. The soldiers will fall in line.
If they're meant to be in the circle, in the family, on the movement train, they will fall right in line behind their lieutenants.
All you gotta do is show them the benefits.
I realized this weekend. I said that's something that I have to get. I have to get my lieutenants to take with me everywhere right now. Not yesterday. Now,
your lieutenant or your captain, one of your captains is in a control room right now. She's switching it up. She's gonna
yes. One of the captains is here right now. Christina Baca is one of the captains for sure. Absolutely.
Yeah,
you are absolutely right.
This is a beautiful thing. This is.
Thank you.
I am like I'm pumped up. And listen, so
thank you.
This summer we're gonna raise the bar. Okay.
Yes. I like raise it. Let's raise. I'm ready. Let's raise the bar. Let's go.
Like I told you the other day, when I walk in the room, I want to be the yardstick.
Wow.
That people can measure themselves. Measure yourself.
Yes.
But don't know how to measure themselves.
And don't fight against it. When you start feeling inadequate, when you start feeling like I can't measure up, yes, you can.
Yes, you can.
You're speaking the wrong things for one, first and foremost, over your life, and or get your pencils and paper out, everybody, or you're allowing the wrong person to speak over you and your life. Anybody that will speak death, anybody that will speak who you are, and it's outside of what our Creator said, that is a person that is not in your corner and should not be in your circle. And that is perfectly okay, because everybody can't go where He's taking you.
There you go. They are not qualified.
Some people just aren't ready. And I heard what you just got ready to say. Some people are not, they are not qualified.
They're not qualified. Not yet. They're not qualified.
They just disqualified themselves.
Keep them outside the circle.
They just disqualified themselves when they spoke the opposite of what our Creator said. That is why it's vital for you to know who you are. And when you walk into that room, regardless of whether you receive a welcome or not, you walk into that room like God sent you there, because there are no coincidences. There are no mistakes. It was not a mistake that Ron Wilsh was walking with his wife when he was modeling for his own suit. And he was going to have a daughter that was only 11 years old.
Hey, listen.
You can't make it up.
You can't make it up. You can't make it up. I wanted to say this because some people may say, damn, did he just say when he walks in the room, he want to be the yardstick? Yes, in giving. I come in, I got a spirit. I think I have the spirit of.
No. And let me tell you, this is no judgment zone. This is no judgment zone.
I'm come giving you a good vibe and give you good conversation and give you a good example. Because I get men say, hey, man, that suit that you're wearing, man, who are you wearing that suit? Well, I say, I'm Ron Welch. I make suits, but I like to start with what's in your closet. Let me fix what's in your closet first. And they like it. So I tear down the envy from brothers who want to envy me. Don't envy me. I'm just your.
You tear down the envy from other men who look at you and want to tear you down or envy you. Yeah. Don't envy anybody, as a matter of fact. Envy is envy, jealousy, resentment. Those are all low vibrations, by the way. Your goals and anything that God has for you do not live on that vibrational frequency. Right. That's a low vibration and low energy. So if you have a tendency to go there, whoever you are, we have people in France, people in Sweden, we have people from all over watching, people on LinkedIn. They're in the chat commenting and things of that nature. So if you happen to be one of those low vibrational people, that when you're in the presence of powerful people, other powerful people, greatness, in a room full of leaders, the leaders get inspired. The snakes get scared.
Right.
And there's a couple of other people that do a couple of other things, but you can choose. The beauty of it is you can choose.
That's right.
To now become one of the leaders and be inspired by the person who is a few feet ahead or few steps ahead and see what it is that they're doing. And guess what? When you sit there and watch them, don't just pick up their tools and don't pick up their little tricks of the trade and things of that nature, because guess what? You cannot duplicate greatness.
Right. We are each
strive to be.
Right.
You can strive to be great in anything and everywhere you go. In anything and everywhere you go. Connect with the people who have what it is that you want. Learn how they did it. Also, give them their credit. Give them their flowers. That's also a way of reciprocity as well.
You know,
you'll get more of that also. You'll get it right back. That's how the universe works.
One of my tools are when I meet new people, I always start with complimenting them first. I start with I find something on each person.
Did you guys just get the nugget? That was a huge nugget. Anytime he meets someone, he always leads with a compliment. There is something good in everybody. But when you only hear, Ron, how would you handle if you walk into a room and there's a negative Nancy or a naysayer, and they have the scowl on their face and their lips are all pursed, and everything that comes out of their mouth is something negative or derogatory about that person or this person or somebody or something. Well, God could be sitting there. God could have sent their blessing, and they are talking about their blessing and running their blessing away.
Well, I learned to when you walk in a room, first examine the room, stand still, come in the room and just sit still and just look at the room, right?
Yes.
And learn the art of body language.
Yes.
Who's smiling? Who's talking?
Thank you.
Who's drinking? Who's sitting down? Who's standing up? Right? Who's laughing? Right?
The art of observation. Before you even think something, before you even speak, art of observation.
You gotta look at the room. You gotta scan the room out because we are spiritual people. Read the room. Feel the spirit.
Feel the spirit. Yes.
I come in a room. I gotta tell you a story, real short story. So, the Chamber of Commerce was doing an angel investment meeting at the Bellevue downtown in the city. I needed some angel investment. I need some money. So I wore one of my tailor-made suits, gray pinstripe, double-breasted. I had a Gucci tie on, sharp, fresh white shirt, because I'm around Welch, right? I wear the tailor-made. I got to be clean all the time. Right. So I'm looking for my angel investor. I got my proposal in my hand, but everybody was coming to me. I was just standing in the corner trying to observe the room. Everybody was coming to me thinking I'm the angel investor.
That's how powerful it is when you show up. When you show up. Show up. And other people will look at that. Why is everybody going to her? Don't go to her? Well, guess what? Now you're not only killing your blessing, but you're also killing other people's blessings. Right. Let them be blessed. Right. Maybe there's something that they see in me that they can't see anywhere else. And maybe I was sent to bless them and not you. It's perfectly okay. There's 8 billion people in the world.
Yep.
Nobody can take what's for you. Nobody can take what's for you anyway, no matter how much they like you or not.
Right. I'm going to say that. I know you got to go. We're going to talk further at our big interview. We're just getting to learn each other, your fans and your followers. And
absolutely. David Evans just popped back into the room. I'll bring him up in a little bit.
I can't read the chat from here, but I know they probably enjoying this conversation. But the bottom line is this. We are here for a moment in time.
Yes.
How well you manage your time. And are you going to wring out your talents of your life, or are you going to just say, you know what, I'm just going to use this talent and the other talents I like or want, I'm just going to bury them. Yeah. You know what? I'm going to bury all this stuff.
I'm just going to use this little bit and bury the rest and just sit there and watch everybody else and complain about what they're doing and how they're doing it instead of focusing on yourself and focusing on why am I so miserable? Why do I not like this person? And why am I threatened? And why? That's what you focus on and fix it. Not just focus on it, identify it and call it what it is and fix it. Right. And leave people alone. They look, if it's not for them, they are going to repel themselves or remove themselves. They don't need help.
Right.
Help yourself before you kill your
So
own blessing.
that's why I named my book A Tailor-Made Man.
A tailor-made man. Absolutely. Awesome.
So
Phenomenal.
this title, people are starting to feel it.
David
A
Evans, if you
tailor-made
want to come
man
up,
is
open your mic. I'm
a
sorry,
tailor-
open your camera.
A tailor-made man is not just for Ron Wells. It's for every person that reads the book. You are tailor-made yourself. It's
Absolutely.
number one Rona ever and will ever be.
Absolutely.
Listen, boss. I had to switch up, man. I'm downtown in DC, man. Man, you just blow the whole world away. I'm going to go to the White House, man, around the corner, man. But you got me so excited. I had to come over Ramona and say, this man is like, he lightened up the world. I got to get him on Pick TV network. He had to bring his book on my network and be on the book channel. It's going to sell out, man. And your clothes, man. We're going to do a special TV segment so you can do all your marketing, man. I love it, man. I'm downtown.
Well, I want to say this. So I want to thank you for the offer, but I am so respectful of my business manager and consultant. If Rona says it's done, it's a done deal. He handles everything for me at this point. Listen.
You heard it from the horse's mouth. He said his business manager and consultant handles everything. Everything has to go through me, and it's already done. David Evans, it's already done.
Oh yeah,
listen.
I can tell you.
I want to also offer advertisement. I want to advertise right on your network. Boys the Bosses Wardrobe Clinic wants to be an advertiser. We'll work it out. Rona, we'll work it out. I want to advertise. I want to advertise big. And we come on like a monthly type of thing or a weekly thing. I can give a 10-second, 30-second, tip of the day or something like that, Yeah. And so.
And I could tell you a man of God, man. I could see God all over you, man. From the first time you came on, I can just feel the presence of the Lord, man. There's something about that beam and light you got, man. You're a beacon of light, man. I want to thank you for letting your light shine.
Well, I want to say this. I gotta also give credit. I mean, listen, man. This is my time. It's the time. I've been a quiet man for too long, and God has loosened my tongue. My tongue to stutter. I used to be so afraid to speak in front of people, but God has loosened my tongue. I have become. I'm like a little Samson, like God has took the jawbone of an ass, right? I was an ass kind of man, right? But he took me, and now I'm beating the hell out of the enemies, the envy and the hateful people who are self-hated, who don't see themselves, don't see God in them. So my job is to beat the hell out of them with truth and righteousness and the proper behavior. Pull your pants up, black man. Put on a belt. What's wrong with you? We gotta put belts on and put shoes on. And women, we gotta show the women what a king look like, what a little king look like, so they could choose wisely. Our women gotta choose wisely, but the choices are so messed up because everybody got on hoodies and baseball caps, right? And a woman like, I guess I gotta find a baseball player. No, he's not a baseball player. He's just a man who just like to wear baseball caps, but he's unemployed, right? But listen, we got to be good examples and do the best we can. And Rona, I'm like this. I am on fire. It's time to shine.
Thank you.
And
here he is. He's back. He's back. David Evans is back.
I don't want to put your friends is now my friends, and my friends will be your friends. Absolutely. I'm up to 8,000 customers on data. I'm a data-driven business. My website, Wardrobe Clinic, is like #1 on Google in Philadelphia.
Awesome.
So I'm #1 on Google, #1 on Yelp, and fashion is what I do. Wardrobe Clinic, our slogan is, it's the fit that counts, right? So the Wardrobe Clinic is the alteration operation. We fix what's in your closet. We got product that you can buy like cedarwood closet fragrances and whatnot, shoe bags. and the proper hangers for your closet. So we got that kind of thing going for the wardrobe clinic. And then
Awesome.
Boys the Bosses is my nonprofit program. Boys the Bosses, where we mentor young men 12 to 19 years of age in different communities on the art of entrepreneurship and how to dress, how to shake a hand, how to sit down and dine, how to treat a woman, pull a chair out, open the door, black man. Listen, we got to treat our woman right. She's the queen of the earth, and we cannot put up with disrespecting black women or women in period. So that's what Boys the Boss is about, bringing respect to yourself and to your woman, and putting on that suit, because that suit makes you business. It gives you a business mind. I call a business suit a Superman suit, right? What's the difference between us? Why did Superman have to change out of a suit into a cape to fly? Why he couldn't fly with the suit on? He had to take the suit off and put on a jumpsuit with a cape. I said, wait a minute, if you can really fly, you can fly in any clothes you have on. But what he was saying to me, your wardrobe gives you the support and thinking that you can fly. So a business suit to me, thinking that I could do great business.
Yeah.
So when I sit down, I put on a nice fitted suit and I say I can sit down with anybody, the lawyer, doctor.
Hey, Bob, I'm telling you, man, you got something special. Ramona, I'm going to try to come back in a few minutes. I'm right by the White House. I'm serious. I'm going to go in there. I want you to meet somebody. So if I pop the screen.
He has been introducing me to all of his friends as well, Ron. He introduced us to Julius. Julius Weems was our second speaker. I don't know if you were on or watching yet, Ron, but Julius Weems has worked with PayPal, companies like PayPal, Google, as well as Disney. And he's been an executive already, and now he's with Think Energy as well, a leader, but he is known for building businesses as well. So we are all connected. All of our communities are now interwoven and connected. So all of these will be part of the speakers that will be in this phenomenal event that you are envisioning. I see the vision. I've been seeing this vision, by the way, for years, and it's all coming together. And there are no coincidences in timing. There are no coincidences in people, and we're ready to go. We're ready to take off.
I'm so proud.
And here's Julius Weems. I just sent him a message. He sent me a beautiful message, text message, and I'm going to add him into the conversation. He was here. Here he is right now.
Right there. That's the dude. Hello. That is the man right there.
Well, listen, I did hear you, and I'm impressed. In fact, when I came on, you was talking. I was like, all the speakers, number one, spoke clearly with good English, right? And number two, they had good stuff, like good information. I'm like, wait a minute, Rona is my gal.
Listen, I sent her a message.
Ramona, like, you are in the loop. Now I'm in the loop. I'm in Rona's loop. Hello. I'm in Ramona's
Oh, thanks, guys. Loop. Thank you. And Julius, you were going to say something?
I do. You know, I had a mastermind I created. It was called the Dinner Table years ago. And Ramona, you creating the dinner table. And what I mean is that some people grew up with an aunt and uncle that were wealthy, and they could go and say, I want to start a business. Auntie, give me $250,000, right? But some people didn't grow up with that. And we need a dinner table. And you created the dinner table here. What you're creating here with Royal Influences is a dinner table that is allowing entrepreneurs and people with experience to come together and build wealth, and do it in a way that is one with, we have values. You don't have to sacrifice your values and your character to build wealthy business. Number two is that it's based on a Christian foundation, and that's okay. We can be wealthy and be wealthy.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. Got that. Got it. Got the message.
And so it's powerful. And these speakers today have been incredible. And the movement of greatness is a beautiful thing to be a part of. So thank you for having me on today. It's just an incredible opportunity.
Pleasure. Absolute pleasure. Absolute pleasure. And I wholeheartedly agree that even you watched the last event. Was it you were invited by David Evans right here? You guys are already connected in Think Energy and other things. And you watched. He invited you and you watched. And I've been saying all morning and afternoon that there are no coincidences. No. This didn't just happen by accident. This was somebody, all of us, showing up every day and believing in what we wanted to see, believing in what we could not see. And that is what happens. You eventually run into the right people. As long as you're believing in doing the right thing, you're going to run into the right people. You're going to run into the right event, and you're going to run into the right relationship, because we're all just one relationship away from a life-changing. I've seen the picture that you sent me in that room that you were speaking in. I don't know how many people were in that room on that stage that you were. It looked like a stadium to me. I'm like, what in the world?
That was the Dallas Mavericks arena. 20,000 entrepreneurs. Showing them how to take advantage. Yes, 20,000 entrepreneurs, all in the energy industry. Teaching them how to leverage renewable energy to build wealth. And so super excited. You know, Ramon, I know we're going to be talking more about renewable energy with Think Energy.
Absolutely.
But right now, guys, with the federal programs, there's billions of dollars available to entrepreneurs, and I just want to make sure that we all pay attention, and I'm here to share with everybody on how to get involved. And I'm talking about for the year to get involved and to make thousands of dollars is $59 a time. $59. Wow. So even if you don't want to know, I want you to know.
That's right. That's right. Absolutely.
So
thank you, gentlemen. Thank you.
We're so excited, and thank you.
You're quite welcome. We so appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you so much for saying yes. And thank you so much for gracing all of my community and my audience with your presence. We are back here tomorrow. All three of you are definitely welcome to come back. I already have a slot for you anyway. So I guess that's the invitation. So make time. I'll give you your times by text, and show up tomorrow as well. I will be streaming on Clubhouse tomorrow. Today I was streaming just on LinkedIn, Facebook, YouTube, and tomorrow I'm adding IG, which is just an hour, but I think I can go back and just reset it and make it a little bit longer. But if it's just an hour, maybe just in that 1 hour that we will have people. Christina Baca said, thank you for officially changing my life. Oh my goodness. That's my little 19-year-old mentee. Started mentoring her at 18, and she wrote a book within 2 months on her own. Just said, hey, God, Mom, I want you to read this book. I said, what book? She said, I wrote a book. I said, oh my God. She said, well, you wrote one. I have to write one too. And that book is available on Amazon. She wrote it, and it's there on Amazon. She's also in real estate. Another great friend of mine, Cindy Stampo. I'm getting ready to reach out to her and tell her, hey, come back on tomorrow too. She builds homes for celebrities, 19 million, 10 million, 20 million, and up in the Boston area. And she graced us, great friend of mine. We were texting last night late. She just comes in late, and if I don't have a room, she said, where's your rooms? And she sent me the most beautiful message on Mother's Day. Oh my God. I was like, oh, just took my breath away for a minute. I was like, whoa, wait a second. She said, I highly respect you. You're a beautiful person, beautiful soul. I wish you lived near me. And when I come, we're going to hang out for 3 days and do some phenomenal things. So I'm planning to visit her as well. Another great mentor of mine, getting ready to mentor me in that space of real estate also. And I mean, just the people. Tyrone Poole, I'm going to invite him to show up tomorrow. I was texting him yesterday, and this morning, and I can invite him. He would love to pop in and join us and hang out with you guys, and probably speak tomorrow. I'll have him speak tomorrow as well. I'll just reach out to him. Jackson Crisp, another NFL player, great friend of mine. We were just chatting also. He wished me happy Mother's Day, and I said, hey, I have another event. He spoke at many of my events. You'll see it on my feed. And he said, I'm filming right now. He's filming a movie right now, so he couldn't break away. So with that said, these are all friends of mine. They gave me their home number. I didn't even ask for it. They just said, here is my number. You're a friend. You're more than just a connection. You're a friend and a family. So just to be in great company and to be trusted with the lives, and them to invite me into their businesses and their families and things of that nature. So Ron and I will be working together. And definitely, and then I'm working with you as well, Julius Weems. I'm a partner with Think Energy also. Guys, $59. This guy has built, huge, worked for some huge organizations and have built huge businesses. And I have a thing or two under my belt with building. That's what I do, by the way. I build anything. You give me something, I'm going to figure out a way to build something out of it. So that's what I do. So with that said, thank you.
And you do it well. You do it well.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ron Wilsh. Appreciate you. And thank all of your lovely wives. Thank Coach E. Coach E, I saw the message as soon as David came up. She was like my two favorite people. She is my favorite as well. And Julius, thank your beautiful wife as well as Ron. Thank your beautiful wife and daughter as well. Tell her we said hello.
Tomorrow, Ramona, everybody can turn right back on tomorrow. Let them know again. We're going to blast it out, and all of the speakers tomorrow. We can also link it to our audience, which is big. We want to break the social media records tomorrow coming on.
Awesome. Sounds good. Yes, absolutely. A pleasure. That's what it's about, ladies and gentlemen. This is what it's about. What you're seeing is what getting out of your comfort zone, which is your broke zone, and staying uncomfortable. Get accustomed to being uncomfortable. If you are not uncomfortable, as a matter of fact, something's wrong.
Right.
Shake yourself and ask yourself, why am I so comfortable when I have all of this domain and territory out here to take up and bring to fruition all of these dreams? Some people are walking around 9 months pregnant with a dream, with the vision.
There you go.
Every idea is a billion, not even a million. Guess what? It's easier now today with AI to become a millionaire than it's ever been, ever in your life been, right? So right now, every idea has the potential to be a $1 million idea, or better yet, even bigger and better, a $1 billion idea.
That's
if
right.
you're willing to put in the work. Do it hard, do it scared, do it anyway, but just do it. Just like Nike, just do it, right? So what word would you guys give all of the entrepreneurs that are out there listening and watching?
Yeah, first of all, I would tell everybody, you got to have a passion for what you're doing. Whenever you're doing something, it's the passion. For me, with Pick TV Network, I refuse to listen to people who didn't see my vision. You can't have a blind person to see your vision. Your passion, your zeal, your motivation has to be beyond what anybody on the planet would say you can't do. And keep doing it. Keep doing it. If it keep raining, it's going to cover the ground. It's going to cover the whole city. It's going to cover. Then the next thing I would say to people, you have to have a team around you. People like Julius, you have to have people around you who want you to win.
Absolutely.
Who will give advice that will help you get across the finish line. They see something that you don't see in yourself. Julius always bringing out gold in me. Every time we talk, he's my business advisor. He's my coach. He's my friend.
Love it.
Want to push me. Anybody can tell you how you're gonna lose and you ain't know it is not gonna work and not succeed. But then you got people around you who see you at the finish line and want to help you win. That's who you want to be around.
Absolutely. So go right ahead, Julius. Give us a couple of minutes of what you would tell entrepreneurs out there.
Number one is that you must have a process to build wealth. You have to talk, many times, and I have nothing against many of the coaches around the world, but performance has to drive revenue.
Yes.
And if you don't have systems, you cannot drive revenue.
Absolutely.
And I love systems. For my new entrepreneurs, systems don't have feelings.
Yes.
Systems continue to work in spite of what's going on around you, because the moment you make the decision to build a business, I promise you, life will start lifing. Okay.
Tell me about it.
when I'm coaching people, we build systems. And when we talk to the system of how to get from 0 to 250,000, 250,000 to 4 million, 4 million to 10 million, because the systems keep the business alive. The baby's got to stay alive. I always call your business is your baby. So here's what I'll tell you: build systems. Take those systems into your business. Let those systems work in your business. And on bad days, rely on the fact that you built the right systems to build the right revenue.
Absolutely. Oh, that was powerful. That was good. Systems don't have feelings. I wrote that down. Systems don't have feelings. They also don't have attitudes, right? From employees that have attitudes.
Intelligence, Ramona, and Julius always encouraged me. That's why artificial intelligence is going to zoom, and billions of people around the world are going to be impacted by artificial intelligence. And this brother's already teaching this. People already pay to take his free course.
I love it. Well, get ready to do a quick little Zoom, because at that live event, and you'll be there, David, I'll get all of everybody that's there. I'll get them on a Zoom real quick, and we'll get them all signed up. How about that?
Yeah.
Awesome. Sounds good. So we have another phenomenal lineup of speakers that will be there that I'll be co-hosting, and it's the Expectfully You event. Get your tickets. You don't want to miss it. If you're in the Washington, DMV, Virginia area, come to that event and DM myself the word care, and I'll get you the link. And then 2 minutes from you, Ron, and we're wrapping it up. So Ron, give us 2 minutes of what you would tell all of the entrepreneurs out there that they really need to know to get it started, or if they've gotten it started and they hit the ceiling, how do they break through the ceiling? And if they broke through the ceiling, they don't know the next steps, where do they go? Who do they connect with? What is it that they need to know?
I'm just going to give you what helped me. What helped me is perfecting my skills and learn the art of customer service.
That's good.
Perfect your skills. If you build something with your hand, perfect it, whatever it is. If you have some intellectual properties, a knowledge of getting funding or know how to make the connections or whatever, perfect whatever it is and learn how to offer it in a customer service manner and giving the best of customer service, because customer service is the best word of mouth, right?
Yes.
People talk about where to get the best steak from. Or who got the best cheesesteak? Well, you want to go to D'Alessandro's. You want to go. Wait a minute. They're telling you where to get the best steak. So we want to give the best business advice. And my steak and my wardrobe should be the best wardrobe that you want to buy, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
And when you come to me, I'm going to give you the quality and the attention of customer service.
Absolutely.
So product perfection and learning the beauty of customer service. That's
absolutely. Love it.
And then everything else will kind of come behind that. The help that you need, you will call on it and they will come to you. But you got to first have a quality product and know the beauty of customer service, and all your help will come, like the Ramonas will come to you. All the financial advice will come to you. You just got to perfect who you are.
Absolutely.
And waste no time. Thank
you for that word. Oh my gosh. So I have the last 5 minutes. So for all of these phenomenal gentlemen and speakers, thank you. Thank you again from the bottom of my heart. Absolute pleasure to have you. Great connecting with you guys. And this is just the beginning. Sky's the limit. And I also want to speak to all of the entrepreneurs out there. Everybody thought, let me just leave you with this. Everybody thought Noah was crazy as well until it started to rain.
That's right.
Everybody also thought Noah was crazy until it started to rain. What do I mean by that? There will be people in your family, people, close friends, when you share your vision, be careful who you even share your vision to, because if they can't see it and don't believe in their own vision or themselves, guess what? How can they see yours? And not only that, it wasn't a conference call. They aren't supposed to understand it because it's not for them, it's for you. So that is the message that I wanted to, for those people who are being held back by the naysayers and the negativity. Guess what? Your goals do not live on that vibration of comparing your day 1 to someone else's day 100. You can't thrive by comparing yourself to anybody else. You are made uniquely in his image. Every single one of us have different gifts that we were born with. Find yours, hone in on it, like Ron said, and craft that, perfect that gift. And when you know what you know is your purpose, it will not even feel like work. It'll feel more like fun. This is just what I'm supposed to be doing. This is where I'm supposed to be. It'll feel like you're sitting on a stage in Royal Influencers Organization, hanging out with phenomenal entrepreneurs just in the middle of the day. And where else will this ever happen?
It feels like a celebration.
So with that said, thank you, and thank you, everybody. I I think the stream will end at 4, so we have about 3 more minutes. But everybody has spoken, and I think that the proof is in the pudding. It was absolutely phenomenal. Another one in the books, and we are going to kick it off tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. right here, same place, same time. Thank you, Julius K. Weems III. Thank you, Ron Wilsh, the socialist designer and the CEO of the Wardrobe Clinic, as well as thank you, David. Dr. David Evans of PIC TV Network in Washington, D.C., headed to the White House right now, live, guys, right now. So with his beautiful bright shirt on, got out of the suit and switched into something comfortable and snazzy really quickly, and always suited up, by the way, as well. But just an absolute pleasure to have each and every one of you as part of the Rio family. Thank you.
You are the queen. You are the queen, and we're going to give you the keys to the city. I'm telling you, the White House is right here. You know what I do at the Miami. We're gonna give you the keys to the city. You deserve it.
Oh my God, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Okay, bye-bye, David Jones, and then Ron Welsh. You got the last minute. This was your segment. You got the last minute.
Well, I want to thank everyone for tuning in. I know we talked long, but we had to talk strong, right? So,
that's right. Okay.
Listen, I'm excited to be a part of your network of people. I'm excited, man. It's like
absolutely good.
I'm changing the page. My today. Well, yesterday was Mother's Day. I went to my mother's grave site. Went to just to talk to my mom spiritually.
Oh, awesome.
Then I went to see my father-in-law who's going through his battle. And my daughter came home yesterday. So yesterday was a page turner, in my life.
Amazing.
Celebrating mothers who gave birth to life, who gave birth to human beings. And we salute the mother, but the men gotta be saluted as well. Everyone who's doing the right thing.
Awesome.
If you're doing the right thing, keep up doing the right thing because it makes you feel good. You sleep better at night.
Absolutely. Do the right thing. That's it. That's it. That's my motto. Easy. Whenever I'm not sure, just do the right thing. That's it.
Just do the right thing.
That's it.
That's it. Right.
It's simple.
But listen, I'm not gonna hold you. Thank you for allowing me to be in the circle. Thank you for accepting my offer to be my business consultant and get my book out. I got to get my book out. I need my book out by November.
That's right. That's right. Absolutely. It can happen.
It can happen. Is coming out to the world. But we
absolutely, it can happen.
We're going around the world. We're going to go around the city, different cities, do fashion shows, talk fashion, talk business, development. But this book, A Tailor-Made Man. That means it's talking about you. I want to talk about me and talk about you.
Coming to a bookstore near you.
Yeah.
2024.
It's going to be a coffee table type of book,
Awesome.
Nice yes. A lot of colors, a lot of pictures with my celebrity friends and my family. And it's going to have tips on how to keep your wardrobe organized, how to take measurements, how to sew on a button. But most importantly, it's going to talk about, staying focused on your mission in life and perfecting your skills and keep moving. Awesome. Don't listen. Keep moving. By any mark, like my Martin Luther King says, by all move.
Yes. And it looks like you have locked up. Oh, there you go. Your screen froze for a second, Ron. Your screen froze.
Trying to call. Yeah, somebody's just trying to call in, but
there you go. That's why.
Somebody's, keep moving, keep building, keep perfecting yourself.
Awesome.
And hey, listen, ladies and gentlemen, Ramona is the queen. I give her the title. She's the queen of building network and friendship in all walks of life. I salute you, Queen Ramona.
Thank you so much, Ron Welsh in the house. This was phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. I enjoyed every single speaker, every single minute of it. It was phenomenal. So thank you, and thank you again. And I will definitely be talking and in contact. We already set up the time a little bit later. If you're busy, because you've been here all day, I know you probably have some things to take care of and calls to make and things of that nature, because I do. So with that said, thank you, and thank you again. And we will be back here tomorrow. I'll give you the link. All hail to the Queen Ramona is what Christina just put on the screen. She's having fun now. Poor thing. She's been sitting back there fighting. And I want to thank you guys again. And Christina Baca, thank you. Blindside Connections and Ron Welsh, as well as Megan DiMartino, as well as Aurea McGarry, as well as Jose Elizondo, all ambassadors now of the Royal Influencer Organization. And we'll go ahead and throw in Julius Weems, as well as David Evans of the PIC TV network as well. Thank you, and thank you. And make sure that everything that we create, we have to make sure, Ron, that everything that we create is accessible. And we will make sure that Dylan Taylor can be brought into that fold to make sure that he checks and run everything through him to make sure that people with disabilities wear suits also. So everything
as the last thing, as my consultant, how did my backdrop look?
Oh, the backdrop was fire. The backdrop is phenomenal. I love it. Is that a Philadelphia magazine?
It's a fashion wedding magazine.
It's
a fashion magazine out of Philadelphia. They're looking to do a feature story on me, so that's a prototype. We'll figure it out. I said you got to talk to my new consultant.
And Lorraine Baca said that she's proud of her baby. We are proud of your baby as well. Thank you for letting us have your baby this is the thing. Thank you for letting us mentor and coach your baby up, and wait until you see what happens with your baby's life after listening constantly to all of this major value it's already been a year. So just wait until you see what happens, how your baby's life, Lorraine Baca, how your baby's life will be transformed from being put into the proximity to power. She is doing absolutely phenomenal. So thank you. And I absolutely love her to pieces. So thank you so much, Christina Baca, in the house, in the background, showing up and making it happen. So we want to thank you. So Ron, I will definitely be on a call with you a little bit later. We'll reach out, we'll connect, we'll wrap up the loose ends that we talked about, and move on and move forward. So thank you. Okay.
Love you.
Okay, love you back. Okay, bye-bye. Thank you. Okay, so with that said, everybody, Ramona Rogers here, the CEO and founder of Royal Influencers Organization, and that is what it is all about, ladies and gentlemen. It is about connecting. It is about networking. It is about showing up. It is about believing in your vision and your dream. Bigger, believing in it more than anyone else ever has to. We don't have to worry about a naysayer because we believe enough for them too, regardless. And a naysayer will never be able to see your vision or see your dream. Nobody has to really like who you are because you are doing the work of a higher authority. There are people out here who you were called to serve that nobody else, no naysayer can serve like you. And that is what the message that I want to leave everybody with today. You keep showing up for you and those people that you were called to serve. So with that said, thank you. And thank you for every single one of the speakers, for everybody that took time out of your beautiful day. Thank you for the beautiful segments that the speakers delivered today. Thank you for Christina Baca, my right-hand wing woman, my administrative assistant. Thank you to all of the sponsors, Jose Elizondo of Fast Lane Tools, all of the time that he devoted to the cause, to the launch of Rio, to all of my first and initial events as well. Thank you so much. Also to Blind Sight Connections, our very first sponsor in 2023, mind you. And wow, what I'm watching happen as a result of him becoming a sponsor and investing in himself as well is phenomenal. And thank you to all of the supporters, all of the comments, regardless of what country you're from. I saw every single one of them, just couldn't put them all on every screen. Yes, follow me on IG. That's at Ramona Rogers 959. I'm Ramona Rogers on LinkedIn as well, where I was streaming. I think that streaming had a time frame that ended already. And I'm also Ramona Rogers Smith on Facebook and Queen Ovation TV on YouTube. So thank you, and thank you to every single one of you. I'm also on Twitter, so just look me up and you will find me everywhere. So with that said, it's been an absolute pleasure. It's been one for the books. I will never forget this day, and it is recorded, and it will be playing through the weekend, Saturday, and I will be in Maryland, but I will now take it down you can watch it on YouTube, and now you can buy the replays for $37. And that will be only for the first month, the month of May, because it was Mother's Day month, and that's my gift to you. But they will go up after that to $47. So if you want the replays, or if you just want to watch, go back on YouTube and watch through Saturday. I may take it down Friday. Friday. I'll be on the plane, as a matter of fact. I'm on the plane. I'll take it down. So I will take it down on Friday. So thank you, guys. A pleasure. Absolute pleasure. David Evans is still here, and he said, powerful. Absolutely. Let me put your comment up there. And then Lorraine Baca said, so proud of everyone and my baby. Absolutely, Lorraine. You should be proud. She has done phenomenal things, building her business, working her business, growing in the process, learning as we all would be at 19 years old. 19 years old, guys. And she's hanging out with entrepreneurs and millionaires already. That is how you do it, Christina Baca. And thank you, thank you, and thank you. Uh-oh, Christina said, I'm coming on tomorrow. That's it. I'm out of my chair. Oh, my gosh. And we are here for you, Christina, and I'm waiting for it. So with that said, thank you, and thank you again, guys, for being here. So with that, we are going to go ahead and close it out before they close us out and close down this session. And thank you again. Bye-bye, guys.